Chapter 2967. The Imperial Exterminator made his move, opening the curtains of the encirclement of the demon motherland. The two great experts attacked, smashing the outer battlefield into pieces. Terrifying waves swept out, marking the center of the battlefield as a forbidden area. After the Imperial Exterminator made his move, the supremacies of the three forces joined the battle. The Demon Earth City also sent out a large army to join the battle. Lin Fei and his men moved quickly, avoiding the area affected by the explosion. The strength of the Demon Earth City's great demon is also not to be underestimated. Feeling the terrifying shockwaves from afar, Lin Fei's eyes lit up. The stronger the demon, the better, the more life energy I can plunder, the faster I will improve. The other side provided a hub outside the city. Lin Fei did not dare to let his guard down. He activated the scanning function, in case the demon motherland was prepared. The battle erupted on a large scale. Under the night sky, they quickly approached the target. Wait! Lin Fei stopped. The supremacies behind him did not understand. Captain Lin, what's the situation? A Dark Shadow Palace supremacy asked. In these 5 years, Lin Fei held the position of a captain. It did not look high, but no one dared to defy him. The supremacies were all very convinced. There's a trap in front, let's go in and wipe them all out. Under the system scanning, no secrets could be hidden. Lin Fei frowned slightly. The Demon Earth City's great demon seemed to be prepared. The trap was also quite special. Looks like we can only fight our way through. The hub must be destroyed. Especially at this time, if Lin Fei did not destroy the hub, the Imperial Exterminator would definitely make a move. Although he was not afraid of the Imperial Exterminator, he did not want to bring trouble to the Dark Shadow Palace. Let's go from the other side. Lin Fei asked Little Devil to find a shortcut. He wanted to kill them before they could react. This place was hundreds of li away from the Demon Earth City. Actually, the distance was not very far. Rather than calling it a hub, it was more like a black stone tower, occupying a large area. The black stone pagoda stood there quietly. Wow, they actually did not fall for it. I thought they were a bunch of good-for-nothings, to think they still have such good eyesight. There was a group of people hidden in the void around them. Their auras were also restrained. Should we kill them directly? A demon on the side said anxiously. It'll be bad if they run away. A demon with 2 horns on his head shook his head and said casually, there's no need. If they want to attack Demonic Earth City, they'll have to destroy these black towers. However, they don't know that we've prepared a great gift for them, ha ha ha. After bypassing a few dangerous spots, Lin Fei saw the target he wanted to destroy. It was a black tower. It was quiet all around. It was completely different from what he had imagined. Captain Lin, that's the Black Energy Tower. Rumor has it that these things are responsible for the transmission of energy. As long as we destroy them, our mission will be considered complete. The High Lords behind him said excitedly. It was also Lin Fei's first time seeing these black towers, which were the energy towers of the Demon Empire. They looked very ordinary, but he felt something different. Something's wrong, something's wrong. They clearly know that we're going to surround them, so why isn't there anyone guarding this place? A trace of doubt appeared in Lin Fei's mind. This was completely different from what he had imagined. Lin Fei didn't rush forward. Instead, he scanned the area. Found it. There were people hiding near the Black Tower, and they were using some kind of treasure. Come out. Lin Fei's fist punched out, landing on the empty space. Hua 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 hua. Devil flame-filled experts from the Demon Empire appeared in front of them. There weren't many of them, but each of them exuded a terrifying aura. 30 devils, 8th Order Heavenly God Realm Masters. Just a single energy tower had 30 devils guarding it. Lin Fei was inwardly shocked. The Demon Empire's strength was beyond his imagination, and this was only one of the 6 major cities. I know you, Dark Shadow Palace's newly promoted High Lord Lin Fei, an outstanding physique tempering cultivator. The leader of the devils laughed, "Unfortunately, you've come to the wrong place today. You, and all of you, will become our demon empire's nourishment. Do it." The leader of the devils ordered. The devils behind Huang Xiaolong dove into the energy tower, their movements swift, not giving the Dark Shadow Palace's high lords any chance to react. The energy tower shone with a black luster. "Retreat!" Lin Fei ordered. That energy tower gave him a dangerous feeling. Hua hua hua. The energy tower suddenly released a unique fluctuation, spreading out with the High Lord as the center. The first to bear the brunt of this fluctuation was Lin Fei. From his feet, wisps of white appeared, wrapping around his legs, spreading upwards, trapping his lower body. The frigid coldness not only trapped his legs, but also his internal energy. The High Lords behind Huang Xiaolong were the same, half of their bodies were trapped. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't shake off this strange substance. Their faces paled. He, don't struggle anymore. Once you've been hit by our demon empire's frozen emperor intent, don't even think of breaking free. Die. The devil who had been standing there all this time sneered, pouncing forward like a streak of light. Rip. The closest High Lord's emperor intent protection was torn apart on the spot. He opened his mouth and bit the High Lord's neck. A moment later, he became a dried corpse. Delicious. After sucking a High Lord dry, the devil's aura grew. Next. Black shadows dashed out from the surroundings, pouncing on the High Lords behind Lin Fei. In just one exchange, the High Lord suffered heavy casualties. The strongest devil had his eyes on Lin Fei, the thick aura on his body was filled with great temptation. Dark Shadow Palace fools, you'll suffer heavy losses tonight. Your vitality will be greatly damaged. Ha ha ha. The devil pounced forward, bringing with it a gust of wind. He opened his mouth and bit at Lin Fei's neck. Lin Fei's body shook, and the ice on his lower body exploded. A sky splitter hammer appeared in his hand, bringing with it a streak of light, smashing on the devil's body. Die. The leader of the devils was directly smashed away, half of his body shattered. With one strike, he was heavily injured. A circular halo of light appeared around Lin Fei's body, rippling outwards. The ice couldn't get close to him. He rapidly pounced towards the nearest demon and smashed his skysplitter hammer against it. With a ping sound, the demon was smashed into pieces, it couldn't be any more dead. Bang bang bang. In front of Lin Fei, the devils suffered a terrifying attack. Streaks of light smashed on their bodies. The defense that the devils were so proud of became extremely weak, exploding one by one. In just a moment, the devils suffered heavy casualties. Chapter 2968. Falling into the trap of the Devil Earth Empire's experts in the first battle of the Devil Earth City exceeded Lin Fei's imagination. 5 of the 15 supremacies he had brought with him had fallen, and the Dark Shadow Battle Squad had also suffered heavy losses, greatly reducing their strength. Die. Lin Fei was a little angry. He had been very careful along the way, but he still fell into the trap of the Devil Earth Empire's experts. The sky splitter hammer in his hand smashed out continuously, and the experts within its range exploded in just a few blows. Retreat. More than a dozen experts from the Devil Earth Empire were killed. Those people had chosen to flee into the void, escaping without a trace. Lin Fei tried to chase after them, but he was blocked by a special energy in the void. He could only give up and check on the situation of his subordinates. After a round of inspection, he found that they had suffered great losses. Especially those supremacies, they died the most aggrieved deaths. Before they could resist, they were sucked dry and died with grievances. The experts of the Devil Earth City have been scheming against us for a long time. This is not a good start. Lin Fei's expression was ugly. He had fallen into the trap, and the others had probably suffered the same. Let's destroy the energy pagoda and leave. When Lin Fei returned to the army camp with his men, the atmosphere was a little stifling. We fell into the trap, and our losses are not light. When they returned, Dugu Yijian and the Elysian children also returned. Their expressions were ugly, similar to Lin Fei's. I fell into the trap too. They set up a formation and caught me off guard. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. They were prepared this time. I wonder how the Temporal Temple and the Massacre Court are doing. Since they had fallen into the trap, the others probably weren't any better off. We can only wait for the great sovereign to return. The first confrontation on the battlefield was over for a short period of time. Great Sovereign Black Absolute returned with his men, and after hearing about the situation, his expression changed. The situation is not good. After saying this, he left the army camp and went to the headquarters to understand the situation. Their Dark Shadow Palace had never experienced such a situation before. 2 hours later, Grand Monarch Black Absolute returned with some bad news. We were unlucky this time. Our losses were the heaviest. Fortunately, Lin Fei destroyed an energy tower. Grand Monarch Black Absolute returned with a dark face. This time, the Spacetime Temple and the God of Massacre performed well. He briefly explained the situation to him. How is that possible? We're the only ones who fell for it. The Elysian Heavenly Son asked with a darkened face. We don't know the situation yet. Grand Monarch Black Desolate shook his head. As for your suspicion that there's a leak, I don't think that's possible. Lin Fei and the other two were puzzled. It happened in the Dark Shadow Palace. No matter how he looked at it, it didn't seem right. The last time we launched our first attack, the effect was not very good, especially the Dark Shadow Palace. We did not complete all the tasks assigned by I hope we will succeed next time. The Imperial Exterminator summoned everyone for a discussion. He chose the Dark Shadow Palace on the spot and did not say anything. He hoped that they would try harder next time. Grand Monarch Black Absolute was very clear that if the Dark Shadow Palace did not perform well after the attack, it was their own problem. The Spacetime Temple and the God of Massacre had paid a huge price, but they did better than them. Next time, our Dark Shadow Palace will definitely go all out. Grand Monarch Black Absolute declared. The Imperial Exterminator did not say much. After all, this was only the first attack. But it also made everyone understand that it would not be easy to attack the Devil Earth City of the Devil Motherland this time. After discussing their follow-up actions, they decided to launch a second attack. The Imperial Exterminator launched another attack on the Devil Earth City. He was the main attacker. The other exterminators attacked the Devil Earth City from the side. After the energy tower was destroyed, the Devil Earth City's defense was much weaker. The Imperial Exterminator's attack was very tyrannical, and it seemed like he could break through the Devil Earth City. At the crucial moment, the experts of the Devil Earth City attacked. A large number of demonic gods attacked. The battle squads of the three top forces also joined the battle, followed by the supremacies. The battle was very intense. Compared to the powerhouses of the three major factions, the Demon Earth City's side was more difficult to deal with. The Demon Earth City had more powerhouses, and even if the battle squads continuously attacked, it would still take a certain amount of time to kill the demon gods. The battle was in a stalemate, and only when the High Lord powerhouses came out and surrounded the demon gods did they manage to gain a foothold. Lin Fei and the others also attacked. Pang pang pang. With a sweep of the Heaven Splitter Hammer, a large number of demonic gods were killed. In the distance, Dugu Yijian's sword Intent Domain was also reaping the lives of the demonic gods. The supremacies of the God of Massacre had turned into a black fog and were killing excitedly. This battle was not as easy as expected. Very soon, everyone met their match. Lin Fei and the other supremacies were surrounded by several powerful supremacies. All of them had the strength of a peak supremacy, and their combat power was very terrifying. At the same time, their defense was also very good. They were not as weak as the demonic gods, who could be killed with a single sweep. You are the supremacy of the Dark Shadow Palace. Your strength is not bad. You killed so many of our demonic gods. The 5 demons surrounded Lin Fei and set off waves of terrifying power. Lin Fei's body was surrounded by a golden cycle, blocking wave after wave of attacks with ease. Although they were strong, they were still far from breaking through his defense. The geniuses on the other side were the same. They were not as relaxed as his side. Lin Fei's performance was not that amazing. It would be good if he was a little better than them. After all, he was a body-tempering supremacy, and he had a great advantage in a protracted battle. Despite the 5 demons joining forces, Lin Fei was still very relaxed. With the Heaven Splitter hammer, they did not dare to come forward and maintain the appearance of a tie. Woo, woo, woo. When the demons heard the sound, they made a feint and all retreated. The demonic god army also retreated quickly like the tide. The tentative attack ended. Lin Fei also saw how powerful the demonic Earth City was. The 3 top forces joined forces, and they were still under a lot of pressure. The demonic motherland strength has increased too quickly. Great Venerable Black Jew returned with a trace of seriousness. If we want to break through the first demonic Earth City, we need to think of other ways. Lin Fei and the other 2 nodded. Needless to say, they knew the situation. The demonic motherland strength was really deep. If not for the array, the demonic motherland's experts would definitely be in the Saint Spirit domain. I think we will have to use Plan B soon. That will be the time when we will be under the most pressure. The second attack on the demonic Earth City. The gains were not very big, and the demonic Earth City's experts strongly resisted. Great Venerable Black Jew went to discuss again. This time, only a few great supremacies went, and the experts on the god list went. The discussion lasted for 3 days and 3 nights, and no one knew the details. When he returned, Lin Fei and the other 2, as well as some supremacies, were called over. This time, it is a big operation. Once everyone arrived, Great Venerable Black Jew said. Great Venerable, what kind of operation? Elysian Sun asked. Chapter 2969. An independent city? Everyone started to worry. Demonic Earth City had as many experts as there were clouds in the sky. Now that they had to deal with one city alone, it was simply an impossible task. If they didn't handle it well, they would all die in the hands of Demonic Fire City. Great Sovereign, this mission is too difficult. Demon Fire City is surrounded by the 5 elements Great Fire. Even our supremacies would find it difficult to resist the might of the 5 elements Great Fire. We're already having a hard time dealing with Demonic Earth City, let alone Demonic Fire City. No one was too happy about it. Demon Fire City wasn't as easy to deal with as he had imagined. From the beginning of the confrontation until now, no one had gained any advantage at all. Instead, they had suffered great losses. The subsidiary forces with the advantage had suffered even greater losses. This was something they knew best. If you ask them to deal with Demon Fire City now, even with the Dark Shadow Palace leading the way, they won't be too willing. Great Monarch Black Absolute swept a glance at everyone. This matter is non-negotiable. This is a mission given by the Imperial Killing Emperor. Not only us, but the Temporal Temple has also gone to deal with the Gold Devil City. However, you don't need to worry too much. This matter isn't as bad as you think. According to our reliable sources, the experts of the Gold Devil City and the Fire Devil City have all gathered in the Devil Earth City. What we need to do now is to create a diversion. Everyone secretly heaved a sigh of relief. The demonic Earth City's forte was its defense. With the experts of the other 2 cities gathered together, it was not unusual for them to have such strength. The defenses of the other 2 cities would obviously be much easier to deal with. Now, let's discuss the specifics. This was to ensure that the operation against Demon Fire City would succeed. Grand Monarch Black Jew concealed everyone's auras with the treasures he had brought from the Dark Shadow Palace, and traveled through the void of the Dark World. With the support of this treasure, the group approached Demon Fire City, avoiding all the hidden sentries. In the Devil Motherland, which was the wilderness, especially in the territory of the Devil Motherland, it was extremely difficult to travel through the Dark Realm or the Void. Because the experts of the Devil Motherland were worried that someone would infiltrate, they had made some arrangements to fortify the region that the Devil Motherland was in. If you don't have any powerful treasures in your hands, it would be impossible to infiltrate the Demon Nation. The Dark Shadow Palace was one of the top treasures. That's Demon Fire City. Before it even got close, a blazing aura filled the void and the dark world. The treasure opened up a barrier, blocking the wisps of scorching aura outside. Everyone was inwardly startled, especially Lin Fei and the other newly arrived High Lords. They could feel a terrifying existence from the wisps of blazing aura. Demon Fire City is built on a special 5-elemental land. It's supported by a large formation, forming a 5-elemental Great Formation. It's very difficult to deal with. However, this time, many experts from Demon Fire City went to Demon Earth City. The power of the formation will change. We'll find a flaw in Demon Fire City. When the flaw appears, we'll kill our way in. Grand Monarch Black Jew said as he gazed into the distance. Everyone nodded. Attacking Demon Fire City and killing their way into Demon Fire City were two completely different concepts. Comparatively speaking, it was much easier. Demon Fire City was entirely red, like a ball of fire. It was especially eye-catching. Demon Fire City's 5-elemental Great Formation is powerful. The wisps of fire floating in the air can easily injure cultivators below 8th Order Heavenly God Realm. No wonder Demon Fire City is one of the more difficult cities to attack, second only to Gold Devil City. Lin Fei was inwardly shocked by the power of the fire. Even with his proud Heaven 9th physique, he could still feel the threat from the fire. Fighting in this kind of place, even an ordinary High Lord would have to suppress the fire, losing at least 2 to 3 cities of their strength. The Demon Nation's Devil Lords had the upper hand in terms of strength. With the help of the Grand Formation, Demon Fire City is impregnable. On the outskirts of Demon Fire City, Grand Monarch Black Jew had been waiting with a group of people. The large formation was in operation, but the flaw had yet to appear. Rumbling noises came from the distance. The Devil Earth City has made their move. The Imperial Exterminator will attract everyone's attention, so our chances of success will be higher. Grand Monarch Black Jew said. A short while later, the Temporal Temple side also made their move. The unique time and space aura was the most obvious. There's a flaw. Grand Monarch Black Jew stared at the Grand Formation. The opportunity has come. Everyone, attack that flaw with me. We only have one chance. Attack. Grand Monarch Black Jew directly attacked from the Dark World with the help of the Treasure's defense. The Dark Shadow Palace's main force attacked at the same time, attacking a certain part of the Grand Formation. The Grand Formation immediately formed a defense, but because it was a flaw, it was slightly pressured. Under everyone's frenzied attacks, a gap was finally opened in the Grand Formation. Kill. Grand Monarch Black Jew controlled the treasure and rushed in. His powerful divine sense locked onto the number 1 expert of Demon Fire City, and he attacked. Wherever he passed, the devil generals and devils were either killed or heavily injured. A bloody path was opened. Dark Shadow Battle Team, charge. Kill. The experts of Demon Fire City had never expected that the Dark Shadow Palace would attack. The Dark Shadow Palace's experts, who had fought in haste and suffered fierce attacks, used all their powerful moves, dividing the Demon Fire City experts into groups and attacking them one by one. Lin Fei, Duguijian, and the others targeted the devils. Ordinary devils were killed in 2 or 3 moves. Without the support of the devils, the Demon Fire City experts retreated. It feels good to plunder life energy openly. Lin Fei exclaimed. The devils of Demon Fire City were really no match for him. City Lord's Mansion. Lin Fei moved the fastest, and he rushed to the City Lord's Mansion. In the sky, Grand Monarch Black Ju faced 3 Grand Monarchs. With the treasure in his hand, he was evenly matched with them. Grand Monarch, let me help you. Lin Fei rushed up. A few devils who were guarding the formation rushed up, and a strong wind swept over, directly killing half of them. With Lin Fei's help, one of the 3 great devils of Demon Fire City was pinned down by Lin Fei, and the remaining 2 made Grand Monarch Black Ju breathe a sigh of relief. Dugu Yijian quickly rushed over and fought against one of the great demons. Sword wills hacked at the great demons of Demon Fire City, causing them to be battered and exhausted. The sharp sword wills tore through their defenses, leaving behind wounds. Lin Fei didn't unleash his full strength. Therefore, he didn't feel too much pressure facing off against a great demon middle-stage powerhouse. After 100 consecutive strikes, he killed the great demon of Demon Fire City and plundered all the life force from the other party's body. What a great tonic! Chapter 2970. Demon Fire City. It can't be. We captured Demon Fire City just like that. Elysian Sun looked at the demon generals and demons prostrating on the ground. He could not digest the scene in front of him. In the Saint Spirit domain, the powerful demon motherland was not that powerful. Demon Fire City, one of the 6 major cities, was easily captured. Yes, we succeeded. Great Monarch Black Absolute laughed and said, "There's nothing strange about that. The reason why the demon nation has such a fierce reputation is because they reproduce very quickly. For example, our Demon Fire City isn't actually the core of the demon nation. Their real core is in the demon nation's ancestral land. It seems that they've given up defending this time and are waiting for us to come knocking." Ancestral land. It was the name of the last major city of the demon motherland. It was the birthplace of the demon motherland. Rumor had it that the ancestral land of the demon motherland had a big secret. No one had ever broken in. Even the 3 ultimate gods had not been able to gain any advantage in the ancestral land. The joy on everyone's faces faded. Arrange for people to imprison all the prisoners in Demon Fire City. Search Demon Fire City. We'll set up camp there. The orders were passed down. On the city wall of Demon Fire City. After the 5 elements formation was removed, the blazing aura also disappeared. Lin Fei and Dugu Yijian sat on the city wall and looked at the barren area outside. I thought Demon Fire City was only this strong. It turns out that they have given up defense. Dugu Yijian handed over a bottle of wine, grabbed a bottle and poured it into his mouth. It's really disappointing. Although Dugu Yijian was not a great supremacy, his combat power had surpassed the peak of great supremacy. With the strength of an early-stage great supremacy, coupled with the power of his sword principle, his power was close to that of a mid-stage great supremacy. Dugu Yijian was very disappointed in the battle during the day. The great demon's defense was amazing. In front of the exquisite sword principle, the great demon's strength seemed to be somewhat inadequate. Don't worry. This is only the first one we have conquered. I believe that you will meet a real expert in the last one. Lin Fei said with a smile. I hope so. Dugu Yijian took a sip of wine and slightly frowned. I don't know why, but I feel a little uneasy about this mission. Uneasy? Lin Fei really didn't feel that way. In a place like the Devil Empire, as long as the strongest expert did not appear, there was really nothing to worry about. There's a hint of uneasiness, but I don't know where it is, Dugu Yijian said. Maybe I'm overthinking it. You must be thinking too much. It's not like this is the first or second time we've encircled and annihilated the Devil Motherland, but they've always been suppressed. Lin Fei laughed. Regardless of whether it was the Temporal Temple or the Dark Shadow Palace, the Imperial Exterminator's sneak attack had been carried out very well. After conquering two major cities, Grand Monarch Black Jew, Grand Monarch Rump Cave, and a group of other patriarchs joined the battle against Devil Earth City. It took them 15 years to conquer the city and kill a large number of powerful experts from the Devil Empire. In a short period of time, the three forces had achieved astonishing results. As the commander-in-chief, the Imperial Exterminator had a wide smile on his face. His authority and influence in the Wildlands barracks had reached its peak. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Imperial Exterminator led the army and attacked the two major cities outside the Devil Empire's ancestral land in one go. It took them 90 years to finally conquer the two cities. At this point, the Devil Empire only had one ancestral land left. The three forces had joined hands to besiege the Devil Empire. This time, it was more effective than any other time. In the past 100 years, the Imperial Exterminator's prestige had reached its peak. At the same time, he was also the one who had contributed the most. Everyone knew that the Imperial Exterminator had made a great contribution to the successful attack on the Devil Empire. Therefore, in the past 100 years, the Massacre God Court's influence had expanded rapidly. In the Wildlands barracks, the disciples of the Massacre God Court had also begun to show off their strength. Even the three hierarchs had a good evaluation of the Imperial Exterminator. After the siege on the Devil Empire ended, they would be rewarded by the three hierarchs. Currently, we have conquered 5 of the 6 major cities of the Devil Empire. We have killed a large number of experts from the Devil Empire, such as demon generals and great demons. We have captured hundreds of millions of devil generals. The Imperial Exterminator had summoned the great monarchs for a meeting. They were preparing to attack the ancestral land. Isn't it too hasty to attack now? Great Monarch Black Jew said with a frown. In the past 100 years, the Dark Shadow Palace had suffered great losses. Fortunately, the journey had been relatively smooth. But now, Great Monarch Black Jew was not too happy to attack the Devil Empire's ancestral land again. Under normal circumstances, after 100 years of continuous battles, they should have rested for a while before launching another fierce attack. The Devil Empire and the three hierarchs seemed to have reached an agreement to cooperate. As long as that person did not attack, they would not attack either. Therefore, every time they attacked the Devil Empire, they were actually destroying the Devil Empire's strength. As for attacking the ancestral land, that had not happened for a long time. Basically, every time they destroyed 5 major cities, it would be considered over. As for the ancestral land, it was just for show at most. That place was not so easy to attack. Great Monarch Black Jew did not approve of attacking the Devil Empire's ancestral land now. Not to mention anything else, just the number of great demons and experts was enough to make them feel pressured. The Imperial Exterminator's eyes turned sharp as he swept a glance at Great Monarch Black Jew. There's no hurry. In the past 100 years, we've already conquered 2 cities. The last ancestral land is nothing. Besides, this time, I've already made preparations. There are great demons in the ancestral land who have rebelled. As long as we enter the ancestral land and lose the threat of the formation, they will be like lambs to us. Everyone present was a great supremacy. When they heard the Imperial Exterminator's last words, they could not help but be shocked. Instigate great demons to rebel. If there are great demons who have rebelled and turned off the threat of the formation, with our strength, we will definitely be able to kill them all. Great Monarch Feng Dong showed a hint of joy. The most terrifying thing about the ancestral land is the formation. Without the formation, to be able to instigate great demons to rebel in the ancestral land, Great Monarch Feng Dong had to admit that his methods were impressive. That's right. If we can destroy the ancestral land and seriously injure the experts of the Devil Empire, we will all make great contributions. The Imperial Exterminator said proudly. Brother Black Jew, what do you think? At this point, great monarch Black Jew could not find any reason to refute. Since the imperial exterminator had already given a reason, it seemed that they had a good chance of succeeding. Instigate great demons to rebel, this method was amazing. Great monarch Black Jew could not help but sigh. He really did not know how they had managed to do it. They must have paid a great price. After all, it was not so easy to instigate great demons to rebel. I have nothing more to say. Since the two great monarchs did not say anything, the remaining great supremacy also had no opinion. Chapter 2971. Attack the Ancestral Land. Grand Sovereign Black Jew returned with the news. The High Lords present subconsciously frowned at this news. They had just conquered a city, and everyone was mentally exhausted. Logically speaking, they should be resting now. Why were they in such a hurry to attack? Great Sovereign, isn't this a little too much of a rush? After all, that place isn't the Five Elements' grand city, but the Devil Nation's ancestral land, a dragon's pool and tiger's den. True masters are as common as the clouds, with several peak god sovereigns guarding it. That's right, even if we attack, we might not be able to break through their defenses. In the past, our mission was more or less complete after conquering the Five Elements' grand city. Why bother attacking the ancestral land? Everyone thought they were too anxious. Grand Sovereign Imperial exterminating Grand Sovereign Black Jew was more than satisfied to be able to conquer the Five Elements' grand city. In order to conquer these 5 cities, they had spent 100 years. Whether it was the High Lords or the Dark Shadow Battle Squad, all 6th Order and 7th Order Heavenly God Realm disciples were tired, and it wasn't suitable for them to attack the ancestral land. Grand Sovereign Black Jew shook his head with a bitter smile. I've said this before, but Grand Sovereign Imperial exterminating Grand Sovereign has given us a reason that we can't refuse. As for what it is, you don't need to know. Just remember, if we really attack the ancestral land, we still have a high chance of succeeding, at least 70%. Everyone was in an uproar. 70% chance. That was too high. That was the ancestral land. Incited the great devil to defect? After the subordinate forces left, Grand Sovereign Black Jew revealed the truth to Lin Fei and the others. This news was bound to be explosive. How is this possible? Since when did the Divine Slaughter Court have such means? Inciting the great devil to defect, and even controlling the grand formation, this requires the strength of a peak great devil. Elysian Heavenly Prince exclaimed in shock. Duguijian frowned. Is there something wrong with this? Inciting the great devil to defect didn't sound realistic no matter how he thought about it. After all, every great devil was proud, they wouldn't lower their heads so easily. The ancestral land wasn't an ordinary place. Even if they entered, they had to be careful, not to mention inciting the great devil to defect. They couldn't guarantee what would happen if something happened. We can't refuse this matter. Grand Monarch Black Jew smiled bitterly. During the past 100 years, he led us to capture 5 major cities and made great contributions. No one could stop him. Everyone fell silent. In fact, that was really the case. The Massacre God Court's performance in this siege against the Devil Empire was the most outstanding, especially their disciples. The number of experts they killed far surpassed that of the Dark Shadow Palace and the Temporal Temple. They seemed to be the best. Now that they were attacking the ancestors' land, neither the 3 ultimate gods nor their subordinates would actually stop them. Regardless of whether they succeeded or not, the Imperial Exterminator would become the most outstanding great monarch in history. Everyone, get ready. I estimate that we will launch the attack in less than a month. 100 years. Lin Fei didn't feel much about it. It seems to be progressing a little too fast. Sitting on the city wall, Lin Fei grabbed a bottle of wine and looked off into the distance. The ancestral land was shrouded in black mist, and the powerful auras interwove into a huge net. That was a dragon's pool and tiger's den. It's not that easy to attack the Devil Empire's ancestral land. A streak of light flew over, landing on the city wall. It was Duguijian. You and I need to be careful, we might become their main target. In the past 100 years, Lin Fei and Duguijian had killed many experts from the Devil Empire. Lin Fei disdained to kill devil generals below 8th Order Heavenly God realm. Just the energy he released was more than enough to crush them. Thus, the three of them had made a name for themselves. Lin Fei nodded. We need to be careful. From the beginning of the attack until now, they had not felt any strong resistance. This was different from the information they received. Lin Fei had never forgotten about this matter. The Devil Empire's strength was not just for show. In the past 100 years, although Lin Fei had killed some great devils, the difference between them and the great devils in his imagination was too great. If he used his full strength, he could kill the great devil in 3 moves. In Lin Fei's mind, the great devil's strength should be able to withstand at least 10 moves from him, and that was if he used his full strength. There were no great devils in the Devil Empire, but there were definitely peak grand sovereigns like the Devil Empire. The 10 great devils, the current ruler of the Devil Empire, none of these people have shown themselves. Duguijian said solemnly. If the plan is not right, we must retreat immediately. 1 month's time to prepare. The Killing Emperor was ready to move. This time, he would lead the 3 forces experts above the Great Lord realm to carry out a beheading operation, catching them off guard. The Dark Shadow Palace's group was deeply worried. The Devil Empire's ancestral land was not easy to deal with. Even though the Killing Emperor could raise his strength to the limit of a peak grand sovereign with the help of treasures, the experts in the ancestral land were not so easy to deal with. The ruler of the Devil Empire was a peak grand sovereign, ranked in the top 200 of the god ranking list. As for the other 10 grand elders, any one of them was a god ranking list master. This is the Temporal Temple's time stop scroll. It can be used for 5 breaths of time. We can easily enter the ancestral land. In the space of a treasure. The Killing Emperor was in high spirits. The Slaughterhouse's Great Lord was also in high spirits, as if attacking the ancestral land was a surefire plan. With the help of the spatial treasure, the Killing Emperor led everyone to the outside of the ancestral land. The huge formation continued to operate. It was a top-notch array formation even in the sacred spirit domain. The 3 ultimate gods could naturally break it, but it would not be so easy for experts below the ultimate god level. Mo Guoguang's reputation was not undeserved for being able to last so long. Alright. When the formation weakens, I will lead everyone in and activate the time stop scroll. The Killing Emperor made arrangements one by one with great ambition. After an unknown period of time, a flaw had appeared in the enormous formation. This flaw wouldn't affect the operation of the spell formation much, but for the Imperial Exterminator, once he entered the ancestral land, everything would be much easier to deal with. Let's go in now. The Killing Emperor was the first to enter, and the experts behind him followed. Feeling the terrifying aura within the formation, the experts did not dare to take it lightly. The legendary formation was indeed terrifying and dangerous. No one had expected that a flaw would appear in the huge formation, allowing them to easily enter without making a sound. Even the experts of the Devil Empire inside the formation did not notice them. The last big city of the Devil Empire, the Ancestral Land. Chapter 2972. The ancestral land of the Devil Motherland actually has another name. It's called the Land of Origin. We're currently at the Land of Origin. In the depths of the Land of Origin is where the ruler of the Devil Motherland and the 10 elders cultivate. There's a treasure there called the Divine Pool of Origin. The Imperial Exterminator led everyone straight into the depths. They didn't encounter any danger along the way. The entire ancestral land, which was also the Land of Origin, was extremely quiet. When everyone heard the Imperial Exterminator's words, they looked at the Land of Origin with shock and excitement. More than half of the supremacies present had never been here before, nor did they know of the land of origin. However, everyone knew how powerful the land of origin was. It was said that this place was filled with endless mysteries. The reason why the Devil Motherland produced so many experts was actually closely related to the land of origin, and even related to that treasure. Now that there was a chance to see that mysterious treasure, everyone was very excited. The origin land is really not simple. The life aura in this place is too rich. It can't be released by that treasure, can it? Dugu Yijian secretly communicated with Lin Fei. Lin Fei also sensed the boundless life energy. This was the place with the densest life energy he had ever seen. Proud Heaven 9 Layers physique produced an intense excitement, and all the pores on his body opened up to automatically absorb it. This was the first time Lin Fei had encountered such a situation, and he was also filled with curiosity and interest towards the treasure in the land of origin. It was normal for Proud Heaven to have such a reaction. The life energy is indeed dense, but did you guys feel that it's too quiet along the way? Lin Fei asked doubtfully. It's too quiet. Now that we're all here, it's best to be careful. Dugu Yijian said cautiously. Even he couldn't see through the land of origin himself. Look ahead, there are so many devil generals. The Elysian Sun suddenly said as he looked into the distance, his entire person revealing an expression of shock. Not far away, a large group of countless demon generals appeared. They just stood there, spreading out majestically without an end in sight. The devil generals all had their eyes closed, their expressions solemn as they stood in a single direction. Heavens, there's too many of them. Rumor has it that the demon empire's demon generals are like locusts. It seems like it's true. All of them are devil generals. The weakest among them is a third-order heavenly god realm. No wonder we can't compete with them in terms of numbers. It's not worth it. Such a large number of demon generals. Even a supremacy powerhouse felt a great pressure at this moment. Ants could bite an elephant to death. In the land of origin of the Devil Motherland, this was not impossible. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed that there were so many demonic generals in the origin grounds. If they were to break through the front lines in the wildlands and arrive at the other continents, which power could resist the ferocious might of the Devil Motherland? Except for a limited number of powers, the other powers would not be able to withstand a single blow from this army. As everyone ventured deeper, the huge number of devil generals appeared before their eyes. At this time, they were really worried that they would be discovered. Grand Monarch Black Jew sent a voice transmission to the powerful experts from the Dark Shadow Palace. We've come at a good time. This must be their pilgrimage to their birthplace. Pilgrimage? The experts of the Dark Shadow Palace did not understand. They really didn't know this kind of secret. It is said that the pilgrimage is a special kind of sacrifice in the origin grounds. As for the purpose of the sacrifice, no one knows. Perhaps, everyone's horizons will be broadened today. Grand Monarch Black Jew joked. The number of devil generals stretched all the way to the depths of the origin grounds. Their strength was also rising. From third-order heavenly god realm to fourth-order heavenly god realm, then to fifth-order heavenly god realm. These devil generals seemed to have formed a single entity. Their auras merged together, exuding a strong sense of danger. At this moment, they were no longer facing a single person, but a great demon king. It wasn't that they had never seen an army of thousands of men and horses, but this was the first time they had seen one like this. Too terrifying. Even Grand Monarch Black Jew's expression turned solemn. Under the circumstances of this pilgrimage, it would not be easy to attack the king of the demon motherland and severely injure their strength. Under such circumstances, no one dared to disturb Grand Monarch killing sovereign who was controlling the devil motherland's treasures. Once these devil generals were awakened, it would be a huge threat to them. Even the Holy Spirit killing move would need some time to kill them. Is that the origin divine pool? Someone exclaimed. In front of them, there was a huge red lake, surrounded by circles of devil generals. Not far from the lake, there were more than a dozen black platforms. Each black platform had a different height. In the middle was the tallest platform, as if it pierced through the clouds, with no end in sight. Plop plop plop. The devil generals standing beside the lake leaped into the lake one after another, creating ripples on the surface of the lake. Wave after wave of devil generals leaped into the lake. The moment they stepped into the lake, their auras disappeared. Sacrifice, this is a sacrifice, I can feel a terrifying existence in this lake. Could this be the origin divine pool? Too sinister. Lin Fei was shocked as he stared at the origin divine pool. This giant lake is actually filled with life energy. What the hell, this is too inconceivable, where did it come from? If he hadn't isolated his aura, he wouldn't have believed what he was seeing. To think that such a treasure existed. He couldn't imagine how much life energy there was in the origin divine pool. Lin Fei suppressed the excitement in his heart. If I can plunder all the life energy in the origin divine pool, no, I only need 1/3, even if it's 1/10, my proud heaven stage will definitely improve, reaching the pinnacle of proud heaven stage in an instant, and I'll be able to refine a large number of life crystals. This was the most vigorous life energy Lin Fei had ever seen. Even the Shadow Devil Lord couldn't compare to the origin divine pool. It was like a small river in front of a great sorcerer. Lin Fei was thinking about it. Batch after batch of devil generals entered the origin divine pool, creating ripples. After 1,000,000 devil generals entered the lake, a dark red bead in the shape of a water droplet rushed out of the lake. On a nearby platform, a hand reached out and grabbed the water droplet. Then, with a flick of a finger, the water droplet shot toward the nearest platform, where a powerful demon stood. Then, the water droplet entered the demon's body. The Devil Lord's aura surged, and demonic flames surged into the sky. In an instant, he had stepped into the realm of a great devil. An expert had appeared just like that. The high lords and great supremacies who were watching from the shadows were all dumbfounded. They couldn't imagine that a great devil lord would appear in front of them just like that. Chapter 2973. Without any warning, a domineering voice came from the highest platform in the distance. The rumbling sound was like thunder. As the domineering voice appeared, a huge black storm formed in the sky above the lake, covering 1,000,000 li and pressing down on everyone's hiding place. Boom boom boom. The treasure controlled by the Imperial Exterminator was on the verge of collapse under the terrifying attack. It couldn't hold on any longer, cracks appearing on its surface. Whoosh! Everyone was exposed. The people of the three great forces were secretly shocked. From the moment they were exposed, the numerous gazes converged on them, causing them to feel a dangerous and terrifying aura. After witnessing the terrifying sacrifice, they realized how terrifying the origin deity's lake was. It was a supreme treasure that could create a great demon realm expert at will. The origin deity's lake played a huge role in the Devil Motherland's continued existence. The 33 monarchs of the Devil Motherland. The Imperial Exterminator and the other monarchs acted at this moment, breaking through the storm together. Their gazes landed on the figure on the highest platform. Everyone's eyes were filled with dread. When they broke through the black storm together, they could clearly feel the enormous pressure within it. In the Devil Motherland, there was no other expert who could easily cast such an attack apart from the monarch. The supremacies behind the monarchs felt it even more strongly. In front of the black storm, they seemed completely defenseless, as if they would die under the attack at any moment. Lin Fei, Duguijian, Elysian Sun, retreat immediately when the battle starts. We've been tricked. The other side is prepared. Grand Monarch Black Jew's expression was solemn. The monarch of the Devil Motherland is more terrifying than we imagined. In the ancestral land of the Devil Motherland, even peak supremacies can't resist him. The supremacies of the Dark Shadow Palace also paled at this moment. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The demonic flames on the highest platform began to dissipate. The black platform exuded a sharp aura. Imperial Exterminator, Abyss Cave Supremacy, Grand Monarch Black Jew, long time no see. The Origin Deity's Lake of the Devil Motherland isn't bad, right? Ordinary people aren't qualified to see such a scene. The monarch specially prepared it for you. A huge figure stood on the platform, with a black horn on his head that seemed to pierce through the sky. His sharp eyes looked straight at them, his black cape fluttering in the wind. Everyone knew they had been tricked. Monarch 33, you've really schemed well. The Imperial Exterminator said. I think those demons who rebelled against me did it on purpose. They wanted to lure us to the Origin Divine Lake so that they could kill us all in one fell swoop. Ha ha ha. Demon 33 laughed. Your three great powers have spent a great deal of manpower and resources each time, wanting to raise our devil motherland to the ground. But in our eyes, all of your efforts have been futile. This time, I can only say that your luck is too bad. There was a path to heaven, but you didn't take it. Retreat. The Imperial Exterminator said. Hearing this, everyone's heart sank. They had come at a bad time. It was obvious that the Devil Motherland was going to make a big move, and it seemed like they had run into it. They were all smart people. Whether it was the Temporal Temple or the Dark Shadow Palace, even though they were extremely dissatisfied with the Imperial Exterminator, they knew that if they didn't unite now, they wouldn't be able to leave the ancestral land of the Devil Motherland. Retreat. Everyone, gather together. Everyone turned around and retreated. You Jinx, you're really amazing. You even got it right. Lin Fei said to Duguijian with a bitter smile, I always felt that something was wrong. So this is the problem. We're doomed this time. Duguijian's eyes turned cold, it won't be easy to keep me here. My sword will be their nightmare. Black-armored great demons appeared on the high platforms, their vigorous auras piercing the sky. There were a total of 10 such experts, and any one of their auras was above the Imperial Exterminator and the others. Ha ha ha, since you've come to the Origin Divine Lake, there's no need to leave. The Devil 33 Country Lord waved his hand, and the huge black lake formed a huge whirlpool. A terrifying suction force covered the entire plain. Hua hua hua. Not good, I can't control my body. Damn it, I can't move. I'm going to die, I'm going to die. As the Black Lake formed a huge whirlpool, a large number of demon generals and demon soldiers were all sucked into the lake, causing ripples to appear. The people of the three factions were also panicking and losing control. In front of the Black Lake, they became minuscule, like ants. Even the weakest supremacies were sucked into the lake in an instant, letting out miserable cries. The great supremacies and the other experts were in a similar situation. They had 80% of their strength to resist the lake's suction force, but it was barely enough. If an expert attacked at this time, not many present could stop them. The supremacies of the three factions were sucked into the lake one by one. The great supremacies were even more anxious. Even after using their treasures, they still couldn't resist the terrifying power of the lake. Imperial Exterminator, you will soon experience the true power of the Origin Divine Lake. I forgot to tell you that this is a true, complete Origin energy treasure. MO-33 formed a series of complicated seals towards the Black Lake below. Hua! The suction force of the whirlpool suddenly increased. The supremacies, who were at the end of their flight, instantly lost their ability to resist. Except for a few particularly powerful supremacies, no one was spared. Imperial Exterminator, you must take responsibility for this matter, and the Massacre God Court too. Grand Monarch Ming Dong was furious, and the spatial energy around him continuously resisted the suction force. People of the Spacetime Temple, come to my side. A golden scroll was torn open. A ray of light enveloped them, and they tried to escape into the void. This was the long-distance teleportation technique that only the Spacetime Temple had mastered. This was one of the reasons why the people of the Spacetime Temple couldn't be killed. If they wanted to leave, no one could stop them. Grand Monarch Ming Dong was about to leave with the few remaining Spacetime Temple geniuses, and cracks appeared in the void. Once they entered the cracks, no one would be able to catch them. Mo-33, who was on the highest platform, sneered and slammed his palm down. He was one step ahead of the others, and his palm struck the ball of light, causing Grand Monarch Ming Dong to vomit blood. In the territory of the Devil's Motherland, not just anyone can enter. Mo-33's casual palm strike caused them to vomit blood. The second palm strike caused the ball of light to crack, and the third palm strike caused the ball of light to shatter, causing everyone to vomit blood. The terrifying suction force came, and Grand Monarch Ming Dong was completely sucked into the lake. Chapter 2974. The Imperial Exterminator led his people to break out of the encirclement. When Grand Monarch Ming Dong's short-distance teleportation scroll was suppressed by Mo-33, he realized that his opportunity had come, and he took out a time-stop scroll. This was a precious treasure. In order to leave the ancestral land, the Imperial Exterminator couldn't care less. A mysterious time suddenly swept over. Under the influence of this time-stop scroll, everything in the surroundings began to stop. Everyone, follow me. A few breaths of time passed in the blink of an eye. But for experts like the Imperial Exterminator, with the help of treasures, their speed was extremely fast. Ordinary peak great supremacies couldn't even dream of catching up. On the high platform, Mo-33 revealed a disdainful smile. Even the Temporal Temple's short-distance teleportation scroll is useless in the land of origin. Do you think you can rely on that time-stop scroll? It's simply a huge joke. It's hilarious. The Origin Divine Lake once again sent out a series of hand seals. Roar. Suddenly, a terrifying sound that made people's hearts palpitate came from the bottom of the Black Lake. Wherever this voice passed, it was. The remaining experts of the three great forces all vomited blood, their figures tottering. Caught off guard, they were directly hit. Lin Fei was hit by the sound, but with the system's shield activated, it was very easy for him to withstand it. The others of the Dark Shadow Palace weren't so lucky. Roar. 3 consecutive sounds soared into the sky. The retreating supremacies were hit again. A powerful suction came, sucking them in one after another. Grand Monarch Blackju's eyes were scarlet. He couldn't stop the attack of the lake's sound. Everyone, be careful. It's very likely that there are meta beasts at the bottom of the lake. Grand Monarch Blackju warned everyone, his voice trembling. The next second, a black streak of light rushed out from the bottom of the huge lake. Its huge body was like a dark cloud. It was an extremely strange-looking monster. It was several thousand feet in size and had a pair of enormous black wings. Under its scarlet eyes was a pair of large mouths, and as it breathed in and out, a strong stench spread out in all directions. This strange meta beast first opened its mouth and swallowed the millions of demon generals in the surroundings. In this situation, it swallowed 3 times in a row, as if it had eaten its fill. With a whoosh, it rushed out, and only a long black line was left in everyone's eyes. They were the first to catch up to the Dark Shadow Palace. They opened their mouths and swallowed a few supremacies without being able to retaliate. Grand Monarch Black Desolate unleashed his most powerful attacks one after another, but all of them were blocked by a strange force. In other words, the Grand Monarch's attacks couldn't have much of an impact on them. This was unexpected. Lin Fei, Duguijian, Elysian Son of Heaven, leave immediately. I'll stall this beast. Grand Monarch Black Desolate realized that it would be very difficult for him to leave today. Lin Fei and the other 2 were shocked. In front of this powerful monster, the great senior lord's attack seemed to be ineffective. This was quite unbelievable. The legendary creature actually existed. Soul beasts. It actually exists. What the hell? Dugu Yijian and the Elysian Son of Heaven were shocked. Not good, it's charging over. The strange soul beast charged straight at them, opening its mouth and spewing out a large amount of stinky air. The experts of the Dark Shadow Palace fell into a daze. Although the soul beast's enormous body was huge, it didn't affect its speed at all. As it charged down, it was simply a one-sided slaughter. Even Grand Monarch Black Ju was injured by it. In the blink of an eye, there were only a few experts left in the Dark Shadow Palace. Let's go. Lin Fei was the only one present who could easily withstand the sound waves and the foul air. Dugu Yijian and the Elysian Son of Heaven's movements were now sluggish. Whoosh! The strange meta beast rushed over again. It opened its mouth and a black hole appeared, sucking everything in. Grand Monarch Black Desolate was caught off guard. He stretched out his black tongue and curled it at the void. Everyone's eyes blurred as the tongue wrapped around them. Not good, I've been paralyzed. Damn it, this thing has paralyzing toxins on it. Lin Fei was also affected in an instant. Traces of paralyzing toxins directly entered his body. His flesh and blood began to lose control and fell into a calm state, spreading all over his body. Such terrifying toxins. My proud heaven has already reached the 9th level. Although I didn't deliberately control my flesh and blood, I didn't expect the paralyzing toxins to be so powerful. Lin Fei finally witnessed the power of the strange meta beast. How terrifying. Lin Fei knew very well that if he didn't use his full strength, it wouldn't be so easy for him to leave the origin ground today. Boom! Boom! His flesh and blood shook, instantly shattering the paralyzing toxins in his body. Open! Lin Fei's body trembled as he punched the black tongue. The powerful force was only able to make the tongue move slightly, and the pressure on his body lessened slightly. So powerful. If the other party had a physical defense, Lin Fei might have believed it. But now, a huge tongue had such a defensive power. It was completely beyond his imagination. No, I saw some special energy. Could it be that it's elemental annihilation energy? Not only does it have terrifying power, but it can also form an elemental energy defense. After Lin Fei tried attacking it a few times, he finally figured out what was going on. Every time his attack landed on the giant tongue, the surface of the tongue would produce black and white energy. It wasn't very obvious, but it did block his attacks. This energy should be the existence of the meta beast's instinct. The 3 top forces have never been able to break into the demon motherland. Perhaps it has a lot to do with this. Lin Fei increased the power in his hands, focusing his attacks on a single spot. After more than 20 attacks, he blasted a wound. After feeling the pain, he took advantage of the situation and shook, gaining an opportunity to escape. In a short time, this strange meta beast had caught up to the people of the massacre court. Its attack method was very crude, but it was very useful at this time. Especially the paralyzing toxins. Be it High Lords or Great High Lords, in front of this powerful meta beast, they all seemed extremely weak. Great Sovereign, I'm coming to save you. Lin Fei's heart sank. This time, they really were all wiped out. It was completely one-sided. They couldn't stop it. Great Sovereign Black Absolute's entire body was almost paralyzed. His entire body became dispirited and listless, and his consciousness was not very clear. Save them! Lin Fei turned towards Dugu Yijian and the elemental children and pounced. 10-tier power art burst forth. He directly used the first tier, a 5-fold amplification. Roar! He punched through it. Dugu Yijian and the elemental children fell to the ground. Most of their bodies couldn't move. We really failed miserably this time. Lin Fei reached out and grabbed. Dugu Yijian's sword intent was domineering, but in front of this toxin, it seemed extremely weak. He smiled bitterly at Lin Fei. I'll bring you out. Chapter 2975. As soon as the terrifying and tyrannical essence beasts appeared, the people of the three forces were completely routed. They didn't even have the strength to resist. Even the great sovereign powerhouses seemed powerless at this time. They were panic-stricken, and it seemed as if all of their killing moves had become useless. First, it was Great Supremacy Feng Dong, then Great Supremacy Black Jew, and then Imperial Exterminator. Without exception, they were all defeated by the Essence Beast. Triumphant laughter could be heard from the high platforms. Our king is mighty. The three forces will have to pay a heavy price this time. Several of their great supremacies have fallen. Without these powerhouses, we can start our next step. Those fellows from the Saint Spirit domain will be shocked soon. Let's give them a big gift. Our devil ancestor will let them know what fear is. Mo33's eyes were cold as he looked at everything below him. A faint smile appeared on his face. Third Elder, Fifth Elder, you have done well this time. You have made a great contribution to the devil ancestor. On another high platform far away, the two burly great devil elders also revealed proud expressions when they heard the devil ancestor's praise. This plan had succeeded because of them. The three forces had recklessly barged in, and the devil ancestor had defeated them in one fell swoop. This meant that there was a gap in the encirclement of the three forces. From now on, the devil ancestor would walk out of this barren land. It would officially have the right to expand its power in the Saint Spirit domain and compete with the three forces. Lin Fei carried the two of them with one hand. Under the first stage of the tenfold power technique, his speed increased by several times as he flew out. The terrifying essence beast had terrifying attack power, paralyzing speed, and swallowing ability. However, its speed was obviously slower. It was only a step faster than ordinary great supremacies, but compared to Lin Fei, it was a far cry. Lin Fei could not shake it off. The endless suction force shrouded the area in front of him, and he had to use a portion of his strength to resist it. On the plains, the demon generals and demon soldiers who were making sacrifices were now flocking over. With the eruption of the tenfold strength art, the particles in Lin Fei's body stirred, and the aura he emitted was enough to shatter a large number of demonic generals surrounding him. This won't do. There are too many demon generals and demon soldiers. I won't be able to kill them all in time. I reckon that the people on the high platform have already noticed me. I have to end this quickly. Lin Fei frowned slightly. The situation was getting worse for him. The life of a single meta beast was enough to put him in a difficult situation. Too powerful. Tenfold strength technique second stage burst forth. Lin Fei didn't know what kind of danger awaited him if he stayed any longer in this place. Under the eruption of the second layer of strength, his speed suddenly skyrocketed, and he directly became a black line, piercing through. His strength doubled once again, and no one could stop him wherever he went. Lin Fei forcefully carved out a bloody path. It was only a step away from the ancestral land of the devil tribe. The dangerous array emitted a cold and dangerous aura, but in Lin Fei's eyes, there was a slight change in the array, and a lot of it had already been broken by the system. Kid, you still want to leave this place? You're delusional. Three black figures descended in front of him, and each of them had the aura of a great demon. They were extremely powerful, and they were looking at Lin Fei with a cruel and mocking expression. Scram! Lin Fei didn't have time to play with them. The meta beasts behind him kept chasing him. If he was delayed, it would be even more troublesome. The three great demons laughed sinisterly, but in the next second, a tyrannical and terrifying aura directly crushed over, slamming fiercely into their bodies. In a single exchange, the three great demons vomited blood and flew out. Lin Fei carried people with both hands, and had no time to be distracted. With a single word, he injured the three great demons. It was very domineering and tyrannical. The three great demons' bodies were also left with cracks, and it was a shocking sight. On the high platform, the 10 elders and the other top powerhouses of the demon nation all noticed this scene, and they were all secretly shocked. What a powerful force! That kid is not bad. That seems to be the Dark Shadow Palace's body-tempering supremacy, Lin Fei. His physical strength is very strong, and he has cultivated for less than 150,000 years. He is one of the top 3 geniuses in the Dark Shadow Palace. I didn't expect him to be so powerful. Although the group of elders was a little surprised, they didn't take it to heart. Body-tempering supremacies were popular in the Saint Spirit domain, but in a place like the Demon Nation, almost all the great demons and powerhouses were body-tempering supremacies. The other party's ability was not worth mentioning. He's just a Dark Shadow Palace prodigy. I can take him down with one hand. On one of the high platforms, a great demon elder directly made a move. His thick black arm grabbed outwards, and he appeared above Lin Fei. With a great capture, the void was instantly sealed. This was something that could only be done with extremely powerful physical strength. 10th Elder's great capture is getting more and more skilled. That brat from the Dark Shadow Palace will definitely not be able to escape. The 10th Elder's great capture came down. Lin Fei felt a power sealing off the area in front of him. At the same time, the power crushed down on him. The power was extremely terrifying. Even a great sovereign might not be able to easily break free from the seal of the great capturing technique. With the activation of the second stage of the tenfold strength technique, this bit of power was not worth mentioning. Lin Fei collided with it. With a cracking sound, the seal formed by the powerful force shattered into pieces. Lin Fei rushed out and increased his speed. He scuttled into the Ancestral Lands array. The system immediately provided him with a route, and the terrifying array attack seemed to be non-existent. He actually failed. The 10 great elders of the demon nation had extremely ugly expressions. They actually failed to take down a young brat. That slap was really painful. That brat is quite famous. He can even break the 10th elder's great capture, but he doesn't know what's good for him. He wants to break through our origin ground's peerless array. He really doesn't know what death means. That's right, that brat is dead meat. Everyone released their divine senses into the array. They originally thought that the brat would be reduced to ashes under the terrifying attack of the array. However, when they saw that the brat was like a fish in water in the array, the 10 great elders and the great demon experts below were all completely dumbfounded. Damn it, how did he know the position of the array? There's no way he could know. What the hell, what's going on? In a few breaths, the other party went deep into the array. A great demon elder reacted. Control the array immediately and kill him. We can't let him go out and leak the news. They reacted very quickly. However, Lin Fei was even faster. There were almost no restrictions, and he directly flew along the route. Chapter 2976. My lord, please allow me to chase after that kid. The 10th elder took the initiative to ask. Lin Fei of the Dark Shadow Palace had escaped. This was beyond the expectations of the 10 elders. They seemed to be a little embarrassed. The Demon 33 country lord shook his head, no need. A mere heaven's chosen is nothing. Just inform the people outside to chase after him. That guy was able to break through your great capture and smoothly pass through the formation. He is indeed outstanding. However, if a body-tempering supremacy uses a secret technique, it will be very difficult for him to escape from the demon motherland back to the army camp outside. At that time, no one will listen to their words. The 10 elders on the high platform were stunned for a moment before they all revealed smiles. Lin Fei brought the 2 of them and rushed out. I must return to the army camp and report the news. The demon motherland is about to make a big move. Besieging the last ancestral land of the demon motherland. Lin Fei did not think that it would succeed. Throughout history, the alliance's strength had reached its peak several times, but it had never been able to cause much of an impact on the last ancestral land of the demon motherland. One could imagine the difficulty. Lin Fei could only say that the Imperial Exterminator was a big idiot. Someone is chasing us. Behind him, sounds of air breaking could be heard. Lin Fei did not feel the life aura of the essence beast. He secretly heaved a sigh of relief. If that thing came, it would not be easy to deal with. He could be said to have experienced it deeply. That abnormal defense was perfect, it was very difficult to deal with. I'd better find a place to help them expel the paralysis poison from their bodies. Elysian Son of Heaven and Duguijian were extremely strong, but in front of the paralysis poison, it was difficult to expel it in a short time. The demon motherland's territory was very large. Lin Fei activated the second layer of power. His speed was extremely fast. Coupled with the system scanning, he easily avoided everyone. Along the way, he encountered the encirclement of the great demons and easily killed them. Finally, in an abandoned cave, Lin Fei used a formation to conceal his aura, avoiding the pursuit of the experts of the demon motherland. This situation could not be maintained for long. The demon generals of the demon country were searching in circles outside. It was a true carpet search. It wouldn't take long for them to reach this location. Lin Fei believed that this amount of time was enough. Two hands patted on the back of the Elysian Sun and Duguijian, and a massive amount of energy blasted in, beginning to strangle the paralyzing poison. This thing was very hard to get rid of and was very tough. The power of the things that meta beasts possess is truly extraordinary, especially this paralyzing poison. It's extremely tough, and without enough power, it's impossible to break it. It's really difficult to rely on just the two of them. Lin Fei activated his physical strength and focused on crushing the paralysis toxin. The entire process lasted for 2 hours. Elysian Son of Heaven and Duguijian opened their eyes at the same time. Thank you, Brother Lin, I didn't expect this poison to be so powerful, even my strength can't destroy it. Duguijian had a lingering fear in his heart, if not for Lin Fei's help, they would definitely be finished. My Buddhist light can eliminate everything. It's too difficult to deal with this kind of thing. The life force of a meta beast is even more terrifying than I expected. The Elysian Son of Heaven sincerely thanked Lin Fei. None of them had expected that this operation would be so dangerous. Is it just the three of us that came out? Duguijian asked. Lin Fei nodded, we were completely wiped out. The Devil Motherland is more terrifying than we imagined. Perhaps, what we saw was just the tip of the iceberg. Duguijian and the Elysian Son of Heaven fell silent. Everyone, don't be discouraged. As long as we report the news, I believe the higher-ups will take it seriously. Lin Fei also didn't know what to say, he could only say this, what we need to do now is to leave the Devil Motherland. They're here. Duguijian's killing intent turned cold, he sensed that the surrounding people were coming. Let's kill our way out. The two of them were very powerful, and after suffering at the hands of the meta beast, they had a belly full of anger with nowhere to vent. The demon generals and other experts from the outside had undoubtedly become their target. Kill. The three of them rushed out like ferocious tigers descending the mountain. Awesome. Kill, kill, kill. With a sweep of Duguijian's sword intent, the demon generals died one after another. None of them could last for more than 3 breaths, let alone the others. The three of them moved very quickly, rushing all the way out. Wave after wave of demon generals were getting stronger and stronger. In front of the three of them, they couldn't even withstand a single blow. They were getting closer and closer to the army camp. Soon, they were besieged by 15 great demons. Each of them had the strength of a mid-stage great demon. Their strong defense, coupled with their close combat killing moves, directly put Duguijian and the Elysian Sun in danger. For a moment, they were surrounded by danger. Among the people present, Lin Fei was the most relaxed. The sky splitter hammer whizzed forward, and black shadows smashed onto their bodies. He didn't need any moves, his speed was faster, and his power was greater. With his full strength, the great demon generals besieging Lin Fei were all killed in less than 10 breaths. He plundered a large amount of life energy and rushed to the side of the Elysian Son of Heaven. They are too difficult to deal with. The Elysian Son of Heaven was now sincerely convinced, it's all thanks to Brother Lin's help. The few great demon generals were very resilient, but just this alone was enough to make them feel unbearable. The Elysian Son of Heaven originally thought that he was weaker than Lin Fei, but now he truly realized that the difference between him and Lin Fei wasn't just one level, but a huge one. Lin Fei could easily kill 4 to 5 great demon generals, while he had a hard time dealing with them. With the addition of 2 people, Dugu Yijian also quickly killed the great demon generals, and without any hesitation, they continued to rush out. The number of experts in the demonic motherland was far beyond imagination. Along the way, there were constantly experts coming out to intercept them, each wave stronger than the last. First, there were 10 great demon generals, then 20, until there were 30. When Dugu Yijian and the Elysian Son of Heaven knew that they couldn't fight head-on, they used Lin Fei as the center. The 2 of them blocked the attacks from the side, and the frontal attack was handed over to Lin Fei. The 3 of them arrived at the border of the demonic motherland without any mishaps. We're finally out. The Elysian Son of Heaven and Dugu Yijian were in a trance. They almost couldn't get out. As long as we enter the array, then there's nothing to worry about. Lin Fei looked at the army camp, there's a large array over there that seals the demonic motherland. Those experts from the demonic motherland might not be able to break through. The 3 of them nodded. This matter wasn't something that could be dealt with easily. They had to gather the strength of the 3 major powers in order to deal a heavy blow to the demonic motherland. Without the pursuers, the 3 of them successfully returned to the army camp. The army camp was no different from usual. Chapter 2977. The Wilderness Military Camp. The remaining supremacies in the military camp changed their expressions when they saw Lin Fei and the other 2 in a sorry state. They did not look like they had returned in triumph. Did something big happen? What's going on? Why didn't the deputy commander let us in? Look at the people around us. They seem to be watching us, as if they want to capture us. The deputy commander did not summon them as they had imagined. Instead, he asked them to wait outside. Dugu Yijian transmitted a message to Lin Fei and the Elysian Son. He was suspicious. What the hell? We are being chased by the great demon in the demon motherland. Now that we are back in the military camp, we are being watched. What's going on? Let's get angry and kill them all. The Elysian Son did not have a good temper. Lin Fei frowned slightly. This situation didn't seem right no matter how he looked at it. Could something have really happened? Surround these 3 traitors of the Dark Shadow Palace and spies of the demon motherland. Do not let them escape. Suddenly, a terrifying aura descended from the military camp. The great formation began to operate, and a vast and powerful force came crashing down, firmly suppressing the 3 of them. The deputy commander of the massacre court, who was clad in black armor, strode forward. He glared at them and shouted, "I did not expect that you would betray the Dark Shadow Palace and become the pawns of the demon motherland. You won't be able to escape today. Traitor?" Lin Fei was speechless. He had become a traitor for no reason. He had colluded with the demon motherland. Did this crime need to be so serious? Who is the traitor? Make it clear. The Elysian Son was already angry. If you don't make it clear, this matter will not end. Dugu Yijian transmitted a message to Lin Fei. We seem to be involved in the great maelstrom. Compared to the Elysian Son, Dugu Yijian was much calmer. He did not say a word and looked around. There was a trace of confusion between his brows. Do you really think that no one knows your background? The vice commander coldly snorted, "You won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Then this commander will convince you. Lin Fei, Duguijian, Elysian son of heaven, you've all disappointed me. If I hadn't been lucky enough to escape with my life, I reckon that your schemes would have succeeded. Unfortunately, Heaven's net has long arms, and you guys never expected it, right?" The exterminating emperor walked out of the room without any warning, his face pale. His eyes were filled with anger as he glared at the three of them. The gazes of the deputy commander and the surrounding supremacy powerhouses turned hostile and angry. Just half a day ago, they found out that their allied forces had been besieged by the powerhouses of the Devil Motherland. The allied forces had suffered heavy casualties and were almost completely wiped out. Among them, there were 3 traitors from the Dark Shadow Palace. They defected to the Devil's Motherland and schemed against the allied forces. In the end, all their efforts were in vain. "Weren't you swallowed by a soul beast?" The Elysian son's eyes widened as he stared at the resurrected Imperial exterminator. They had all witnessed the terror of a soul beast. Any powerhouse that was swallowed by a soul beast would die a miserable death in the blink of an eye. For the Imperial exterminator to appear here, alive and well, was completely beyond their imagination. It was simply inconceivable. The Imperial exterminator sneered, "That's right, if you hadn't defected to the Devil Motherland, we wouldn't have fallen for their trap." Fortunately, at the critical moment, Mystic Cave appeared, allowing this commander to survive and expose your true colors. "You've really tarnished the reputation of the Dark Shadow Palace." At this time, Mystic Cave also walked out with a pale face, his body reeking of blood. It was clear that he had just experienced a fierce battle, and his life energy had been greatly depleted. "The 3 of you, are you all surprised?" Mystic Cave's voice was filled with hatred. "Because of your betrayal, all the geniuses I brought here died in the Devil Motherland. I will never forget this enmity for the rest of my life. Kill them. Kill them. Lackeys of the Devil Motherland." The exalts were all infuriated. Lin Fei was also shocked. The Devil Motherland really has good methods. "I'm afraid that the Imperial Exterminator and Mystic Cave have already been controlled by the Devil Motherland, and they've returned before us. The situation is a little bad. Master, they're filled with killing intent towards you. We can't stay here any longer." The little devil reminded him. "You've been tricked by the Devil Motherland. If today's matter spreads, the Saint Spirit World and the 3 major forces will hunt you down." Lin Fei smiled bitterly. "Fortunately, I'm strong enough. Otherwise, I really wouldn't be able to resist the pursuit of the 3 major forces. Even if the Dark Shadow Palace doesn't make a move, just the Temporal Temple and the Massacre God Court are enough to make them suffer." Lin Fei wasn't very angry about being slandered by others. Instead, he admired the Devil Motherland's methods. Was he going to use his full strength? "Brother Lin, what do you think we should do now?" Duguijian didn't pay attention for a moment and subconsciously asked Lin Fei. "I feel that the only thing we need to do now is to survive. I can sense killing intent from them. They want to kill us." Lin Fei said. "We're from the Dark Shadow Palace. You said that we've surrendered to the Devil Motherland and betrayed you. How can we believe your words?" The Elysian son suppressed his anger. In the Saint Spirit World, betraying the 3 major forces was a huge loss, even if it was just a cooperative relationship. All of their elite forces had been destroyed by the Devil Motherland, and the front line of the army camp had become extremely fragile. Unknowingly, this had become a huge matter. The Imperial Exterminator seemed to have expected this. "Brother Mystic Cave, they're still not satisfied. I'll have to trouble you to show them the evidence of surrendering to the Devil Motherland. I believe that when that happens, they'll have nothing to say, and we won't have to wrongly accuse them." Mystic Cave waved his hand. "Fortunately, I'm also a Temporal Temple's exterminator. I have a space-time treasure with me that can record everything. Now, take a good look at your evil deeds." Whoosh! Whoosh! A scene appeared. It was the scene of the attack on the Devil Motherland's origin land. However, the scene above showed them approaching the origin divine lake and witnessing the terrifying sacrificial ritual. Then, they started fighting. Grand Monarch Ming Dong, Grand Monarch Exterminator, and several other Grand Monarchs had joined forces to attack them. Then, Lin Fei and the other two had suddenly launched deadly attacks against the Grand Monarchs. Then, they had suffered a series of defeats. This is fake. It's not like that. The Elysian Sun said angrily. It was completely different from what he had imagined. Naturally, he was extremely angry. Dugu Yijian and Lin Fei looked at each other and understood that they had been tricked. Chapter 2978. The Imperial Exterminator took out a scroll and threw it at Lin Fei and the others. This is an announcement from the Dark Shadow Palace to the Saint Spirit World. It has not been announced yet. However, you have been expelled from the Dark Shadow Palace. You are no longer disciples of the Dark Shadow Palace. Men, take them down. The surrounding supremacies attacked as soon as the order was given. Sword Domain. Dugu Yijian unleashed a terrifying sword domain. Everyone was attacked by the terrifying sword intent. The sharp sword intent cut through the void. Even the supremacies could not withstand such an attack at that moment. They all took out their treasures to block it. Buddha's light illumination. The Elysian Sun's body shone brightly with Sanskrit chants. As soon as the two of them attacked, they suppressed the surrounding supremacy powerhouses. Brother Lin, let's go. The three of them were not people who would sit still and wait for death. The Imperial Exterminator grabbed at the void. We predicted that you would resist and came to the Wildlands military camp. How can we let you leave? We still want to know what the Demon Motherland is planning. Boom! Boom! The Imperial Exterminator controlled the Grand Formation, and with the help of the formation's enormous power, a terrifying black light shot towards Dugu Yijian, who was the closest to him. The formless sharp sword domain shattered, seeming to be insufficient in the face of such great power. One palm. Dugu Yijian flew out and spat out blood. The Wildlands military camp's formation was a top-grade formation that could prevent the Demon Motherland from breaking through the defense line. In the Wildlands military camp, even the top experts were no match for the commander. Within the formation, the Imperial Exterminator's strength was almost invincible. Unless the Grand Array was blasted open, no one would be able to stop it. You can also lie down now. The Imperial Exterminator pressed his palm against the Elysian Sun. The Sanskrit chants shattered and the lotus platforms collapsed. The Buddhist chants were gone. The Elysian Sun was also sent flying with half of his body disintegrated. You won't be able to escape in the Wildlands military camp. The Imperial Exterminator's eyes flashed with joy and calmed down. He once again slapped at Lin Fei. Within the formation, a casual palm attack could reach the legendary peak Great Venerable Lord strength, which was infinitely close to an ultimate god strength. Lin Fei immediately felt the terrifying power of this palm, and all the hairs on his body stood up. It was truly terrifying. This is the power of a top-notch formation. Its power is almost at the level of an ultimate god expert. Even if it's not, it's at least 10% of its power. This shouldn't be the full power of the Imperial Exterminator. After making his decision, Lin Fei immediately made his choice. He brandished the Sky Splitter hammer in his hand, creating an airtight barrier around them. The tyrannical power blasted away a portion of it, but the majority of it landed on Lin Fei's body. His flesh and blood exploded, and his body became a blur as he was sent flying. Even though his injuries looked severe, under the might of the ninth heaven prideful heavenly body, this kind of injury was nothing more than a light injury. However, to Dugu Yijian and Elysian Son of Heaven, the power of this palm was no less than a fatal injury. As Lin Fei flew out, he reached out with his hand, and the power within his body surged out, condensing into a palm that grabbed the two of them. His speed skyrocketed, and he rushed out. Those who block me shall die. The wilderness barracks was huge. The heavenly gods formed battle formations and rushed forward to stop Lin Fei. Killing intent flickered in Lin Fei's eyes as he dodged the Imperial Exterminator's attack. Grabbing the Heaven Splitter hammer, he unleashed his full power as he swung it down. Anything touched by the golden light would explode into clouds of blood mist. The Sky Splitter hammer was now practically made of true Yuan force and divine force, and its power was disdainful. As Lin Fei swept out, the heavenly god battle teams fell one after another. Hundreds and thousands of heavenly gods were killed, and even the supremacies tried to surround him. After paying the price of dozens of supremacies' lives, no one dared to stop him anymore. Devil. The great devil of the Devil Nation. Commander, kill him, you must kill him. The supremacies looked at Lin Fei with fear in their eyes. They had never seen such a powerful supremacy, killing a 7th or 8th order heavenly god realm in a single move, yet they couldn't even withstand a single hit from that terrifying hammer. Lin Fei was infinitely close to the barracks entrance. At this moment, the formation's power was on full display. The land in front of Lin Fei suddenly turned white, as if he had entered a special place. Illusion Realm. Lin Fei was dazed for a second, as if he was in a daze. From the void above, a hand reached out, slapping at his back like raging waves crashing against the shore, as if everything in front of this palm could be destroyed. You can't escape. I didn't expect your physique to be so strong that even the formation's power can't easily destroy your body. This commander is becoming more and more interested in your physique cultivation technique. Lin Fei turned around and struck out with his palm. Boom! A powerful energy wave rippled out. The surrounding space did not change much because of this wave of power. This commander has really underestimated you. The Killing Emperor walked out, his eyes sharp. His pale face was now filled with a trace of malevolence. No wonder you could escape from the origin lands. This level of strength is comparable to a late-stage great sovereign. Lin Fei held the Holy Son of Heaven and the solitary sword in his hands. He had no interest in tangling with the Killing Emperor. 10 stages strength technique, second stage. Lin Fei directly unleashed the power of the second stage. Kill. The heaven-splitting hammer struck out with full force. A streak of golden light slammed into the Killing Emperor's body. Boom! With a loud blast, the Killing Emperor's body exploded into a mist of blood. You actually grasped the 10th stage strength technique. I can't let you live. The Killing Emperor, who had just reformed, was astounded. Such a powerful force was clearly a secret killing technique of the Devil Nation. Based on this kind of power, it was most likely the second stage. You really concealed your cultivation. You're a great sovereign. The Killing Emperor immediately reacted. Lin Fei smashed forward, wave after wave of power hit the void. Little Fiend also quickly pointed out the flaws of the formation, causing the entire formation to shake. Fortunately, I let Little Fiend analyze the formation of the Wildlands barracks and found some flaws in the formation. I didn't expect to use it. It's really an unintentional result. The Killing Emperor kept controlling the formation to attack Lin Fei. Under the eruption of the second stage power, the increase in power was terrifying. Even he himself had to use the formation's full power. No, he actually found the flaws of the formation. How is this possible? This formation was arranged by 3 hierarchs. Even the Devil Nation is not clear about it. Chapter 2979. It was useless for the Imperial Exterminator to be anxious. The array's power was terrifying, and it could increase the Imperial Exterminator's strength to a certain extent. Even a monstrous exterminator could take him down in a matter of time. However, this time, Shao Chun ran into Lin Fei, who managed to figure out the flaws in the Savage Legion's formations. With the help of his strength, Lin Fei shook the array. In the end, the Imperial Exterminator watched helplessly as Lin Fei rushed out of the array with the 2 of them, disappearing into the horizon. I still underestimated this kid. He can actually master our demon nation's secret technique, the tenfold strength art. The Imperial Exterminator was surprised. Another person appeared from the void beside him. It was Mystic Cave. It's indeed unexpected. He's clearly a great sovereign, but he hid his strength so deeply. He really hid it well. Mystic Cave frowned slightly, and that weapon doesn't seem to be as simple as a half-finished essence energy divine weapon. It's a bit too powerful. Even a great sovereign was injured in one blow. Although Lin Fei is strong, in front of the general trend, he's just a powerful ant. The Imperial Exterminator's eyes flickered with a strange light. The monarch won't blame us. Great Paragon Ming Dong nodded. The wilderness barracks have been completely routed. Originally, we were looking for a few scapegoats, but now, I think the three of them are very suitable. The three great forces will definitely be furious out of shame and send out orders to hunt them down. No matter where they go, they will have nowhere to hide, unless they enter the Black Realm. Let's go back and prepare. The Imperial Exterminator grinned. Lin Fei carried the two of them, and with the help of the tenfold strength art, rushed out of the wilderness barracks, and left the wilderness. Fortunately, they didn't catch up. After confirming that there was no danger, he breathed a sigh of relief. The system was also monitoring the surroundings. As long as the Imperial Exterminator's aura appeared in the system's monitoring range, Lin Fei would know immediately. Dugu Yijian and the Elysian Sun were seriously injured. Lin Fei simply found a safe place in the nearby mountains, set up a formation, and stood guard outside to protect the two. The whole process lasted for half a month. I didn't expect that even with the help of the formation, I wouldn't be able to withstand a single move from him. Dugu Yijian's injuries were almost healed, but he had also suffered a lot of blows. Brother Lin, it's you again. I owe you 2 lives. The Elysian Sun smiled bitterly. I really didn't expect that we would become traitors of the Dark Shadow Palace one day. The 3 superpowers might even issue a bounty on our heads. Lin Fei didn't really care about this. Back then, he chose to join the Dark Shadow Palace because he wanted to obtain more resources. Lin Fei was rather displeased to be labeled as a traitor of the Dark Shadow Palace. Do you think that the Imperial Exterminator and Ming Dong are being controlled by someone? Dugu Yijian suddenly said. If they weren't being controlled, why would we be the scapegoats? Lin Fei said calmly. Whether they are being controlled or not, it really has nothing to do with us now. If I'm not wrong, it won't be long before the wilderness barracks blockade completely collapses. Dugu Yijian and the Elysian Sun's faces darkened again. They didn't dare to think about this outcome. Too ruthless. The Elysian Sun punched a rock beside him, and the rock shattered into pieces. Terrifying. We will still be the culprits of the wilderness barracks collapse. That Ming Dong Supreme definitely has the ability to reverse everything. Dugu Yijian said straightforwardly. Doesn't that mean that we're finished? The Elysian Sun panicked. The wilderness barracks was jointly set up by the 3 superpowers. If the 3 superpowers come after us, then, the Elysian Sun didn't dare to think about it. That would definitely be the most terrifying nightmare of his life. Brother Lin, what do you think we should do now? The Elysian Sun asked Lin Fei. Lin Fei had saved his life twice in a row. No matter how arrogant he was, he had to admit defeat. Lin Fei looked into the distance and said, we can only wait and see and hide as far as we can. I believe that the people from the 3 major forces will arrive soon. Even if it is the Dark Shadow Palace, they will kill us. The losses this time are too great. Without the barrier to seal them off, the Mo nation will invade the Saint Spirit domain again. Dugu Yijian and the Elysian Sun's faces suddenly changed. They opened their communication devices and checked. Brother Lin, you're right. The wilderness barracks has been ambushed by the Devil Empire's experts. The defensive line has completely collapsed. Now, it has been occupied by the Devil Empire. The heaven gods stationed here have almost all been annihilated. The three gods are furious. They have personally notified the Saint Spirit domain and put the three of us on their kill list. I've received it too. The Elysian son said, his face turning even uglier. Lin Fei had guessed that this would happen. The Imperial Killer and Feng Dong should be under the control of the Devil Empire. Only by destroying the wilderness barracks from the inside can they deal a heavy blow. The three of them fell silent for a moment. We have to go to the Black Domain to lie low for a while. Du Guijian said. Without the blockade, the Devil Empire will definitely cause a bloodbath in the Saint Spirit domain. The three of us will not be able to clear our names even if we jump into the Yellow River. We might as well hide for a while. I also have to train my strength. Du Guijian had suffered a great blow during the siege of the Devil Empire. Let's go to the Black Domain. Some messages also appeared on Lin Fei's communication device. Among them were messages from his senior brother. All of them told him about what had happened in the Dark Shadow Palace. There was also a message from Great Venerable Han Tian, telling them to go to the Black Domain to lie low. Great Venerable Han Tian trusted Lin Fei and would not do such a thing. However, no one dared to say anything since the god had given the order. The wilderness barracks had completely collapsed. The Devil Empire had officially occupied the wilderness, causing a huge wave in the Saint Spirit domain. The entire Saint Spirit domain was shocked by this news. The three top forces immediately mobilized their forces to attack the wilderness. They wanted to take advantage of the Devil Empire's lack of defense to completely destroy their strength. In the end, the great supremacies leading the troops suffered a crushing defeat in the wilderness, and the attack failed. The Saint Spirit domain was shocked. Everyone knew that the three top forces had mobilized at least 10 great supremacies and countless supremacies in order to suppress the Devil Empire's formidable martial artists. There was also an army of heaven gods. However, under such circumstances, they had still suffered a crushing defeat. After the Devil Empire defeated the three top forces' first attack, it announced to the outside world that it would welcome the three top forces as guests. At the same time, it thanked the Dark Shadow Palace for nurturing three supreme geniuses and so on. Once again, it slapped the three top forces in the face, especially the Dark Shadow Palace. Everyone was embarrassed. In an instant, Lin Fei, Du Guijian, and Elysian Son of Heaven spread throughout the Saint Spirit domain. However, this time, it was not fame but notoriety. Chapter 2980. When the three geniuses of the Dark Shadow Palace were infamous. The large and small forces of the Saint Spirit world were all focused on the Devil Motherland. Without the blockade of the wilderness camp, the wilderness area was in the hands of the Devil Motherland. Without the restrictions, the Saint Spirit world was no different from an open door. The Devil Motherland could invade at any time. From the first suppression by the three major forces, the result was a complete defeat. This made everyone see the tyrannical power of the Devil Motherland. From the news that came out of that battle, the Devil Motherland had devils and great devils as many as the clouds. Even existences like devil generals below the devil level were also very powerful. Entrance of the Black Domain City. This huge city did not have any changes because of the Devil Motherland breaking through the defense line. The two words Black Domain were enough to make all forces fear. This city was the closest to the entrance of the Dark Region. As for when it was formed, no one knew. However, everyone knew that no one had ever dared to make a move inside the Dark Region. Those who dared to make a move were now nothing more than dust in the annals of history. The Devil Motherland is going to cause trouble in the Saint Spirit world. The three Divine Lords are going to have a headache. The situation outside is going to change greatly. I heard that the Devil Motherland has experts as many as the clouds. Once they launch an attack, the three top forces will not be able to resist. Now, many forces have gone to seek refuge with the Devil Motherland, especially the forces around the wilderness. They either evacuated or went to seek refuge. It's a mess. In the restaurant of Black Domain City, everywhere was discussing the Devil Motherland. The Devil Motherland that had reaccumulated its strength had become a huge monster. No one knew its specific strength. From the failure of the first suppression operation, one could see the tip of the iceberg of the Devil Motherland. In the courtyard of an inn, Lin Fei and the other two temporarily stayed here. Originally, they were going to enter the Black Domain. After some deliberation, they decided to stay in Black Domain City. Compared to the big cities outside, Black Domain City was safer in all aspects. In Black Domain City, it was forbidden to fight. Deterrence and killing without mercy. It's chaotic outside. Holy Son of Heaven returned from scouting. The Devil Motherland and the three major forces have already had several small-scale battles. The Devil Motherland has the advantage. Sure enough, we are no match for the Devil Motherland, Du Guijian said. I also heard that the three major powers have sent out secret teams to capture us. That's because we've become the laughingstock of the three major powers. Every day we live is a day of discomfort for them. Sheng Tianzi said in a deep voice, with their methods, they should be able to find us very quickly. The Temporal Temple's ability may not be good at other things, but they are the best at gathering information. After Lin Fei came to the Black City, he had been very calm. His state of mind was not affected at all. The Shadow Palace also did not leave behind any clones, so there was no loss at all. Du Guijian and Sheng Tianzi were different. Their clones were destroyed, and they suffered heavy losses. Until now, they had not recovered. In Black Region City, we don't need to worry. They don't have the guts to make a move. Lin Fei said, the city lord here and the Black Region Guard army are not to be trifled with. He had been in Blackfield City for more than half a year. Lin Fei had figured out what was going on. As the gateway to the Black Region, the existence of Blackfield City had a special meaning. Even though there were no experts guarding the city, in truth, Blackfield City represented the entire Black Region. Wait until I'm strong enough, I'll definitely kill all the devils from the Devil Motherland. Sheng Tianzi gritted his teeth, they were fine, but they turned us into this. No one would feel comfortable with being labeled as a traitor. On a moonless and windy night, a group of people arrived at Blackfield City. This group was not big in number, roughly 100 people in total. The weakest among them was a 7th-order Heavenly God Realm Master, but the most terrifying ones were the several leaders, exuding a dangerous aura. The first thing they did upon entering Blackfield City was to pay a visit to the Blackfield City Lord. The Blackfield City Lord was a middle-aged man, exuding an elegant aura. He personally received this group of people because this group's identity was not simple. They were a secret team formed by the Saint Spirit World's top 3 forces. The Wildlands Great Barracks was routed, and the Devil Motherland regained their freedom. This matter was no doubt a slap to the 3 forces' faces. Every day these 3 people were not captured would make their faces uncomfortable. In front of the evidence, everyone assumed the Dark Shadow Palace's 3 people were the culprits. In this secret team, the person they wanted to capture the most was the Dark Shadow Palace's Great Venerable Shurjian. His seniority in the Dark Shadow Palace was even higher than Great Venerable Heaven Shaker and Great Venerable Black Jew. This time, Great Venerable Shurjian was here. You want to capture Lin Fei's group, are you sure they are in our Blackfield City? The Blackfield City Lord was all smiles, giving off an amiable aura. The leader of this secret team was a Great Venerable from the Divine Court of Massacre, named Great Venerable Absolute Kill. The 3 of them are currently hiding in an inn in Blackfield City. We hope Lord Castellan will allow us to capture them. After all, these 3 people are from the Devil Motherland. Who can guarantee that they aren't plotting something else? We hope Lord Castellan can give us some convenience. Great Venerable Absolute Kill pleaded sincerely. In front of the Blackfield City Lord, Great Venerable Absolute Kill didn't dare to put on airs. This city lord has also heard about the matter of the Devil Nation. Those who betray us must be severely punished. Since they are hiding in Black Domain City, they are naturally duty-bound. The Black Domain City Lord didn't want to offend the three top forces. He still had to give them face. Many thanks for Lord Castellan's understanding. There's no time to lose. Capture them immediately. Master, someone is here to capture you. It should be the three top forces' secret team. Lin Fei, who was sitting cross-legged, immediately woke up when he heard Little Fiend's reminder. Little Fiend sent him the scene of the Castellan mansion. The Blackfield City Lord was powerful, but he couldn't stop the system, which was even more powerful. To avoid being targeted, Lin Fei had Little Fiend constantly monitor him. At most, it would consume some energy points, which was nothing. Dark Shadow Palace's Great Venerable Shijian. He has always been fair in the Dark Shadow Palace. I didn't expect him to come personally. Lin Fei glanced around and recognized a Great Venerable. Around 100 people, all from the three top forces' elite teams. They won't give up until they capture us. Lin Fei had underestimated the influence of the three top forces. Without any hesitation, he notified Duguijian and Sage Son of Heaven that the secret team had arrived. They really came. Duguijian shook his head, not asking Lin Fei how he knew. Then won't they be here soon? The Blackfield City Lord is really a good-for-nothing. Sage Son of Heaven cursed. We have to leave immediately. Once we enter Blackfield, they can't do anything. Chapter 2981. Traitors of the Dark Shadow Palace, come out and surrender. As soon as Lin Fei finished speaking, a terrifying aura descended upon the trio. A huge palm descended from the sky and slapped down mercilessly. After using a treasure to seal the space, the secret capture team took action. Grand Monarch Deathstrike's palm slapped down, and the huge courtyard was razed to the ground. There were ruins everywhere, and there were still remnants of energy fluctuations. Lin Fei, Solitary Sword, Holy Son of Heaven, do you still want to resist? Grand Monarch Shijian of the Dark Shadow Palace glared angrily at the three of them. Whoosh! Whoosh! My lord, these three people are really quite capable. It's worth for the three top forces to secretly dispatch an arrest team. I really don't know what kind of effort the Demon Nation put in to rope in these three people and teach the three top forces a deep lesson at the critical moment. In the City Lord's mansion, a trusted aide said softly as he watched the scene in the sealed space. The Blackfield City Lord's expression was calm, and no one could see any change. Wrong. Who dares to say that this isn't the Demon Nation's scheme? You're still too inexperienced. Ah. The confidant beside him was shocked. The Demon Nation's capabilities aren't something you can imagine. Back then, they were able to invade the Saint Spirit realm as outsiders and start a great war, making three supreme gods heroes. In the end, they couldn't destroy the Demon Nation's experts and could only be trapped in the barren wilderness. The three of them could only be said to have met by coincidence. We're not the traitors of the Dark Shadow Palace. Holy Son of Heaven argued. The problem lies with Grand Monarch Imperial Killer, Grand Monarch Bodong, and the others. Grand Monarch Shijian actually admired the trio very much. As the strongest prodigies of the Dark Shadow Palace, the future of the Dark Shadow Palace was definitely in their hands. Who would have thought that they would betray the Dark Shadow Palace and bring disaster to the Saint Spirit realm? How dare you quibble, Holy Son of Heaven? Grand Monarch Shijian shouted angrily. Grand Monarch Imperial Killer and Grand Monarch Bodong both died in the army camp to stop the Demon Nation's invasion. You have the nerve to say that they're problematic? You've disappointed me. The Holy Son went blank, as he didn't know much about Grand Monarch Imperial Killer and Grand Monarch Abyss Cave. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Brother sure, they are the traitors of the Dark Shadow Palace and even our three factions. There is no need to give such people a chance to explain themselves. Men, suppress them. As the person in charge, Great Venerate Absolute Kill ordered his men to take action. Over 100 elites were divided into 10 teams. Each team unleashed a terrifying might, and their auras merged into one. Immediately, 10 Great Venerables appeared. The 10 teams were split into 3 groups. 4 of them surrounded Lin Fei, while the other 6 were split into 2 groups to deal with Holy Son of Heaven and Solitary Sword respectively. Obviously, they realized that Lin Fei was the most difficult to deal with, so they specially arranged 4 elite teams to deal with him. These 4 elite teams used some unknown secret technique to form a huge hole. The moment they used their killing moves, they were extremely terrifying. Wave after wave of energy surged over, shattering Lin Fei's proud heaven protection and seeping into the depths of his physical body. Is this the secret method of the top 3 forces? It's indeed terrifying. They can easily deal with any great venerables. Dugu Yijian and Shengtian Zi are not afraid of ordinary great venerables, but they can't even put up the slightest resistance in front of this elite team. Lin Fei and Ao Tian were both in danger. Judging from the situation, they would be suppressed very soon. Lin Fei and Ao Tian were both in danger. This was Lin Fei's first time seeing the secret method of the 3 factions. Brother Lin, you go first. We can't hold on any longer. Solitary sword killing moves were displayed to the extreme, but he couldn't break through the encirclement of the 3 elite teams. His body was riddled with wounds as he roared at Lin Fei. Holy Son of Heaven was the same. Brother Lin, they can't stop you. Their elite teams are too strong. I can't stop them. You don't need to worry about us. Hurry up and leave. The 2 of them didn't have the confidence to break through the suppression of the elite teams. Although their strength had increased in the past few days, they couldn't gain an advantage against the elite teams. The difference was too great. They didn't want to drag down Lin Fei. There was no need for that. As long as Lin Fei wanted to break through, even if there was a great formation, they believed that they could break through. The savage Great Camp's formation was powerful, but in Lin Fei's eyes, it was full of holes. Lin Fei didn't expect that Solitary Sword and Holy Son of Heaven would still be thinking of him at this time. He was moved. Great Sovereign Absolute Kill, are you sure you want to capture us? Lin Fei coldly said as he blasted out a dozen attacks in a row, meeting Great Sovereign Absolute Kill's gaze. Great Sovereign Absolute Kill knew that Lin Fei was strong. He had the battle strength of a great sovereign, but he didn't expect him to be even stronger. For elite teams working together couldn't suppress him, and it seemed that he was still at ease. He wasn't too happy. A traitor like you isn't qualified to speak to me. Great Sovereign Absolute Kill sneered and said to the Temporal Temple's Great Sovereign, Lin Fei, I'll have to trouble you to deal with this person. A trifling body transformation Great Sovereign isn't worth mentioning in the eyes of our Temporal Temple. The Temporal Temple's Great Sovereign standing beside Great Sovereign Absolute Kill disdainfully said to Lin Fei, let me suppress this brat. They should be proud of themselves for working so many people to deal with these 3 people. Brother Lin, hurry and leave. This person is Great Sovereign Inu, an elder-level expert of the Temporal Temple. He cultivates the great Tao of time and his strength is peerlessly terrifying. He is most proficient in time and cannot be defeated. He is the nemesis of body transformation. Solitary Sword hurriedly warned as his expression changed. Solitary Sword, you have good eyesight. You even know this old man's name. Great Sovereign Inu laughed. This old man hasn't used his time saber technique in a long time. Now that I've finally encountered a body transformation Great Sovereign, I wonder how many saber strikes he can block. Voila! Great Sovereign Inu strode forward and grabbed at the void. A terrifying and invisible force formed a saber light that slashed towards Lin Fei. Lin Fei felt the invisible terror when the other party grabbed at the void. With a swoosh, Lin Fei's body trembled slightly. In that instant, he was struck by the time saber technique and consumed a large amount of life force. His entire person seemed to age. Not bad, no wonder you're so strong. Your body is indeed extraordinary. This is only this old man's first saber strike. I wonder how many saber strikes you can block. You should be proud of yourself for forcing this old man to use the time saber technique to kill you. Chapter 2982. The moment Great Paragon Inyu's time saber art was unleashed, its terrifying might caused everyone present to feel a chill. This time saber art was extremely powerful, and most importantly, difficult to block. Every slash would take away a large amount of life energy. Why were body-tempering Great Paragons so powerful? It was because of their strong fleshly body and vigorous life energy. However, once they lost their life energy, their fleshly body would collapse. Great Paragon Inyu's time saber art had always been the nightmare of body-tempering Great Paragons. The second slash, the third slash, followed closely. Black Domain City Lord's Mansion. Black Domain City Lord showed a trace of respect. The Temporal Temple is indeed worthy of being the most influential existence among the three major powers. This elder-ranked Great Paragon Inyu's strength is still so terrifying. Lord, that Lin Fei is indeed powerful. I heard that he reached the Great Paragon realm in less than 150,000 years. He's definitely a monster. Monster, yes, a 150,000-year body-tempering Great Paragon. It's a pity that he met an expert of the Temporal Temple, especially Great Paragon Inyu, who knows the time saber art. The Blackfield City Lord said, the flowing time blade art is one of the 10 signature techniques of the Temporal Temple. There aren't many people who have completely grasped it. This venerable Inyu can be considered one of the top few. Just based on the might of his flowing time blade art, it should be at the peak of the 10th level of the Saint Soul realm. It's fortunate that venerable Inyu came. An ordinary Great Paragon wouldn't be able to deal with this Lin Fei. Great Paragon Inyu's time saber art was fatal. Lin Fei's proud body couldn't block the saber attack. This kind of attack seemed to have a natural lock. Every slash would take away a portion of the opponent's life energy. The seventh slash. Great Paragon Inyu pulled away and slashed again and again at a steady pace. To be able to block 6 slashes of this old man, you're quite strong. An ordinary body-tempering Great Paragon would only need 3 slashes to exhaust their life energy. You're one of the more monstrous ones I've seen. Unfortunately, no matter how monstrous you are, you'll still die in this old man's hands. At this moment, Lin Fei's entire body was filled with a deathly aura. Without a doubt, when the 7th saber descended, no matter how strong one's physical body was, it would not be able to withstand the final saber, and one would die. Using the power of time to extinguish my life force, the Temporal Temple really can't be underestimated. No wonder no one dared to oppose the Temporal Temple. Just one of these experts is enough to destroy an entire nation. Lin Fei had encountered quite a few experts of the Temporal Temple in the past. For example, back in the Black Domain. Compared to this Inyu in front of him, the difference was like night and day. This was a true expert. If I want to defeat the alliance of the 3 peak powers, I must first kill this expert from the Temporal Temple. His time saber art has the terrifying ability to plunder life force, which is comparable to my passive plunder ability. Right now, Lin Fei looked lifeless, as if all the life energy in his body had been plundered. Only he knew that as long as he wanted to, he could immediately recover to his original state. Now, he was just trying to confuse Grand Monarch Shadow Moon. Such an expert had to be killed in one strike. After all, the experts of the Temporal Temple were very good at preserving their lives, and they were famous throughout the Saint Spirit world. When the 7th saber slashed down, Lin Fei was locked by the power of time. The last bit of life energy in his body seemed to be about to leave his body. Lin Fei pushed back the elite team and directly pounced towards Grand Monarch Shadow Moon. It's useless. In your current state, the seventh saber is your limit. Grand Monarch Shadow Moon said coldly. He did not think that his opponent could pose any threat to him. Body-tempering supremacies, even great supremacies, were nothing in the eyes of Grand Monarch Shadow Moon. Unable to withstand a single blow. Whoosh! The seventh saber of the Time Saber art landed on Lin Fei's body. Bang! Lin Fei's aura instantly disappeared from the world. As a traitor of the Dark Shadow Palace, this is your fate. Grand Monarch Shadow Moon said indifferently. Brother Lin. Dugu Yijian and the Elysian children shouted. They could not believe that Lin Fei was killed just like that. Lin Fei is dead. Why are the two of you still not surrendering? Grand Monarch Absolute Kill exclaimed as he breathed a sigh of relief inwardly. Lin Fei's strength was well known. Now that he had taken care of him, everything would be fine. Grand Monarch Shijian shook his head slightly, a trace of regret in his eyes. This was the strongest prodigy of the Dark Shadow Palace. He was able to withstand Supreme Venerable Inyue's Time Saber art 7 times, which was very domineering. It was a pity that he had met the nemesis of body-tempering cultivators. Dugu Yijian, Elysian children, if you give up resisting now, you still have a chance to live. Grand Monarch Shijian said loudly. Are you willing to follow in Lin Fei's footsteps? Dugu Yijian and the Elysian children were already arrows at the end of their flight. They were tottering and could collapse at any moment. You want us to surrender? We'd rather die than submit. Dugu Yijian launched his final attack. The Elysian children did the same. They were also going all out. Both of them were very arrogant. It's impossible for them to surrender without putting up a fight. Stubborn guys, eat my saber first. Grand Monarch Shadow Moon raised his hand and was about to slash at them. Whoosh! Without any warning, a chill came over him. A long black stick pierced through the void and went straight for the spot between Grand Monarch Shadow Moon's eyebrows. He actually has an accomplice. Grand Monarch Shadow Moon didn't care about this attack. He slashed with the Time Saber art. This saber art could not only kill people but also all treasures. Nothing could resist the passage of time. The power of the Time Saber art enveloped the long stick. However, this time, Grand Monarch Shadow Moon was disappointed. The long stick didn't change at all under the influence of the Time Saber art. The long stick broke through the seal of time and turned into a spear. It tore through the protection and stabbed into the spot between Grand Monarch Shadow Moon's eyebrows. Origin Energy Divine Weapon. Grand Monarch Shadow Moon was shocked. Something even more terrifying happened. All the life energy in his body instantly rushed out. He was instantly plunged into endless darkness. With a twist of the long stick, Grand Monarch Shadow Moon turned into dust. This attack was too sudden. Before Grand Monarch Absolute Kill and the other experts could react, Grand Monarch Shadow Moon, an elder-level expert of the Temporal Temple, was stabbed to death. A wave of boundless fear swept through everyone's hearts. That was an expert of the Temporal Temple, but he couldn't withstand a single attack from the mysterious person. He was killed just like that. Everyone felt uneasy. Who did it? Could it be an expert of Black Domain City? No one could connect it to Lin Fei. In my opinion, the experts of the Temporal Temple are only a so-so. A figure appeared in the void. It was Lin Fei, whom everyone thought was dead. He held a long black stick and exuded a fierce and terrifying aura. Chapter 2983. Lin Fei's sudden appearance and killing the Temporal Temple's great exalt Inyue on the spot scared the experts present into a cold sweat. Good job, Brother Lin. The Elysian Heavenly Child laughed. I knew you wouldn't die so easily. Good job, the people of the Temporal Temple deserve to die. Dugu Yijian also revealed a look of joy. But for Grand Monarch Absolute Kill and the others, the fact that Lin Fei hadn't been killed made things even more troublesome, especially after he killed Great Exalt Inoue, a powerful existence who had mastered the Time Saber art. "You're not dead." Grand Monarch Absolute Kill was shocked. It was unbelievable that someone had survived the Time Saber art. How is this possible? Grand Monarch Absolute Kill knew that many experts had died to the Time Saber art. Body tempering school exalts like Lin Fei had always been suppressed by the Temporal Temple's experts, and no one had ever escaped this curse. Nothing is impossible. It can only be said that Great Exalt Inoue's Time Saber art has not been mastered yet. Lin Fei directly pounced on Dugu Yijian and swept the Sky Splitter staff in his hand. This time, there was no restriction on his strength. If he didn't kill them today, he would be in trouble in the future. Only by killing them would he be able to deal with them, especially at this time. With a sweep of the enormous power, the three elite teams surrounding Dugu Yijian were all sent flying. Under the full power of the Origin Energy Divine Weapons, the three elite teams supported by supreme secret techniques, the three elite teams' expressions changed drastically. The other party's strength was too great. The sweeping power penetrated their defenses and landed on their bodies, causing their blood and qi to churn. They almost couldn't control it. Lin Fei's staff greatly reduced the pressure on Dugu Yijian, giving him a chance to breathe. Again. Lin Fei swept the second time. The three elite teams deployed their defenses and were easily sent flying by Lin Fei. Their connected secret techniques couldn't support it anymore, and they returned to their original state. Dugu Yijian took the opportunity to rush forward. His sword domain enveloped the elite heavenly gods, and sword wounds immediately appeared on their bodies. "Leave them to me. Without their secret techniques, they're no match for me." "All right." Lin Fei turned around and pounced towards the Elysian Sun's side. Just like before, he easily defeated the siege of the three elite teams. Grand Monarch Absolute Kill had no time to stop Lin Fei. In the blink of an eye, the solitary sword and the Elysian Sun regained the upper hand. "This kid is extremely strong. Everyone, let's join forces and suppress this kid." Great Monarch Absolute Kill realized how powerful the other party was. Even he couldn't have easily defeated an elite team that had used a secret technique. Lin Fei's powerful performance also increased the pressure on these supremacies. "Do it." Grand Monarch Absolute Kill was the first to make a move. He knew better than anyone that if he couldn't defeat Lin Fei, this operation would fail. Boom boom boom. Grand Monarch Absolute Kill's body expanded to the size of a small giant. Boundless killing intent surged out of him, forming a black battlefield behind him. A desolate killing aura soared into the sky. Kill. All the supremacies felt a chill run down their spines. Boundless, terrifying killing intent pressed down like the heavens. Grand Monarch Absolute Kill disappeared into the boundless killing intent. When he reappeared, he was already slashing at Lin Fei with countless blades, each of them filled with terrifying killing intent. Everything around him turned dark, and black holes appeared in the air. This was Grand Monarch Absolute Kill's most powerful killing move. Boundless Field of Slaughter. This move was based on boundless killing intent. Once it was cast, it could innately plunge one's opponent into a terrifying killing intent. Their strength would be suppressed by 30 to 40%. At the same time, all kinds of negative emotions would instantly invade their opponent's body and affect their mind. With the help of the boundless field of slaughter, Grand Monarch Absolute Kill could constantly move his body. He could attack from afar, up, or down. But in Lin Fei's eyes, all of this seemed superfluous. The mighty proud sky barrier directly blocked the influence of the boundless field of slaughter. The heaven-splitting staff in his hand smashed towards the boundless field of slaughter. Grand Monarch Absolute Kill's moving body was hit by the heaven-splitting staff, and most of his body exploded on the spot. After activating the second strength incantation, Lin Fei's strength became terrifyingly strong, especially with the heaven-splitting staff in his hand. Its might soared. Caught off guard, Grand Monarch Absolute Kill's protective emperor will directly collapsed, and even the armor he wore became tattered. The second heaven-splitting staff pierced through Grand Monarch Absolute Kill's body like a spear, and his fleshly body collapsed on the spot. No one could withstand the power of an origin chi weapon. Even if Grand Monarch Absolute Kill was a Grand Monarch. Except for Grand Monarch Shady Moon, who could pose a slight threat to Lin Fei didn't attach any importance to the other Grand Monarchs. The City Lord of Black Realm, who had been watching silently, couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air when he saw the two Grand Monarchs fall. What a domineering body-tempering Grand Monarch. The power of his strike has reached such a level. Is he trying to recreate the glory of body-tempering Grand Monarchs? The City Lord of Black Realm didn't care much about the people the three top forces had secretly captured. He had heard of the strength of these three people, but he hadn't expected Lin Fei to be so strong. Even from such a long distance, he could feel the destructive and dangerous aura of the staff. They've come here for nothing this time. This Grand Monarch Lin Fei is really going to become famous in the Saint Spirit world. He's going to establish the invincible status of body-tempering Grand Monarchs. City Lord, let's help them. If that Lin Fei defeats all of them, our Black Realm will. The City Lord of Black Realm couldn't stay calm anymore. He won't cause us trouble. The City Lord of Black Realm said with a confident smile. Grand Monarch Absolute Kill's terrifying boundless killing field couldn't affect Lin Fei at all. After the death of two Grand Monarchs, the remaining supremacies all paled. They looked at Lin Fei with fear in their eyes, as if they were looking at a terrifying demon king. Grand Monarch Lin Fei, we're not fighting anymore. We're just following orders. It really has nothing to do with us. The supremacies who had just rushed up to attack were all dumbfounded. Some of the tactful supremacies immediately stopped and begged for mercy, no longer caring about their face. Even the Grand Monarch Absolute Kill couldn't withstand the power of the staff, let alone the supremacies. They would just be sending themselves to their deaths if they went up. Lin Fei didn't plan to let these people off so easily, especially the people from the Massacre Court and the Temporal Temple. As the Sky Splitter staff swept across, the supremacies exploded one after another. The Dark Shadow Palace's supremacies trembled in fear. When the power passed by them, they felt as if they were walking on the edge of death. Thank you, Grand Monarch Lin Fei, for sparing our lives. We won't dare to come here again. The Massacre Court and Temporal Temple supremacies were almost completely annihilated in the blink of an eye. The Dark Shadow Palace's supremacies who survived looked at Lin Fei with eyes full of gratitude. Grand Monarch Shi Jian's gaze also became strange. He looked at Lin Fei as if he were a stranger. Was this still the young prodigy of their Dark Shadow Palace? Chapter 2984. Dugu Yijian and the Elysian Sun had originally wanted to help Lin Fei share some of the pressure, but in the blink of an eye, Supreme Paragon Inoue had been killed, and the exalts of the Massacre Court Supreme Paragon Absolute Kill had also been killed. The exalts of the two top forces behind them had all been reduced to ashes by Lin Fei. Such a scene left them speechless for a moment. Was this Lin Fei's true strength? He had killed Grand Monarchs and Grand Monarchs as if they were ants. This is Brother Lin's true strength. The Elysian Sun opened his mouth and couldn't close it. So fierce. Dugu Yijian could only use these three words to describe Lin Fei. He had killed two Grand Monarchs and a large group of Grand Monarchs in a row. He was invincible. Brother Lin, kill them all. We can't fall behind. The 6 elite teams had long been scared out of their wits after witnessing Lin Fei's slaughter. With the cooperation of Dugu Yijian and the Elysian Sun, they killed all of them. At this moment, they didn't show any mercy, even if there were disciples of the Dark Shadow Palace among them. This was a battle of life and death. They wouldn't show any mercy. Grand Monarch Shi Jian looked at the scene in front of him and didn't want to join in. In his eyes, Lin Fei had become an insurmountable mountain. Grand Monarch Yi Nu and Grand Monarch Absolute Kill had died one after another. The strength Lin Fei had displayed was completely above his. Although the Emperor intent that Grand Monarch Shi Jian cultivated was somewhat similar to that of the body tempering school, it had a strong defense. After witnessing Lin Fei's strength, he didn't have the confidence to fight him. In the face of such absolute strength, few people could stand up to it. Grand Monarch Shi Jian could tell that the body tempering technique Lin Fei practiced was definitely a top-tier one. Only a top-tier body tempering technique could maintain his peak strength under the effects of the time saber technique. Elder Shi, I'll let you go today for the sake of the Dark Shadow Palace. But if you come again, you won't be so lucky. I don't mind killing all of you. This is really nothing for a body tempering school Grand Monarch. Lin Fei had shown mercy to the experts of the Dark Shadow Palace. If it wasn't for the protection of the Dark Shadow Palace and the resources he had obtained, it would have taken him a long time to reach his current level. Lin Fei was quite grateful to the Dark Shadow Palace. Therefore, he controlled the direction of his attack during the massacre just now. Although he did not kill the Dark Shadow Palace's heavenly ultimate lord, it still gave them an unforgettable memory. If these supremacies knew what was good for them, they wouldn't dare to make a move against him in the future, even if they were given 100 times more courage. As long as they were alive, Lin Fei would be an insurmountable mountain in their hearts, an existence like a nightmare. It could be said that those heavenly ultimate supremes were better than being killed. I now believe that you won't betray the Dark Shadow Palace. The strength displayed by Lin Fei had unknowingly changed Grand Monarch Shi Jian's impression of him. We're not traitors of the Dark Shadow Palace. The Dark Shadow Palace's actions are too hurtful. Elysian Sun flew over and landed behind Lin Fei. He said unwillingly, the real problem is the Imperial Killer. Do you think the three of us can change the outcome of the battle? Lin Fei had an impression of Grand Venerate Shi Jian. In the Dark Shadow Palace, Grand Venerate Shi Jian had the highest qualifications and was the most practical. Seeing was believing. However, this time, things had gotten out of hand. I'm not the only one who has the final say in this matter. The evidence is conclusive and no one dares to say anything. Grand Monarch Stone Jian said with a bitter smile, Grand Monarch Lin Fei, your current strength is very high even on the God list. Since you've killed experts from the Massacre God Court and the Spacetime Temple today, you'd better go to the Black Realm and hide for a while, because the next person who comes to kill you will be very strong. Lin Fei had witnessed the power of the three top forces when they joined forces during a secret arrest. He naturally did not doubt Grand Monarch Shi Jian's words. I want to know what Divine Shadow's attitude is. Lin Fei asked. After coming out of the Dark Shadow Throne, Lin Fei had a question about Divine Shadow. He wanted to know one thing from Grand Monarch Shi Jian, Divine Shadow's attitude. Lin Fei suspected that the Demon Monarch in the Dark Shadow Throne had leaked some information and caused Divine Shadow to want to expel him. Grand Monarch Shi Jian wondered why Lin Fei would ask such a question. If it was an ordinary person, he would not be qualified to receive an answer. However, the current Lin Fei was different. Lin Fei had the same status as him, or even higher. At the very least, if Lin Fei wanted to kill him, Grand Monarch Shi Jian was not confident that he could survive. The Palace Master's attitude is very firm. Grand Monarch Shi Jian did not hide anything. Grand Monarch Shi Jian left with the dejected Heavenly Ultimate Lord. The Dark Shadow Palace had suffered heavy losses this time. All the supremacies present were crippled, and a few of them were destined to break through to the Great Supremacy Realm. This was even more painful than killing them. I thought you would kill them all. The Elysian Sun looked at their backs. However, this move of yours is even more painful than killing them. Duguijian said coldly, not killing them is already letting them off easy. The two of them did not have a good impression of them. They were so close to capsizing. Falling into their hands was definitely more terrifying than dying. "Brother Lin, what should we do now?" the Elysian Sun asked. Having seen the secret capture team formed by the three major forces, the Elysian Sun and Duguijian did not dare to take it lightly. They did not want to experience that feeling of powerlessness a second time in their lives. The Black Domain is not comfortable. Let's stay in the Black Domain City. I believe that the Black Domain City Lord will be happy to arrange a good place for us. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and looked in a certain direction. The Black Domain City Lord had indeed arranged a new residence for Lin Fei and the others. Compared to the previous residence, this one was more secluded and safer at the same time. Ordinary people would not be able to enter. Lin Fei had used his absolute strength to tell the Black Domain City Lord that he was not so easy to bully. The Black Domain City Lord did not like to be enemies with people like Lin Fei. In terms of ruthlessness in killing Supreme Venerate Inua and Supreme Venerate Absolute Kill, the Black Domain City Lord had to admit that he was inferior. After hearing what Lin Fei said that day, the Black Domain City Lord knew what to do. It would be for the best if he could make up for this matter. Once a body tempering supremacy displayed extraordinary strength, they would become an existence that everyone feared. The Black Domain City Lord had seen it with his own eyes. Chapter 2985. While everyone in the Saint Spirit world was focused on Imoguazu, however, the news that came back from the three top forces caused a sensation once again. Because their secret arrest team had failed, which was no less than a blow to the head. They couldn't believe it was true and felt that it was unrealistic. With such strength, how could they fail to capture the three of them? Dark Shadow Palace. After leaving Blackfield City, Grand Venerable Shijian immediately returned to the Dark Shadow Palace with the news. He told them what he had seen and recorded at the scene. Han Tian, you've really accepted a good disciple. He suppressed everyone. Inua and Grand Venerable Absolute Kill both lost a doppelganger. What a heavy loss. The senior members of the Dark Shadow Palace were all dumbfounded when they heard the news. Lin Fei, who had betrayed the Dark Shadow Palace, had actually hidden his strength. He was at least in the middle or late stage of the Great Venerable level. This was a huge leap. All the senior members fell silent for a moment. Grand Venerable Han Tian didn't believe that his personal disciple would betray the Dark Shadow Palace. Whether it was for Lin Fei or the other two, they had a bright future. There was no need for them to betray the Dark Shadow Palace. At that time, Grand Venerable Han Tian had put forward his opinion, but it had been suppressed by the Palace Master. After that, Grand Venerable Han Tian didn't care about this matter anymore. He knew that the secret arrest team had been dispatched, but he couldn't do anything. He could only pray that nothing bad would happen. Grand Venerable Shijian brought back the news and the scene of the battle. Grand Venerable Han Tian was completely relieved. With such strength, he could rank very high on the divine list. Grand Venerable Han Tian laughed and didn't say anything. Grand Venerable Han Tian was very satisfied that Lin Fei had released the High Lord of the Dark Shadow Palace. He hadn't misjudged Lin Fei. Everyone was waiting for the Palace Master. They couldn't deal with this matter anymore. The secret arrest team hadn't been able to kill Lin Fei. Instead, they had been crushed and completely wiped out. It was no longer a matter of a few experts. If this matter was spread, the entire Saint Spirit world would be shaken. Another powerful body tempering Grand Venerable had risen. Let's drop this matter for now. The Palace Master of the Dark Shadow Palace was enveloped in a layer of power as he said in a dignified voice. Everyone was surprised to hear the Palace Lord say this, and they subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. If they could, they really didn't want to find trouble with Lin Fei. They didn't see the High Lord return, and none of them had walked out of the shadow. You've mastered the second stage of the tenfold strength technique. I've really underestimated you. On the side of the Temporal Temple. Great Sovereign Inu was in a terrible mood after losing a doppelganger. He never thought that he would be killed by a nobody, and die in such a sullen way. He really didn't expect that this guy had hidden such a move. It was rare for the exalts and great exalts of the temporal temple to see great paragon Inu eat. At the same time, he remembered Lin Fei. He had become a great sovereign lord in less than 150,000 years. Elder Yin, this Lin Fei should be blacklisted by our temporal temple. A black-faced elder shouted, "How dare he slaughter the reverends of our temporal temple? This person must die." Everyone nodded in agreement. This time, the temporal temple had suffered a huge loss. For example, great paragon Inu and the other paragons. Each of them was the core strength of the temporal temple. After all, the Tao of spacetime wasn't easy to cultivate. Those who could reach this step were all outstanding experts. Losing any one of them would cause great heartache. Dugu Yijian and Elysian Sun aren't worth mentioning. Instead, this Lin Fei should have an extremely strong fleshly body. His time saber technique is specialized in countering body cultivators. The reason he could easily block it, other than his cultivation technique, is that he has a large number of life crystals on him. Other than this, there is no other explanation. A rational great sovereign pointed out the key point. If we want to kill Lin Fei, we need to know how many life crystals he has. As long as we exhaust him, we will have a chance of killing him. Everyone turned silent once again. Life crystals were top-grade consumables in the Saint Spirit world. They had always been scarce in the Saint Spirit world. For a guy who was unknown and had a little bit of fame to be able to use such a top-notch consumable, it was especially mysterious. Even for them, life crystals were a luxury consumable. Alright, let's put this matter aside for now. The peak existence of the temporal temple spoke. It's just a Lin Fei. It's very easy to deal with him. Instead, the expansion of the Devil Motherland is what we need to deal with the most. Your next task is to retract your forces. Just like what he said, Lin Fei wasn't a big threat, but the Devil Motherland was different. It was the real threat. Temple Master, you were looking for me. After the Temporal Temple Master appeased everyone, especially great sovereign Inu, he rewarded them with many good things. After everyone left, a tall and straight young man walked into the hall. This person had a bald head, and on his smooth forehead, there was a mysterious mark. He looked very extraordinary. You should know about what happened today. Kong Wen knows. The bald young man was the most famous person of the Temporal Temple's younger generation. The traitor of the Dark Shadow Palace, Lin Fei, killed a large number of our experts. It's good that you know. The Temporal Temple Master's voice seemed to come from a distant place. Our Temporal Temple needs to deal with the Devil Motherland. I'll leave Lin Fei and the other two to you. Temple Master, I'll bring them back. No one has ever killed people of the Temporal Temple and come out unscathed. The bald Kong Wen turned and walked away, his figure disappearing. The reaction of the Massacre God Court was even greater. Especially when the people of the Temporal Temple and the Massacre God Court were all killed, leaving only the Dark Shadow Palace unscathed. Their expressions were even more unsightly. The experts of the Massacre God Court all exuded a murderous aura. A single glance or movement could cause one's mind to collapse. Great Sovereign Absolute Kill once again requested, "Lord, I'm willing to lead another group of experts to hunt down Lin Fei." Great Sovereign Absolute Kill couldn't swallow the humiliation he had suffered in Black Domain City. You don't have to go for the time being. Great Sovereign Absolute Kill's clone said indifferently, the Devil Motherland is ready to make trouble. We have plenty of time to deal with Lin Fei. Great Sovereign Absolute Kill was very unwilling. With such strength at such a young age, if he didn't borrow the strength of the Massacre God Court, he believed that he would never be able to take revenge in this lifetime. Lord, I feel that Lin Fei will cause trouble for us. Once his strength increases. Great Sovereign Absolute Kill still wanted to say more, but Great Sovereign Absolute Kill shot him a cold look. Let it go, understand? Chapter 2986. After the Devil Motherland occupied the desolate lands. First, the Devil Motherland announced that it would intimidate the other factions and observe their movements. Especially after defeating the first wave of attacks from the three top factions, they displayed their strength. A year later, they launched an expansion operation. Once the Demon Empire's army moved out, the majestic demon soldiers and demon generals bared their sharp fangs at everyone. In a short period of time, they had taken over 2/3 of the continent outside the wilderness region. From the looks of it, it was only a matter of time before they took control of this continent. The Allied forces set up their formation, but they still could not stop the Devil Motherland's army. In the face of such a large number, the three top factions retreated step by step. The Saint Spirit domain was in an uproar. Was the Devil Motherland really going to take over the Saint Spirit domain? Black Domain City. Ever since Lin Fei killed the experts from the Temporal Temple and the Massacre Court, his formidable martial strength caused the Black Domain City Lord to put down his pride and arrange a new residence for him. This residence was bigger and better. At the same time, it was a VIP residence in Black Domain City. The Devil Motherland is starting to expand. Elysian Sun returned from outside and told everyone the news he had just received. Everywhere their army goes, corpses are everywhere. Those who do not surrender will be killed. They are really fast. How long has it been since they occupied the desolate lands? Duguijian hugged his sword and said, with the help of the Devil Motherland's origin deity Lake, unless the three top factions send out the true experts on the god list, they will not be able to stop the Devil Motherland's expansion. The three of them had all seen the Devil Motherland's foundation. Others might not be able to raise a Devil General to a great Devil General, but the Devil Motherland could. With the help of that treasure, the Devil Motherland was in an invincible position. The expansion has just begun. The experts on the divine list will probably not make a move yet. This war will probably last for a very long time. I estimate that it will take at least a few thousand years. This will be a tug of war. Lin Fei had long expected the Devil Motherland to expand rapidly. The battle between the three top factions and the Devil Motherland had begun. From the Demon Lord, Lin Fei knew that the Devil Motherland's previous life was from the Dark Shadow alien race. The continent was destroyed, and they could only come to the Saint Spirit domain. Now that they had torn apart the blockade, it was destined to be a long battle. If the forces within the Black Domain did not act, the battle outside would continue for a very long time. Since the Devil Motherland dared to launch a sneak attack, they must have some confidence. No one could guarantee who would win or lose. Lin Fei had a deep impression of the divine pool of origin. The boundless life energy there was still restless even now. We can only watch like this. The Elysian Son of Heaven said. Duguijian suddenly stood up and said, I've decided to go to the Black Domain to gain experience and improve my strength so that I can advance to the Great Sovereign Lord Realm as soon as possible. This was something that Duguijian had considered for a long time. There were many formidable martial artists in the Saint Spirit domain. However, compared to the Black Domain, there was obviously a gap. Many people had entered the Black Domain to train themselves. Even though they knew that there was a high chance of survival, they still entered the Black Domain. The Elysian Son of Heaven was very surprised. Brother Dugu, are you sure? The Black Domain is not like the Saint Spirit domain. Just the material changes in the Black Domain are unbearable. The Elysian Son of Heaven had been there once, and it was very uncomfortable. At the same time, the Black Domain often silenced people and robbed them. There was a 99% chance that a supremacy would die in there. I've decided. Only in the Black Domain can my sword Dao improve. Duguijian said firmly. The Elysian Son of Heaven hesitated for a moment and revealed a hint of determination. If you want to go to the Black Domain, then let's go together. This way, it's better than you going in alone. We'll have companions and experience the dangers together. The two of them had made such a decision. In fact, Lin Fei had already seen through them a few days ago. Duguijian was a swordsman. A swordsman would not be willing to be mediocre and do nothing. It's actually a good thing for you to go to the Black Domain to gain experience. Lin Fei said, that place is very easy to improve your strength. However, you have to be careful. If you go in together, I can be at ease. Lin Fei had been to the Black Domain before. It was a place filled with danger. Not mentioning anything else, just the heaven god experts that roamed around and plundered were no weaker than the supremacies outside. They could even compete with the experts on the god list. Lin Fei personally escorted Duguijian and the Elysian Son of Heaven into the Black Domain. The Three Peak Powers secret arrest team had just been killed, so Lin Fei had to be on guard. Who could guarantee that they weren't hiding somewhere and preparing to take them out one by one? Brother Lin, you also have to be careful, especially the Temporal Temple. Their ability to find people is top-notch. Duguijian reminded. You can go in without worry. Lin Fei took out a Black Domain battleship and gave it to them. Use this. If the people outside aren't prepared, they definitely won't be able to catch up to you. Duguijian and the Elysian Son of Heaven didn't stand on ceremony and accepted the Black Domain battleship. They knew that the Black Domain contained a special substance that made it extremely slow to travel. Furthermore, there were dangers everywhere. After confirming that no one was chasing after them, Lin Fei finally relaxed. It wasn't easy to find someone in the Black Domain. As for what would happen in the end, even Lin Fei didn't dare to guarantee it. He silently prayed for them. Returning to his residence in Black Domain City, Lin Fei was thinking about what he should do next. His prideful Heaven 12th physique had already reached the 9th physique. After killing Venerables and Venerables, as well as plundering a large amount of life force, his strength had risen rapidly. Reaching peak prideful Heaven 12th physique was only a matter of time. As long as he wanted to, he could go up at any time. If Lin Fei wasn't afraid of death, he could go to the Devil Country's origin Divine Lake. That place would allow his physique to reach its peak in an instant. My 9th physique is almost at peak prideful Heaven 12th physique, I need to prepare some Divine Essence sand. This is really troublesome. Just thinking about it gave him a headache. Last time, it was several hundred gene of Divine Essence sand, but now, it had increased to 4 digits. The difficulty had increased by a large margin, it was hard not to feel a headache. Venerable Lin Fei, are you there? While Lin Fei was still thinking, a voice came from outside and entered the room. Someone's looking for me. Lin Fei released his divine sense and saw a middle-aged man standing outside, an 8th Order Heavenly God Realm Venerable Lord. He was most likely the Black Domain City Lord subordinate. You're looking for me? Lin Fei walked out from his room and saw the middle-aged Venerable Lord. This is something my master specially asked me to deliver to Venerable Lord. The middle-aged Venerable Lord dared not put on any airs, presenting an invitation letter with both hands. I hope Venerable Lord will give me face. The Black Domain City Lord invited him? Lin Fei really couldn't figure out why the Black Domain City Lord would invite him. Don't look down on the Black Domain City Lord's strength, he represented the Black Domain City's major forces, an existence akin to eyes and ears. No problem, I'll go. Chapter 2987. On the way to the Black Domain's entrance. A silhouette was moving at a high speed. Every time he crossed a large distance, the scenery around him would recede. This method was completely different from ordinary flying. If a High Lord was here, they would definitely be shocked. This was the Temporal Temple's unique space traversal secret technique. Yes, it was space traversal. They completely relied on the power of space to teleport. This was their best life-saving trump card. When an expert of the Temporal Temple wanted to leave, almost no one could stop them. Even if they had set up a space sealing array, it wouldn't be of much use. A huge city appeared in the eyes of the young man who had used spatial leap. Black Domain City, I'm coming. Are you guys ready? This young man's most striking feature was his bald head. He was the #1 expert of the Temporal Temple's younger generation, Venerable Kong One. Not long after, this #1 expert had advanced to 9th Order Heavenly God Realm, becoming a true Venerable expert, Black Domain City Lord Manor. Since the other party had invited him, Lin Fei had to give him some face. After all, the other party represented the vast Black Domain, the most unique place in the entire Saint Spirit world. If Lin Fei wanted to make a name for himself in the Saint Spirit world, the Black Domain was an unavoidable place. Now that he had a chance to interact with the Black Domain's experts, it would be of great help. With the invitation in hand, Lin Fei arrived at the City Lord Manor. After handing over the invitation, a housekeeper immediately came out to welcome him. "Venerable, please come in. You're the only one left." The housekeeper led the way. "They're all here. There's someone else besides me?" Lin Fei was surprised. He hadn't noticed this when he first arrived. He had thought that the Black Domain City Lord had invited him alone. "Yes, Venerable." The housekeeper nodded. "The City Lord is holding a small banquet and has invited a few people from Black Domain City as guests." Lin Fei didn't continue asking. He was very curious as to what this Black Domain City Lord was planning. When Lin Fei stepped into the hall, numerous gazes turned to look at him with surprise and doubt. Lin Fei's appearance was too unfamiliar to them. Especially this young man, he had come too late. It could be said that everyone had been waiting for this person. For the Black Domain City Lord to personally wait for him, they had originally thought that he was some great figure, but now that they saw him, they couldn't help but feel displeased. "Fellow cultivator Lin, you're finally here. I thought you'd forgotten about tonight's banquet." The Black Domain City Lord, dressed in casual clothes, warmly welcomed them, once again causing everyone present to feel puzzled and shocked. Where did this guy come from? A smile also appeared on Lin Fei's face. "Since the City Lord has invited me as a guest, how could I dare not come? I've made the City Lord wait for a long time. Later, I'll punish myself with 3 cups of wine." "City Lord, who is this young man? Could he be the young master of the Saint Spirit Domain?" A round-faced supremacy in the crowd asked with narrowed eyes. "You have to introduce him to us." Everyone was curious. The Black Domain City Lord smiled and said, "Actually, all of you have heard of his name. He's the #1 person of the Dark Shadow Palace's younger generation, Lin Fei. Does he sound familiar?" Lin Fei couldn't guess what the Black Domain City Lord wanted to do, so he could only wait and see. "It can't be, right? He's Lin Fei? That traitor of the Dark Shadow Palace, why is he here?" Everyone communicated with each other for a while, and they all looked puzzled. With the Black Domain City Lord around, no one dared to say anything openly. Since the City Lord had invited him, they really didn't dare to say anything, lest they incurred the City Lord's displeasure. "So it's fellow cultivator Lin. You're really young and promising." Everyone was quick to compliment him. The atmosphere was harmonious. "Fellow cultivator Lin, sit here." The Black Domain City Lord pulled Lin Fei to the seat below him and sat down. Lin Fei didn't stand on ceremony at all and sat down boldly, not caring about the surrounding gazes. "We can begin." The banquet began. A group of female dancers filed in and began to dance in front of everyone. Their melodious voices echoed in the banquet hall, creating a delightful scene. Lin Fei didn't have much interest in watching the dance. Even though these female dancers were very beautiful and strong, he still looked at them with a calm gaze. The Black Domain City Lord had interacted with Lin Fei once before, so he paid special attention to him this time. He secretly took him seriously. With such tyrannical strength, he wasn't arrogant at all. There were really not many people who could do this. Asking him to do that thing should be the right thing to do. The Black Domain City Lord thought to himself. He was able to kill 2 great sovereigns and dozens of high lords. Even among the great sovereigns, he's an outstanding figure. The Black Domain City Lord was getting more and more satisfied. Tonight's banquet, apart from gathering everyone together, is also to inform everyone of one thing. I intend to give one of the 3 spots to represent Black Domain City in the Forbidden Land to fellow cultivator Lin Fei. Halfway through the banquet, the Black Domain City Lord put down his cup and announced a piece of news. Lin Fei was very calm, but there was a slight change in his expression when he heard the words Forbidden Land. But for the others, this wasn't good news. A High Lord put down his cup and said with a displeased expression, "City Lord, isn't this a little too rushed? Haven't the spots already been arranged? Isn't it a little too bad to do this?" With a start, a second one immediately followed. Everyone's thoughts were more or less the same. They didn't want the 3rd spot to fall into Lin Fei's hands. Lin Fei watched with a smile as he poured himself a cup of wine. It seems that the Black Domain City Lord wants me to represent Black Domain City in something. He's trying to drag me down with him. If this was an ordinary person, Lin Fei would definitely get up and leave, not bothering to pay attention to them. Currently, ordinary places couldn't enter Lin Fei's eyes. However, he was rather curious about the words Forbidden Land, so he decided to see what the Black Domain City Lord wanted to do. As for the threatening gazes of the High Lords, he completely ignored them. There is no possibility of changing this matter. Daoist Lin Fei is an outstanding figure in the body-tempering path. If he takes away a spot, it will only bring benefits to our Black Domain City. Don't tell me you think that I'm lying to you. The Black Domain City Lord's face sank slightly, and he looked like he was about to get angry. City Lord, it's not that we are suspicious, but Daoist Lin Fei. The High Lord who spoke first stood up again and said, "After all, the Forbidden Land is too important to us. What if?" "That's right, the spot for the Forbidden Land cannot be changed. City Lord, you have to reconsider. Black Domain City Lord, what is this Forbidden Land of yours? Can you tell us about it?" Lin Fei suddenly asked the Black Domain City Lord with a smile on his face. The Black Domain City Lord had always been worried that Lin Fei would be angry. He had hesitated for a long time before he made up his mind. Tonight's banquet was just a small test. If Lin Fei didn't appear so angry, this matter would be mostly settled. "Daoist Lin Fei, you don't even know what the Forbidden Land is. I advise you not to go." A High Lord sneered. Chapter 2988. Those present at the banquet were all from Black Domain City's forces. They were aware of the recent events in the Saint Spirit world. The Dark Shadow Palace's 3 traitors were infamous, and subconsciously, they didn't like them. As for Lin Fei's strength, they didn't approve of him. This was because they didn't know that Lin Fei had single-handedly annihilated 3 top forces. "All of you, quiet down." The Black Domain City Lord snapped. Everyone finally quieted down. "This is my decision. Of the 3 spots, fellow Daoist Lin Fei will definitely get one. As for who gets kicked out, you can discuss among yourselves." If the Black Domain City Lord didn't know of Lin Fei's strength, he wouldn't believe Lin Fei's strength even if he was beaten to death. The younger generation of Black Domain City paled in comparison. "City Lord, I refuse to accept this." At this time, a young genius stood up and shouted. "Me too." Another young genius stood up. "Why must one of us be stripped of the spot? We don't think he's stronger than us." The 3 people who stood up were the geniuses selected by Black Domain City long ago. Each of them was a venerable lord, an 8th order heavenly god realm existence. The Black Domain City Lord sent a voice transmission to Lin Fei. "Fellow Daoist Lin Fei, I'm really sorry about this matter. I didn't expect them to react so strongly. I feel that you're more suitable than them to go to the Forbidden Lands. As long as fellow Daoist agrees, as long as it's within my capabilities, I'll help you get whatever you want. The Black Domain City Lord said. It was precisely because the Black Domain City Lord was from the Black Domain that Lin Fei had been sitting there, ignoring them. Can I listen to the contents of the sealed lands? Of course. The Black Domain City Lord breathed out in relief, a trace of joy on his face. If Lin Fei was willing to help, he might be the biggest winner this time. The Forbidden Lands are actually some abandoned continents within the Black Domain. They aren't very big, but every Forbidden Land is enveloped by primordial annihilation energy. In their previous lives, they were either established sects or countries. These places are enveloped by primordial annihilation energy without any warning. After a long time, these places will give birth to some special treasures. The Black Domain City Lord spoke in great detail. Lin Fei did not know much about the Black Domain. The only time he had seen it was in Azura City's auction house. He knew how powerful the experts of the Black Domain were, but he did not know much about the Forbidden Lands. Now that he heard it, he was secretly shocked. Can special treasures really be born in these sealed lands? Lin Fei asked curiously. The first thing that came to his mind was the divine essence sand. The Black Domain City Lord calmed down. It's good that you're interested. This matter will most likely succeed. He still had this much confidence. In theory, some treasures in the Saint Spirit domain will be born in the Forbidden Lands. After all, the Forbidden Lands are affected by the primordial annihilation energy. After a long time, anything can happen. For example, some ores and materials that are hard to find in the outside world can be found in the Forbidden Lands as long as you're lucky. Let's take the Divine Essence Sand for example. In the Saint Spirit domain, besides the Jianghu country, the Black Domain's Forbidden Lands is the only place that has it. The Black Domain City Lord's word struck a chord in Lin Fei's heart. Divine Essence Sand. Lin Fei did not expect to learn such a secret from the Black Domain City Lord. Besides the Jianghu country, there was actually a place in the Black Domain that could produce something like the Divine Essence Sand. It was something that he dreamed of day and night. Inadvertently hearing the Black Domain City Lord's secret, Lin Fei rejoiced. Luckily, he did not leave in a fit of anger. Otherwise, he would have missed an opportunity. Divine Essence Sand. Lin Fei made up his mind. He would definitely go to the Forbidden Lands. The Forbidden Lands are so magical. Lin Fei said in shock. In that case, there are many such Forbidden Lands in the Black Domain? The Black Domain City Lord laughed when he heard this. I really don't know how to answer your question. It's fine to say it's right, but it's also fine to say it's wrong. The sealed area is very special in the Black Domain. Normally, it's controlled by the various large factions of the Black Domain. Apart from that, no one can enter without a special supporting treasure. The Forbidden Lands that we are going to are a public Forbidden Lands. However, the number of people who can enter is limited. Lin Fei heard it clearly. He had indeed thought too far ahead. A place like the Forbidden Lands was not an ordinary place. Under the shroud of the primordial annihilation energy, all sorts of treasures could be born. How could such a place be given to others? While Lin Fei and the Black Domain City Lord were conversing, the three supremacies stared at the silent Lin Fei, who was frowning from time to time and looking happy from time to time. They were all enraged. Lin Fei was simply not putting them in his eyes. Lin Fei, I want to spar with you. As long as you are stronger than us, we will immediately give up. That's right. Do you dare? The supremacies who were sitting and drinking did not make a sound. They did not stop them. Although they did not know why Lin Fei had gained the favor of the Black Domain City Lord, they knew that as long as they did not agree, the Black Domain City Lord would have to listen to them in the end. They still had this bit of confidence. Lin Fei, who had betrayed the Dark Shadow Palace and defected to the demonic motherland, could forget about taking advantage of them. They were even wondering if they should release the news that Lin Fei was here. They believed that the three top forces would be very interested in capturing him. After Lin Fei digested the news of the Forbidden Land, he saw that the three supremacies wanted to spar with him. Ha ha ha, you want to spar with me? Are you qualified? Lin Fei suddenly laughed loudly. After knowing the origin of the Forbidden Land, Lin Fei naturally would not miss this opportunity. The moment he laughed, the three supremacies were shocked. They felt the world spin and their blood churn as if they were about to spit out a mouthful of blood. As for the other supremacies, their expressions changed drastically. He's so strong. I actually feel like I've been hit by a trick. What's going on? The only person present who was not shocked was the Black Domain City Lord. That smile contained a terrifying penetrating force that easily rushed into their bodies. The three young supremacies were the first to bear the brunt. Even though they were supremacies, their strength was too weak. After one exchange, the three of them spat out blood. Your strength is still not enough. Lin Fei shook his head in disappointment. You still want to spar with me? I'm afraid I'll kill you with one punch. Don't you think so, City Lord? The Black Domain City Lord smiled bitterly. Do you understand now? Chapter 2989. Lin Fei's action made the young supremacies and supremacies feel immense pressure. Everyone had underestimated Lin Fei's prowess. Seeing the reluctance on the faces of the young geniuses, they did not stop them and watched quietly. In their hearts, they understood that one of the qualifications to enter the Forbidden Land would probably be given to Lin Fei. He was so young, yet he was so powerful. They wondered how he cultivated. Was he at the body tempering style? I know you are unwilling. Lin Fei stood up with a crash. Then I'll give you a chance. As long as you can block one of my punches, I won't say another word. I don't care if you don't qualify. You can all come at me together, lest you say that I bully you. If they attack together, it would directly provoke the few of them. They had seen arrogant people, but they had never seen someone like this. They were slightly weaker just now, but that was because they were caught off guard. If they were attacked again, they would definitely not be in such a sorry state. Lin Fei, you're too arrogant. There are only a few of us. You want to defeat us alone? Dream on. Isn't it just one punch? Who's afraid of who? They were all ready. It would be a miracle if Lin Fei agreed to this. The Black Domain City Lord did not stop Lin Fei. As long as Lin Fei was willing, it would not be a problem to kill these people. No one dared to say anything because he was the Black Domain City Lord and represented a huge force. In order to say that I'm bullying you, you guys can attack first. Lin Fei chuckled and stood with his hands behind his back. Shameless boasting. Let's attack. The young supremacies could no longer sit still and directly attacked. Boom. Boom. Their auras erupted like a storm. Just this aura alone could suffocate heavenly gods. The Saint Spirit's secret technique was unleashed. In the face of this storm, Lin Fei was very calm. He wore a faint smile as if their attacks did not exist. Bang! Bang! All the killer moves and secret techniques landed on Lin Fei. A layer of golden circular energy rippled out. It's not strong enough. In the eyes of Lin Fei, the powerful killer move of a supremacy wasn't threatening at all. It was soft and powerless. Lin Fei easily blocked it with his proud heaven armor. Now it's my turn. Lin Fei took a step forward and casually threw a punch. A fist shadow appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Muffled groans could be heard coming from the bodies of the geniuses as they were sent flying. Their bodies were battered beyond repair, and they were on the verge of death. This was because Lin Fei had restrained his power. The Black Domain City Lord was already used to Lin Fei's battle prowess. Does anyone have any objections? The Black Domain City Lord laughed and said, "This world is very big, and there is always someone better out there. You should be glad that Daoist Lin Fei showed mercy to you." The supremacy powerhouses present instantly lost their temper. What a joke! A single punch was enough to make several young exalted lords half dead. This power was terrifying to the extreme. You want them to go up? They knew that they didn't have the ability to do so. In front of that kind of power, they couldn't even find a way to resist. The other party's strength was completely crushing. It wasn't that they had never seen a body-tempering cultivator before, but it was their first time seeing someone like Lin Fei. He was too powerful. Emperor's will protection, and the power of emperor's will couldn't block that ferocious attack. The most terrifying thing was that this Lin Fei cultivated a powerful protective secret technique, which was rare and precious. Generally, powerful protective secret techniques, especially body-tempering ones, were more precious. We don't have any objections. With Daoist Lin Fei representing us, we are 100% happy. This is the blessing of our Black Domain City. All of them smiled. When Lin Fei displayed his strength and easily defeated a supremacy, they changed their minds. Such a person wasn't easy to deal with. It was just a slot, so there was no need to haggle over it. The Black Domain City Lord was very satisfied with their reply. That's good, then it's settled. Lin Fei decided to sit down again. But at this moment, a terrifying power directly descended on the Black Domain City Lord's mansion. Everyone immediately felt some kind of suppression. This was especially so for Lin Fei's position. As the special power enveloped him, the surrounding space actually began to change. Hua hua hua, everything changed in an instant. Lin Fei was no longer in the hall of the City Lord's mansion. Instead, he was in the sky outside Black Domain City. Spatial transfer. Lin Fei frowned slightly. An expert of the temporal temple. Pa. Not far away, a bald young man walked out from the void. His eyebrows were as sharp as knives and were filled with killing intent. Around him, the space was constantly changing. It seemed real but not real, seemed fake but not fake. It was as though there was a great distance between the two of them. This person was the temporal temple's great supremacy Kong One. He was the strongest expert of the younger generation, as well as the #1 expert. Your eyesight isn't bad. You actually recognized spatial transfer. No wonder the secret arrest team failed on the verge of success. You, Lin Fei, aren't bad. The bald young man laughed. Let me introduce myself. I am Kong One, and I'm here to kill you. Black Domain City Lord's Mansion, Hull. As the terrifying special power dissipated, everyone was in a daze. At that moment, they felt as if they had lost control of their bodies. There was nothing more terrifying than a special suppression that even their supremacy couldn't endure. Spatial transfer, an expert from the temporal temple has arrived. To be able to use such a secret technique, he must be at least at the great supremacy level. The Black Domain City Lord's face sank as he rushed out of the City Lord's mansion. A temporal temple's great supremacy had teleported someone out in front of him. This was disrespecting him, the Black Domain City Lord. Moreover, the Black Domain City Lord was still counting on Lin Fei to help him. To be able to use spatial transfer, he must be nearby. I can't let anything happen to Lin Fei. You guys are really fast. Lin Fei recognized the other party. The #1 expert of the temporal temple's younger generation, Great Supremacy Kong One, was very famous in the Saint Spirit world. Anyone who was dissatisfied with the title of #1 expert would be defeated by him. At this point, no one dared to look down on this #1 expert because he truly had the strength to do so. To kill me, you've really put in a lot of effort. Lin Fei was very calm. I'm very happy that you, the #1 expert, are here to kill me. After all, I've long wanted to witness the power of the #1 expert. Great Supremacy Kong Wen's eyes suddenly narrowed. You're not bad either. Although I didn't see Dugu Yijian or the Elysian Sun, I've already completed half of my mission by killing you. It's a pity that you've offended the Temporal Temple. I won't let you off. Lin Fei truly didn't expect that the #1 expert of the Temporal Temple would come to kill him. Chapter 2990. Supreme Venerable Kongwen was the #1 person of the younger generation. Along the way, he had defeated countless geniuses, including some monstrous geniuses. Those famous geniuses would eventually become the stone steps under his feet. You're quite confident. Supreme Venerable Kongwen said indifferently. I hope you won't disappoint me. Whoosh whoosh. Supreme Venerable Kongwen made his move. A huge bubble appeared without warning and directly enveloped Lin Fei. This move came too quickly. Lin Fei was prepared, but he was still a step too late. His entire body was instantly sealed. Boom! The moment he was sealed, the huge spatial bubble exploded on the spot. Lin Fei's body swayed. With just one move, Ao Tian's body fortification had been affected. His strength was indeed worthy of his reputation. You're the #1 genius of the Temporal Temple. Your methods are indeed impressive. You've mastered the spatial school very well. Lin Fei said with a smile. Supreme Venerable Kongwen was just testing him. You're not bad yourself. You're the only one in the entire Saint Spirit domain who has cultivated the body tempering school for 150,000 years. Defeating you gives me a great sense of accomplishment. Whoosh! The spatial bubble enveloped him once again. This time, Lin Fei was prepared and retreated. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Huge bubbles enveloped him one after another. No matter how fast Lin Fei's speed was, he had no advantage over this huge bubble. Open! His body shook, and a huge force swept out, hitting the huge bubble that had formed. The force that could usually crush experts was like cotton candy when it hit the huge bubble. It was unable to break the huge bubble, which was full of toughness. Wave after wave of force landed on the huge bubble. Not a single one of them could break the huge bubble. Lin Fei was trapped several times. Every time he was trapped, he would receive an attack. The frequency was getting faster and faster. In a short period of time, he had received 30 to 50 attacks. You're indeed very powerful to be able to withstand my spatial seal for so long. Supreme Sovereign Kongwen calmly manipulated the Space Emperor's will and cast a series of spatial seals, as if he was doing something trivial. It's a pity that you ran into me. You killed Grand Monarch Shady Moon's doppelganger, so we've studied your abilities. If we want to kill you, we'll have to attack you from a distance. I wonder how it feels to be sealed by space. Supreme Venerable Kongwen's face was full of confidence, as if he had already defeated Lin Fei. So this is the famous space seal. It is indeed very powerful. Ordinary High Lords would be severely injured in 3 attacks, and the same goes for great sovereigns. Lin Fei had to admit that this move was powerful. Every time a spatial seal exploded, it would take away a large amount of life force. It was actually the same as Grand Monarch Shadowmoon's saber technique. Compared to Grand Monarch Shadow Moon, Grand Monarch Kongwen's methods were more profound. I've seen your moves, now you can try mine. Lin Fei had a large number of life crystals on him, so he didn't care about ordinary consumption. It was rare for him to meet such an expert, so he really wanted to have a good fight. He took out the Sky Splitter. The attributes of the Origin Energy Divine Weapon were fully activated. Lin Fei had seen how powerful his opponent was. If he relied on his current strength to break this move, it would still be very difficult. So he simply used the Sky Splitter. As soon as the Origin Energy Divine Weapon appeared in his hand, he slashed it vertically, and a black stream of light went straight for Supreme Venerable Kongwen. A path was torn open between the spatial bubbles. Rise! Supreme Venerable Kongwen raised his hand, and the surrounding space became extremely solid. Layer by layer, it floated up. The power of Lin Fei's attack was very terrifying. It blasted open the solid space all the way to Supreme Venerable Kongwan, and a patch of black appeared. Lin Fei's last bit of strength disappeared without a trace. Supreme Venerable Kongwan clapped his hands, a hint of surprise on his face. A body tempering school Supreme Venerable, you're very powerful. You're the first to be able to tear open my defenses. No wonder Grand Monarch Shadow Moon suffered a big loss at your hands. Your weapon is also quite extraordinary. It's at least a semi-finished origin energy divine weapon. Supreme Venerable Kongwan, the #1 expert of the Temporal Temple's younger generation, also had strength beyond Lin Fei's imagination. The #1 genius is indeed outstanding, to be able to cultivate the space school to this level. Lin Fei knew that he had met his match. His tyrannical strength didn't give him any advantage when facing such a school. At the very least, it would be difficult for him to injure the other party with his normal strength, especially the black void around Supreme Venerable Kongwan. It was none other than the legendary space shield. This kind of protective secret technique was truly powerful. With space blocking in front and space protecting behind, it would be extremely difficult to injure the other party. You're also very strong, but I know that's not your real strength. You've learned a kind of strength enhancement secret technique. Let me guess, it should be the tenfold strength technique, and it's only the second stage. Ordinary people can't master this secret technique, so I hope you can take it out and let me see it. Supreme Venerable Kongwan laughed. Master, this guy's space school is really the bane of your strength. Moreover, it's rumored that Supreme Venerable Kongwan is not only proficient in the space school, but also in the time school. He's an existence that's very difficult to provoke. Little Devil said, don't be fooled by the fact that he's facing you now. In fact, his real body isn't here. He should be somewhere in the vicinity. Lin Fei had noticed this a long time ago. Supreme Venerable Kongwan wasn't as brainless as he had imagined. He also knew how to guard against Lin Fei's strength. He knows my information like the back of his hand. It seems that the Dark Shadow Palace has arranged for someone of high status to know this information. They've really put in a lot of effort to deal with me. Lin Fei thought. You know me quite well. Lin Fei looked at Supreme Venerable Kongwan. I can use the tenfold strength technique, but I don't know how you're going to resist it. Whoosh. Lin Fei directly activated the second stage of the strength technique. His strength skyrocketed. Lin Fei also wanted to see what the other party's bottom line was. Although Supreme Venerable Kongwan knew him like the back of his hand, Lin Fei's secrets were not that simple. For example, the sky-splitting staff in his hand was an origin energy divine weapon with extraordinary power. Once it was completely unlocked, it would be a fatal blow. In addition, there was also the illusion scepter that he had obtained from the Demon King. This was also a treasure. Since Supreme Venerable Kongwan looked down on him, he planned to give him a big gift. The strongest person? Lin Fei also wanted to make him suffer a big loss. With a wave of the sky-splitting staff, large tracts of space collapsed, and terrifying power rushed to the side of the boundless black hole. However, the black hole was like a bottomless pit, and the explosive power could not affect Supreme Venerable Kongwan. Chapter 2991. Lin Fei continued to make his moves. Long slashes, horizontal attacks, straight thrusts, and other techniques were used to display the power in his hands. His power was increasing step by step. Supreme Venerate Kongwan, who was in the black hole, stood calmly with a faint sneer on his face. He seemed certain that his opponent would not be able to break through the defense of the spatial barrier. The spatial barrier is really powerful. No wonder the spatial faction is a top-notch existence among the 10 great factions. The power of my Essence Force divine weapon is also constantly being released. Once my power enters that area, it immediately disappears without a trace. The spatial barrier should have the ability to transfer power. Lin Fei had seen the power of the Emperor Intent's secret technique many times, but this was the first time he had encountered a spatial barrier that specialized in defense. If I want to defeat him, I have to unleash the full power of my Essence Force divine weapon. His spatial barrier secret technique also has a certain endurance. If I unleash it at full power, he will definitely not be able to withstand it. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to break through the defense of the spatial barrier. Not to mention, he has also mastered the Time Dao. Lin Fei immediately made a judgment. Kongwen was indeed proud to be able to become the top person of the Saint Spirit Domain's younger generation. Even the geniuses of the Black Domain might not be able to defeat Kongwen. Supreme Venerate Kongwen watched as Lin Fei continued to attack, but every attack was blocked by the spatial barrier. The Dark Shadow Palace's tenfold strength secret technique is indeed tyrannical, but it's still a little lacking. In front of the Temporal Temple, your advantage will be non-existent. All your attacks will be futile. Lin Fei was considering whether to unleash the full power of his Essence Force divine weapon to give Supreme Venerate Kongwen a big gift. After all, once he unleashed the full power of the Essence Force divine weapon, he would definitely be able to defeat his opponent. He still had a trump card prepared. However, once it was revealed that a great Venerate had an Essence Force divine weapon, it would definitely bring him huge trouble. Furthermore, there were 2 Essence Force divine weapons. At that time, Lin Fei would have to make preparations to escape. Those top-notch great supremacies would come after hearing the news. They would not give up until they obtained the Essence Force divine weapon. Lin Fei really wanted to try this danger if it was not necessary. However, his opponent's strength had completely exceeded his imagination. Temporal Temple, you really have guts. You actually dare to interfere in the matters of our Blackfield City. Do you think there's no one in our Blackfield City? The City Lord of Black Realm flew out of the void angrily, his sharp eyes sweeping over Grand Monarch Kongwen. City Lord Blackfield, this person is an enemy of our Temporal Temple. I was ordered to capture him. I will personally pay a visit to apologize for tonight's matter another day. Supreme Paragon Kongwen cupped his hands and said. If he hadn't seen Lin Fei's power, the Black Domain City Lord might have given him face. But now, there was only anger. Using such a method in front of him was not putting the Black Domain City Lord in his eyes. Our Black Domain City doesn't need you to apologize. The Black Domain City Master sneered, if you dare to make a move, then taste the fury of Black Domain City. A black ball-shaped object flew out from the Black Domain City Lord's hand. As soon as this thing appeared, Supreme Sovereign Kongwen's expression flickered. Black Realm City Lord, it's not worth it for a mere Lin Fei. A terrifying aura spread out, directly sweeping through the black hole and colliding with Supreme Sovereign Kongwen's body. His figure also dissipated. If there's a next time, this City Lord won't mind attacking your Temporal Temple's big city a few times. The Black Domain City Lord's voice spread out. Lin Fei's heart shook. He was greatly shocked by the thing that the Black Domain City Lord had thrown out. This scene was simply too shocking. Under the situation where he had activated the second stage of the tenfold strength technique, it was extremely difficult for him to tear through the opponent's defense. But the Black Domain City Lord had easily repelled Supreme Sovereign Kongwen with just a few items. Is this one of Black Domain City's secret trump cards? Lin Fei was inwardly shocked. Even if it was him, he wouldn't have been able to gain any advantage against such an attack. It was inevitable that he would have consumed a large amount of life force. His fleshly body wasn't any better either. Daoist Lin, are you all right? The Black Domain City Lord retracted his gaze and asked. Many thanks to the City Lord for helping. Otherwise, we would have been in big trouble. This #1 young genius of the Temporal Temple is more terrifying than I imagined. Lin Fei said gratefully. The Black Domain City Lord's arrival was too timely. The people of the Temporal Temple are too impudent. They dared to make a move in Black Domain City. As the city lord, if I don't teach them a lesson, no one will take Black Domain City seriously in the future. If that's the case, I don't mind wasting an energy annihilation sphere. The Black Domain City lord's face revealed his killing intent. It's a pity that the other party used a spatial projection technique. However, at least he won't have the guts to come again for a long time. When Lin Fei heard the key point, he finally understood what it was. It was a special treasure created by a supreme expert by refining the energy of the Yuan annihilation sphere. It possessed a terrifying destructive power. This was also the reason why Supreme Sovereign Kongwen's expression changed the moment he saw the energy annihilation sphere. It contained the energy of the Yuan annihilation sphere, and it could destroy anyone it saw. Such an energy annihilation sphere wasn't cheap. It would cost 2 to 3 billion Saint Spirit crystals per unit. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to afford it. The Yuan energy god sand only cost about 50 billion Saint Spirit crystals. In terms of power, this was much more powerful. On a mountaintop far away from Black Domain City, Supreme Sovereign Kongwen suddenly opened his eyes. His body swayed slightly, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face also turned pale. The Black Domain City Lord dares to use the energy annihilation sphere to deal with me for a mere Lin Fei. Supreme Sovereign Kongwen was in a bad mood. He had originally planned to slowly make Lin Fei despair, like a cat toying with a mouse. In the end, he ran into the Black Domain City Lord and even used such a rare treasure. From this, it could be seen how much importance he placed on Lin Fei. Lin Fei, you're lucky this time. You won't be so lucky next time. Although he didn't know why the Black Domain City Lord had helped him, Supreme Sovereign Kongwen believed that he would find out soon. When that time came, he could change his method of dealing with Lin Fei. Black Domain City had a powerful background. The Black Domain City Lord's disrespect had angered Supreme Sovereign Kongwen. He had to vent his anger, and he had to vent it ruthlessly. The banquet ended hastily because of the Temporal Temple Supreme Sovereign Kongwen's intervention. After the Black Domain City Lord sent Supreme Sovereign Kongwen away, he returned to the City Lord's mansion and arranged for someone to bring a table of wine. After serving it, he ordered the surrounding people to leave and took the initiative to pour a cup of wine for Lin Fei. Fellow Daoist Lin, this cup of wine is my apology. I feel very sorry for getting you involved. The Black Domain City Lord finished the cup in one gulp. Lin Fei could see that the other party was quite sincere. He chuckled and said, City Lord, since you think so highly of me, it doesn't matter whether you apologize or not. If it weren't for you, I would have been in big trouble today. The Black Domain City Lord really needed Lin Fei to participate in the Forbidden Land. Chapter 2992. From the bottom of his heart, Lin Fei didn't really like the Black Domain City Lord's actions. If it wasn't for the Black Domain City Lord revealing the secret of the Forbidden Land, Lin Fei would have brushed his sleeves and left without giving the other party any face. The Black Domain City Lord drank a cup of wine as an apology, which improved Lin Fei's impression of him. Although there was some selfishness in it, it was understandable. As long as one was human, they couldn't live without these things. Lin Fei was quite curious about the Black Domain City Lord. For him to be able to oversee this place, it seemed that he wasn't simple. Actually, I'm quite curious. You're from the Black Domain, so why do you have to find me? Am I stronger than those people from the Black Domain? Lin Fei asked. The Black Domain City Lord put down his cup and smiled. A body-tempering great sovereign like you is indeed very powerful. There are many experts in the Black Domain, but I still think that you can do it, because you're a peak existence in the body-tempering path. In terms of strength, there aren't many great sovereigns who are your match. Great Sovereign Kongwen is powerful, right? Even if he goes all out, he might not be able to defeat you, because you're not an ordinary person. Who doesn't have a few trump cards in their hands? This City Lord wasn't careless at all. Lin Fei's impression of the Black Domain City Lord deepened. The Black Domain City Lord poured a cup of wine. What happened before was just on the surface. The important thing is that I'm tired of this place, because I'm from the Black Domain, the Starlight Kingdom. I'm only responsible for guarding this place for too long. I hope that this time, you can obtain something from the Forbidden Land. Then, I can leave the Black Domain City and return to the Starlight World, and you will become a partner of the Starlight World. The Black Domain City Lord said in a serious tone. Lin Fei was puzzled before. Why would the Black Domain City Lord say such words? Although he didn't say much, he could roughly guess some things. This was a person with a story. What is it? Lin Fei asked. The Forbidden Land has been affected by the primordial annihilation energy. Starting from 100 million years later, there will be a certain chance that a special treasure will be born. It is called the Yuan Heart Grass. This is a special existence. It is a mutated plant that naturally absorbs primordial annihilation energy to grow. The longer it absorbs, the better the effect. The Black Domain City Lord didn't hide anything. And this time, the forbidden area you're going to is a place that has been sealed for 600 million years. In theory, there should be elemental heart grass. As long as you can snatch one, the mission will be complete. Elemental heart grass. Lin Fei had never heard of such a thing. Yes. It's the elemental heart grass. If we're lucky, 6 elemental heart grasses will appear in this sealed area for 600 million years. The Black Domain City Lord's voice became a lot more serious. As long as you bring out the Yuan Heart Grass, I can help you obtain anything you want. I don't dare say top-tier items, but as long as it's something like a source energy divine weapon, I can satisfy you. Lin Fei could hear the sincerity in the Black Domain City Lord's voice. It seems that I really can bring back the Yuan Heart Grass. Lin Fei laughed. Just because of your words, I really have no choice but to work hard. Lin Fei didn't ask what the Yuan Heart Grass was used for. If it was very useful, he didn't mind snatching some back. In order to express my sincerity, I can give you a portion of what you want. The Black Domain City Lord also threw caution to the wind and showed his sincerity. Is it really okay with anything? Of course. The Black Domain City Lord patted his chest. Then can I have the God Origin Energy Sand? Lin Fei directly said. He didn't beat around the bush, there was no need for that. Black Realm City Lord was quite shocked. He had never expected that the other party would ask for such a thing. It was hard to imagine. Normally, most people would choose a secret technique, such as a powerful offensive secret technique or a life-saving secret technique. Very few people would choose such a thing. You want the God Origin Energy Sand? I'm quite interested in refining weapons. With my current strength, ordinary things are useless. They are not as interesting as these things. Lin Fei came up with an excuse and spoke nonsense. The Black Domain City Lord thought about it and agreed. Lin Fei had witnessed the whole process of the fight with Supreme Sovereign Kong Wan. Since the Space School's killing move was able to last for so long, then the killing move of the secret technique was indeed not needed anymore. God Origin Energy Sand, this is easy. Our Starlight World has a lot of stock, and I also have some. I'll give it to you first. In any case, this thing is useless to me. Besides selling it to the people of Sky Feather Nation, I really have no other use for it. The Black Domain City Lord said indifferently. Lin Fei revealed a trace of curiosity. There are people who buy things like the God Origin Energy Sand? The Black Domain City Lord did not care much. This thing is of little value in the Saint Spirit domain. Ordinary people can't refine essence energy weapons, and even semi-finished products are very difficult. In the entire world, only those madmen of Sky Feather Nation would care about this thing. However, they are too ruthless. A semi-finished essence energy weapon usually costs tens of billions of Saint Spirit crystals. Everyone would rather keep it than sell it to them. Lin Fei had a better understanding of Sky Feather Nation. So that's how it is. In that case, I still choose the God Origin Energy Sand. Lin Fei said firmly. Alright, then no problem. I still have 100 kilograms with me. I'll give it all to you. The Black Domain City Lord said straightforwardly. A few days later, Lin Fei really obtained 100 kilograms of God Origin Energy Sand. I haven't even entered the forbidden area, but I already obtained 100 kilograms of God Origin Energy Sand. This is really unbelievable. Last time, I killed a lot of people for the God Origin Energy Sand. It was not as easy as this time. Lin Fei played with the God Origin Energy Sand in his hand. Let's refine it first. Knowing that Supreme Sovereign Kongwen had his eyes on him, Lin Fei did not dare to be careless. If that guy did not use the illusion scepter, it would not be so easy to defeat him. Therefore, Lin Fei had to improve Ao Tian's ninth heaven. Although 100 kilograms was less than 1/10 of the God Origin Energy Sand, it was still a huge improvement for Ao Tian. The benefit of such an improvement was that his physical body would be strengthened greatly. In terms of strength, it would increase dramatically again. If I can absorb 5/10 of the God Origin Energy Sand, I will be able to use the third stage of the tenfold strength technique. Ao Tian's cultivation technique was top-notch, so he naturally could not be judged by the standards of ordinary people. I hope there's Origin Energy Divine Sand in the Forbidden Land. That Supreme Sovereign Kongwen was scared away by the Black Domain City Lord, and he might even chase after me. If I'm not careful, he might even come to the Forbidden Land. I have to make preparations. Lin Fei's face slowly darkened. While the Devil Empire and the Saint Spirit World's three major forces were entangled, Lin Fei silently prepared. He was getting closer and closer to the forbidden area. That Supreme Sovereign Kongwen also disappeared without a trace after that day, as if he had never appeared. After 10 years, Lin Fei finally waited for the day to go to the forbidden area. I can finally set off. Chapter 2993. In the vast black domain, a black warship was traveling at an extremely fast speed. This is the closest big city to the Forbidden Land. You have 30 years to go. You should take a good rest. The Black Domain City Lord stood at the bow of the ship, looking into the distance. 30 years, that's not too long. Lin Fei liked the slow speed in the Black Domain. Ha ha ha. The Black Domain City Lord laughed. Do you know why the Demon Empire doesn't come to the Black Domain? In this place, their army can't endure such a long time. Lin Fei thought about it and felt that it made sense. The Black Domain was vast and boundless. The last time he went to the Azura Kingdom, he almost tired himself to death. The Black Domain City Lord's Black Domain warship was of high quality and traveled at an extremely fast speed. After hanging up the corresponding signs, their journey was uneventful and unimpeded. They did not encounter any attacks from wandering heavenly gods of the Black Realm like Lin Fei did. Lin Fei didn't go into seclusion. He had already refined 100 genes of Origin Energy God Sand. The 9 proud heavens had improved a lot. Fellow Daoist Lin, that is the Forbidden Land. After traveling for 20 years. In a boundless place. Lin Fei was called out by the Black Domain City Lord. He saw a place covered in black energy in the distance. Even though he was very far away, his heart still shook. That is the Forbidden Land. Yes, that is a Forbidden Land. The Black Domain City Lord laughed. The black and white energy outside is the Origin Energy. Whoever touches it will die. Lin Fei gazed at that place. He could vaguely see a continent there, which was faintly discernible. Since the Forbidden Land is covered in Origin Energy, how can outsiders enter? Lin Fei asked doubtfully. Even he couldn't guarantee that he could enter. The Black Domain City Lord laughed. I knew you would ask this. Normally, we can't enter a sealed area. However, every sealed area has a specific period of time where the primordial extermination energy will become weak. Although there is still a certain degree of threat, as long as we have a specific treasure, it won't be a big problem to walk through the sealed area. Lin Fei was suddenly enlightened. So this was the case. The power of primordial destruction is really unique. The Black Domain City Lord sighed with emotion. That's right, the primordial annihilation force is the most unique existence. Thus, there are some madmen who extract the primordial annihilation force and refine vicious treasures. Fellow Daoist Lin, you must be careful. Lin Fei nodded. He did not dare to be careless. The power released in that instant could easily tear apart a supremacy's body. Even a great supremacy wouldn't fare any better. Another warship is coming. Lin Fei noticed that a warship had appeared in the distance and was heading in their direction. The Black Domain City Lord also noticed it. His expression changed slightly. Our hidden enemies are here. I didn't expect to meet them here. Competitors? Lin Fei looked over. He could see a few people standing on the deck of the warship. One of them, in particular, made him frown. This guy is really like a ghost that won't go away. Lin Fei saw a familiar person. A competitor. That person from the Temporal Temple is really something. The Black Domain City Lord also saw them. They are from the Black Domain, the Demon Fiend Mountain. They are most proficient in plundering and killing in the Black Domain. In the past, the experts of my lineage killed many of their experts and almost annihilated them. Ever since then, they have been eyeing me. Lin Fei knew that it was a melodramatic story the moment he heard it. Lin Fei, we meet again. The Black Domain warship sailed over from afar. The person on the bow looked over with a smile. What a coincidence. It is indeed a coincidence. Lin Fei met Supreme Paragon Wen's gaze. I thought you ran back. You are really daring. This is a chance for me to kill you. Ha ha ha, you want to kill the #1 expert of the younger generation of the Temporal Temple? I really don't know who gave you the guts to do so. I can easily kill you. A burly man beside him sneered at Lin Fei with a ferocious expression. Black Domain City Lord, your eyesight is getting worse. That person continued, you choose anyone. Aren't you afraid of wasting your efforts? Yu Tsang, whether my eyesight is good or not is not up to you. The Black Domain City Lord retorted. The burly man, Supreme Paragon Yu Tsang, was in a good mood. This time, they had obtained the help of the younger generation of the Temporal Temple Supreme Paragon Kongwen. Their Demon Fiend Mountain would definitely reap great rewards in the sealed land. Keep pretending. Keep pretending. Supreme Paragon Yu Tsang was full of confidence in Supreme Paragon Kongwen, the #1 expert of the younger generation. I'm waiting for your men to perish inside. Let's see what you have to say then. He was extremely happy to be able to kill someone like the Black Domain City Lord. Supreme Paragon Kongwen had a faint smile on his face. He stood with his hands behind his back, showing his arrogance. I'm waiting for you to kill me. Next time, you won't be so lucky. In the sealed land, you will die without a doubt. Then just you wait. I will definitely give you a big gift. Lin Fei laughed. Supreme Paragon Kongwen's figure dispersed and left the scene, leaving only Supreme Paragon Yu Tsang. Black Domain City Lord, you are finished. He. Supreme Paragon Yu Tsang was very proud. He had seen how powerful the #1 expert was. With a single strike, he killed 3 candidates. Even he was shocked. Cultivating both the Daoist of spacetime and time at the same time, he was invincible. I heard that you want to return to the Starlight Domain. Let's see how you will return if I can't get the elemental heart grass after killing your men. You don't have to worry about that. City Lord, it's my fault. Otherwise, Supreme Paragon Kongwen wouldn't have helped Demon Fiend Mountain. Lin Fei said as he looked at the departing demon fiend mountain warship. The Black Domain City Lord shook his head. It's fine. Even without Supreme Paragon Kongwen, there will be a second expert. Yutsong won't miss the chance to attack me. You have to be careful. Supreme Paragon Kongwen helped Yutsong because he wanted to kill you. Once you enter the sealed land, danger lurks everywhere and you will die. Moreover, his Daoist of space and time also give him a great advantage in the sealed land. At this moment, even the Black Domain City Lord started to worry. No one can guarantee who will kill who. Since he came to court death, I don't mind giving him a big gift in the sealed land. Lin Fei said confidently. City Lord, you don't have to worry so much. Once inside, everything depends on strength. He has a trump card, and so do I. The Black Domain City Lord realized that he had underestimated Lin Fei. Supreme Paragon Kongwen entered the sealed land to kill him, yet he still dared to be so confident. Perhaps he really had a trump card. Chapter 2994. 30 years passed by extremely quickly. On the way to the sealed grounds, Lin Fei encountered many Black Domain battleships of various sizes. Needless to say, all of them were heading towards the sealed grounds. In the words of the Black Domain City Lord, every time a public sealed ground appeared, countless experts would take the risk to enter. Lin Fei also learned a lot about the situation in the Black Domain from the Black Domain City Lord. In the Black Domain, every sealed ground was extremely important. Most of the sealed grounds that could be opened had already been divided up, and only the remaining few had become public. In other words, anyone could enter. This time, they were going to a public sealed ground. It had been enveloped by the primordial destruction energy for about 400 to 500 million years. This year, the primordial destruction energy had started to weaken, and after some calculations, they received news that they could enter the sealed grounds. All of the large and small countries in the Black Domain had begun to move. They all wanted to obtain those treasures in the sealed grounds. As long as they could obtain one, they would be rich. Everyone had come to try their luck, even if it meant death. In the face of riches and danger, everyone still decided to give it a try. We're not too late. In front of them was a dense group of Black Domain battleships. The scene of them hovering in the air outside a world of darkness was absolutely shocking. Anyone would be shocked by the sight of such a large Black Domain battleship. Just the Black Domain battleships alone numbered over 1,000. Their auras were like stars in the night sky, extremely dazzling. It would be difficult not to notice them. That's the sealed grounds. It's quite large. The Black Domain City Lord pointed at the hazy black area and said, it said that this place used to be the lair of a certain sect. In a single night, it was enveloped by the primordial destruction energy. Lin Fei looked at the Black Continent in the distance and asked curiously, I see that the Black Domain is very special. The primordial destruction energy can invade everywhere? 'Cause a bad influence? The Black Domain City Lord bitterly smiled and said, that's because you don't know. In the Black Domain, although it's special, the primordial destruction energy is everywhere. No one knows when the primordial destruction energy will erupt. It might be fine one moment, but in the next, it will immediately be devoured by the primordial destruction energy. Fortunately, the fluctuations of the primordial destruction energy are still very stable. It all depended on luck. This forbidden area is not small. No wonder so many people have come. I reckon that the competition this time will be very intense. The Black Domain City Lord revealed a trace of worry. The Black Domain City Lord controlled the Black Domain battleship and arrived at an area close to the forbidden area. A starlight flag was erected in this place. The surrounding area became empty. Similar areas could be found all around the forbidden lands. It was obvious that these were places occupied by the major forces of the Black Domain. They were the closest to the Black Domain, so they were able to enjoy the benefits first. This place belongs to our starlight world, it is also the place closest to the sealed area. Black Domain City Lord said with a smile, they have come, they are all people of Starlight World. Fifth Highness, you're finally back. A middle-aged heavenly god came forward to greet him. Lin Fei was shocked. The Black Domain City Lord was actually a prince of the Starlight World. His status was exalted and his background wasn't simple. You can just treat me as the City Lord. Sometimes, the identity of a prince isn't that good. The Black Domain City Lord said with a smile, my original name is Xinghaoren. However, I haven't used this name for a long time. The princes of the Starlight World all need to go out and gain experience. This time, I will leave the sealed area to you. Lin Fei had always felt that the other party was hiding something. Sure enough, he guessed correctly. No wonder the other party was so anxious. The sealed area has opened. Such a big matter, as a prince of the royal family, this emperor must make a trip. Xinghaoren said indifferently, have my brothers arrived yet? They are all inside. The middle-aged heavenly god said respectfully. Daoist Lin, let's go in and see what forces have come this time. You should also be prepared. Xinghaoren said to Lin Fei. All right. Lin Fei followed the fifth prince Xinghaoren to the temporary encampment of the Starlight World. The fifth prince has arrived. In the encampment, the few princes of the Starlight World had gathered together. However, their gazes were filled with hostility as they looked at each other. When Lin Fei walked into the encampment, he was immediately swept by countless gazes. Fifth brother, long time no see. I thought you weren't coming. A round-faced prince wearing a crown said with a smile. That smile was especially uncomfortable, like a knife. Big brother and the others have come. For such a big matter, as a member of the royal family, it is necessary for us to come. We can also make some contributions to the royal family. Xinghaoren replied with a smile. Fifth brother, this realization is right. Us brothers are all here. Just nice, we can work together. Lin Fei stood beside Xinghaoren and felt the smell of gunpowder. He wasn't interested in these melodramatic matters. He simply let his mind wander and couldn't be bothered to care about it. He could do whatever he wanted. Although Lin Fei's idea was good, an intense quarrel soon broke out. The fifth prince Xinghaoren's voice was filled with anger. Big brother, what is the meaning of this? Are you trying to deprive me of my authority? Since when was it your turn to be in charge of the Starlight World? Do you think I have to hand over my quota with just a word from you? Lin Fei retracted his mind and noticed that the emotions of the princes weren't right. The first prince looked rather domineering and imposing, giving off a very overbearing feeling. His gaze was also sharp and terrifying, as though it had the power to destroy one's soul, causing one's heart to tremble with fear. Fifth brother, big brother is also doing this for your own good. The crown prince said with a deadpan expression, this time, when the Forbidden Land opens, several peak forces from the Black Domain have come. If our Starlight World wants to obtain benefits from the Forbidden Land, we will have to send out our strongest lineup. Let's not talk about anything else. Just this body cultivator beside you, do you think he has an advantage in the Forbidden Land? The first prince looked at Lin Fei with disdain. Lin Fei was speechless. Was he trying to make an example out of himself? This feeling made Lin Fei very unhappy. The quota is mine. Even if you are my big brother, you can forget about taking it. Xinghaoren didn't budge an inch. Let's go. The first prince saw that his fifth brother didn't give him any face. His face turned black. Fifth brother, I have already obtained Emperor Father's permission for this matter. Are you going to go against Emperor Father's words? Xinghaoren's expression changed. The word Emperor Father still gave him a lot of pressure. Are you using Emperor Father to threaten me? Xinghaoren raged. Big brother, I'm just stating a fact. It's good for everyone. The first prince laughed. I won't agree. The quota is in my hands. No one can take it away. Xing Haoran said as he prepared to leave. He didn't want to leave these matters. Chapter 2995. Xing Haoran left in a bad mood. He was afraid that he would shed all pretense of cordiality if he continued. He didn't want to wash one's dirty linen in public. Especially at this time, he would easily become a laughing stock in the eyes of the Black Domain's forces. I'm sorry, I didn't know that Big Brother would have such thoughts. Xing Haoran said after he came out. Xing Haoran's original intention was to introduce Lin Fei to his brothers. After all, Lin Fei was a monster. At the very least, he was a peak great sovereign. It's fine, I won't mind. No matter how good your mouth is, it's better to show it with action. Lin Fei didn't care. However, because of your big brother's words, I've decided that if I meet his people in the sealed area, I will send them out. These words were light and airy, but in Xing Haoran's ears, they were filled with killing intent. A deep and cold killing intent. Xing Haoran didn't stop him. To a great sovereign, not just anyone could humiliate him, even if he was from the Black Domain's major forces. If he really went all out, he would have to pay a huge price at the very least. I will give you the information later, as well as some forces that you need to pay attention to. Lin Fei arranged for him to stay in a mansion that he could collect. A forbidden area that has been sealed for 600 million years is much more lively than I imagined. Just from the system's detection, there are more than 100 powerful auras, and there are more than 20 extremely threatening auras. They should be experts in the top 100 of the God list. Sensing the powerful experts from the Black Domain, Lin Fei was filled with a strong battle intent. The stronger these experts were, the more life energy they could plunder, and they could produce large amounts of life crystals. This time, after entering the sealed area, the Yuan heart grass is secondary. The most important thing is to find the Yuan Force God Sand. Since the Yuan destruction energy is so terrifying, it might be able to catalyze the Yuan Force God Sand. This will be an opportunity for me. Lin Fei didn't really care about the Yuan heart grass. Compared to the Yuan Force God Sand, everything was far inferior. Just one last step and his proud heaven would be able to advance to the 10th level. At that time, even if the Temporal Temple's experts came out in full force, he wouldn't be able to do anything. That was a strong guarantee. With the prideful Sky Tenfold physique, Lin Fei could go to the origin land of Devil Motherland and collect the huge amount of life force from the origin deity pool. It was a waste to keep that thing. He even suspected that the origin deity pool was a trump card of the Devil Motherland. If it could easily create a great sovereign, then what about the hierarch level? Lin Fei urgently wanted to break through prideful heaven 10th layer physique, and snatch it from the hands of the experts of the Devil Motherland. Someone is looking for me? Lin Fei, who was deep in thought, noticed that someone had arrived outside. An unknown stranger. I know you, the traitor of the Dark Shadow Palace, Lin Fei. Our first prince wants to see you. If you know what's good for you, open the door immediately. A domineering voice came from outside. Lin Fei never intended to hide his identity. The moment the Starlight World heard about it, Lin Fan knew that this person's background wasn't simple. It wouldn't be difficult for the Starlight World to find out his identity. This kind of tone made Lin Fei uncomfortable. Scram! The stranger outside was a 7th-order Heavenly God Realm cultivator. Hearing the scram, the 7th-order Heavenly God Realm stranger vomited a mouthful of blood, his body flying into the air. He struggled to get to his feet with a horrified expression. You offended the first prince, you're dead for sure. The next day, Xing Haoran's information arrived. I heard that the first prince's people came last night. You roared at him until he vomited blood. A 7th-order Heavenly God Realm bastard dares to act so presumptuously in front of me? Roaring at him can be considered giving your Starlight World face. Lin Fei laughed. In fact, you don't need to give me face. Xing Haoran snorted, that big brother of mine wants to reap all the benefits in this sealed land. I'm more than happy that you taught his people a lesson. Lin Fei flipped through the documents that had been sent over. The information was very detailed. Most of the people who came to the sealed land this time are from the Black Domain. You only need to pay attention to these three forces. They can be considered as first-rank forces in the Black Domain, and there are a total of 3 of them. According to rumors, these 3 forces have formed an alliance, trying to maximize their benefits. If you run into them, be extra careful. Xing Haoran warned with a solemn expression. Golden Dragon Country, Black Tiger Mountain, and Black Heaven Gate. Yes, it's these 3 forces. They are the biggest threats in the forbidden area this time. They are ruthless and vicious. Wherever they appear, no one dares to fight with them. Xing Haoran continued, the people below are all their experts this time. Compared to Xing Haoran's 3 subordinates, each of these 3 forces had more than a dozen spots. Adding the 3 forces together, there were more than 50 to 60 people. Finding things in the sealed land depends on luck. As long as they don't run into me, I won't bother with them. Even if they were strong, Lin Fei didn't put them in his eyes. Xing Haoran shook his head, not knowing what to say. 1 month later. Outside the sealed area, there were many battleships, and it was a majestic sight. Fellow cultivator Lin, we can go. Xing Haoran came personally. Finally, I can go in. If I don't move a bit, my bones will grow hair. Lin Fei laughed. It was really torturous to have a treasure in front of him. Lin Fei secretly went to test the sealed land. The black and white primordial destruction power was very destructive. Lin Fei touched it slightly, and the primordial destruction power attacked. It had a terrifying destructive power, and it was the bane of everything. Even with the proud heavens barrier, the primordial destruction power would be torn apart and the particles of the body would collapse. There was no way to stop it. This was absolutely terrifying. Lin Fei didn't dare to try again. No wonder everyone was obedient and didn't dare to force their way in. No matter how many times they tried, they would die. Under Xing Haoran's lead, Lin Fei came to a place in the sealed land. This place was full of people. Lin Fei saw the princes of the Starlight Realm again. Their gazes weren't very friendly, especially the Crown Prince. Later, we will enter from this place. Xing Haoran didn't care about his brothers, and explained to Lin Fei, oh right, this is primordial armor. I specially prepared it for you. Lin Fei also knew what primordial armor was. This thing was very valuable. It was specially refined and could resist the invasion of primordial destruction power. It was just that it was in a weakened state. Under normal circumstances, primordial armor wouldn't be of much use. Lin Fei didn't say any words of gratitude. He took it from Xing Haoran's hands and looked at it. It was a very special battle armor. The situation inside the sealed land is different. After you enter, you have to be careful. Not only do you have to be careful of the forces of the Black Domain, you also have to be careful of those essence beasts. Although these essence beasts aren't very high, they really can't be compared. However, they all have the strength of paragons and great paragons. Xing Haoran had a lot of expectations for Lin Fei. The competition in the public sealed land was very intense every time. It was unknown how many heroes had fallen inside, but everyone still enjoyed it. Chapter 2996. The black and white energy shrouding the outside of the forbidden land gradually dissipated. The huge continental world finally appeared before everyone's eyes again. The tall mountains and long rivers became clearly visible. When the forbidden land became faintly discernible, the forces closest to the forbidden land began to move. The elemental destruction energy has weakened. Let's go in. Put on your elemental armor. Charge. Streams of light rushed toward the forbidden land. Because the forbidden land was public, in order to prevent the large forces from monopolizing it, people from their own forces were not allowed to enter the public areas. They needed outsiders to help them enter. This was also to give everyone more opportunities to prevent a large number of experts from entering. Thus, it was very popular with everyone. A large number of streams of light appeared in a circle around the forbidden land. Rays of resplendent light burst out and were able to resist the invasion of the elemental destruction energy, allowing them to successfully charge in. Brother Lin, I'll be waiting for you outside to celebrate. Remember, you can only stay in the forbidden land for a maximum of 10 years. If you don't come out after that time, the elemental destruction energy will recover, and everyone will die. Xing Haoran reminded him again. Lin Fei put on his elemental armor and nodded slightly. Fifth Prince, as long as you prepare the things, you can just wait to receive the results. Not far away, the first prince said sinisterly, whether we can come out or not is another matter. Lin Fei turned into a black stream of light and rushed out. The first prince looked at Lin Fei's back as he left. You dare to reject this emperor's good intentions? Prepare to die in there. Many people will still be tempted by the bounty offered by the three top forces. You can only blame yourself for not knowing the rules. You actually dared to help fifth brother. A cold light flashed in the first prince's eyes. This was the first time Lin Fei had approached the forbidden land enveloped by the elemental destruction energy. How miraculous! The elemental destruction energy has indeed weakened. When he came into contact with the elemental destruction energy again, it was not as ferocious as before. He did not know what material the elemental armor was made of, but it actually blocked the elemental destruction energy's invasion. Elemental armor is really good stuff. No wonder everyone was so confident to enter. The elemental destruction energy's power weakened. After Lin Fei rushed in, he felt uncomfortable all over. There seemed to be some kind of suppression in the dark, and it was an innate suppression. This should be the special characteristic of the annihilation power. Even if the power is weakened, the innate suppression is still there. Lin Fei tried to block it with the system. It really worked. That's great. Without that trace of influence, I can move as smoothly as a fish in the water in the forbidden land. Lin Fei thought to himself. I guess the other forces also have such treasures. After passing through a thick layer of elemental annihilation energy, Lin Fei finally arrived at the sealed area. Lin Fei saw the forbidden land clearly. This was a huge world, but this world was completely different from the outside world. There was a deathly aura everywhere, and everything was replaced by a kind of black. In this world, everything seemed oppressive. Lin Fei activated the struggle function, but he didn't feel any pressure. With the elemental annihilation power enveloping this place, all life in this place has disappeared. Even matter has been affected. The elemental annihilation power has permeated the entire world. No wonder there was such a change. Lin Fei landed on a barren mountain. Swoosh! Before he could stabilize himself, two cold beams of light shot out from a cave beside him, bringing with them an ice-cold aura. When these two cold beams of light approached Lin Fei, a chill swept out, and white fog appeared in the surroundings. Lin Fei opened his mouth and blew, and the chill was blown away. The two cold beams of light were also blown away, and a white shadow appeared in front of him with a swoosh. Interesting thing. He blew out another breath. Surprisingly, the white thing didn't explode. Its body shook, and it pounced over, spewing out a large amount of white fog. To be able to survive my attack, it's really ferocious. This must have the defense of a supremacy. Reaching out, two fingers caught the white thing. Lin Fei was curious. He had just arrived, and he had already encountered such a thing. Pang! Before Lin Fei could take a look, the bug that he caught actually self-destructed. The white chill swept up from his fingers all the way to his arm, freezing him into a popsicle. Lin Fei also discovered that this chill could even affect the particles of his body, causing them to freeze. This is too ferocious. Could it be that it was affected by the elemental annihilation power, causing a change? This chill made Lin Fei feel a trace of seriousness. The Forbidden Land was indeed different from what he had imagined. No wonder Xing Haoran kept reminding him. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. While Lin Fei was still shocked by the white bug, from those small caves on the mountain, white bugs kept coming out. The number was increasing, and a patch of white appeared in front of him. Damn! The white bugs all spewed out white fog. Lin Fei immediately activated Aotian barrier. A layer of white fog instantly appeared, covering Aotian barrier. Traces of chill seeped in, causing a numbing sensation. This is too ridiculously strong. Lin Fei waved his hand, blasting away the white fog. A terrifying force swept across the white bugs, and a large number of them exploded, causing white fog to rise. I can't kill them like this. This mutated chill resents the might of the elemental annihilation power. The more I kill, the more it will produce. Damn it, I have to change to another place. Lin Fei immediately flew into the distance. Behind him, the group of white bugs continued to chase after him, looking as though they weren't willing to give up. These things are a little troublesome. Lin Fei didn't dare to underestimate them. If there were too many of them, even with Aotian barrier and Aotian ninth heavens, he wouldn't be able to handle them. He had tried to expel them just now, and it was very troublesome. If these bugs were already so threatening, then what about the others? Even Lin Fei himself didn't dare to guarantee it. I have to find a safe place to search for clues about the elemental god sand. Lin Fei spent a lot of effort to get rid of the chilling bugs. In a mountain range, he found a safe place. To be more precise, he occupied the nest of a mutated demonic beast and killed more than 10 of them. There are too many mutated demonic beasts in the Forbidden Land. There are thousands of white bugs that can release chill and break through my defense. Now, there are also these extremely fast demonic beasts. Danger is really lurking everywhere. Lin Fei's speed was fast enough, but in a situation where he didn't use his explosive power, he was able to match the speed of these things. This was inconceivable. Little devil, open the map of the Forbidden Land. Lin Fei didn't want to go through so much trouble this time. The Forbidden Land was so big, and there were so many experts here. Especially those that could pose a threat to him, there were more than 10 to 20 experts. Wanting to snatch the elemental heart grass in the Forbidden Land wasn't that easy. Before coming here, Lin Fei had thought about it. Something like the elemental heart grass was definitely very precious. It would definitely grow in a very special place, and it might even be guarded by powerful mutated demonic beasts. Lin Fei was very much in agreement with this conjecture. Even a little white bug with a chilling aura could make him feel pressured, let alone other mutated demonic beasts. Even the simplest one was enough to make him go crazy. The one from the Devil Motherland was the best proof. Having a stalk of elemental heart grass beside it was enough to make one feel unbearable. Lin Fei decided to increase his strength first. Chapter 2997. Activate. Without any hesitation, Lin Fei chose to activate it. In an instant, the system extracted a large number of energy units. Pop out a three-dimensional image. Lin Fei saw the system covering the entire sky above the sealed land. For the first time, Lin Fei had a comprehensive and direct view of the size of the sealed land. Groups of heavenly god powerhouses were looking for treasures everywhere. Some even made a move, erupting with terrifying energy fluctuations. Such a situation occurred in almost the entire sealed land. Lin Fei saw all kinds of experts. For example, great supremacy powerhouses who were a threat to him. On a certain mountain peak, the surroundings were desolate. A great supremacy and several supremacy powerhouses were besieging a mutated life form. One of the great supremacy powerhouses suddenly stopped and looked around, revealing a trace of doubt. Why do I feel like I'm being watched, but there's no movement around me? At the great supremacy realm, one's senses were sharper than anyone else's. They could vaguely feel something, but they couldn't find where they were. Such a situation occurred to many great supremacies. They were puzzled, but after a round of inspection, they weren't too worried. Instead, they became more cautious. This seems to be a mutated life form. Compared to a real life form, it's a lot weaker. However, there are quite a lot of them. There are actually more than 100 of them. If he didn't look, he wouldn't know. But with a glance, Lin Fei sucked in a breath of cold air. These places should be the most dangerous places in the Forbidden Lands. There are the most mutated origin death realm lifeforms, especially this place. There are as many as 16 mutated origin death realm lifeforms here. There might even be origin heart grass here. Through the system, Lin Fei quickly found the most dangerous places in the sealed land and determined that there was a high probability of producing Yuan heart grass. Little devil, search for traces of Yuan heart sand. Lin Fei wasn't interested in the Yuan heart grass for the time being. Any one of those places was full of danger. Even if he went alone, he would be flustered. Besides the protection of the mutated lifeforms, there were also a shocking number of mutated beasts. Whoever went in would definitely suffer a great loss. He wasn't stupid enough to act as a vanguard. Finding the Yuan heart sand was the most important thing. Search for the Yuan heart sand. After another consumption, the system started searching. Lin Fei waited quietly. On the three-dimensional map, red dots appeared one after another, covering the entire Forbidden Land. After these red dots appeared, they quickly disappeared. Lin Fei's heart was also in his throat. The more red dots that disappeared, the more it meant that there was no divine origin energy sand in that area. If all the red dots on the screen disappeared, then there was no divine origin energy sand in that area. The red dots kept disappearing. No matter what, we have to leave one behind. Soon, most of the red dots disappeared. Lin Fei was really worried that his efforts would be in vain. Discovered God Elemental Sand. While Lin Fei's heart was pounding, there was only one red dot left on the screen. The system had some good news. Fortunately, my luck is not bad. Lin Fei tapped on the red dot and checked the area. It was a mountain range, surrounded by a continuous chain of mountains. This is... In the mountain range, Lin Fei suddenly frowned, and his eyes widened. What the hell, there are still these things guarding here. This is going to be troublesome. Lin Fei saw a type of mutated demonic beast. It had the body of a mouse, and it kept going in and out of the mountain range filled with caves. The number was shocking, and it made one's scalp go numb. Seems like these mole things are not easy to deal with. This area is filled with these caves, and the bottom must have been dug out. Don't tell me these things live on ores. Lin Fei immediately let the little devil check the situation inside the cave. The scene changed, and it was inside the cave. The inside was like a maze, leading in all directions. Lin Fei continued to check. Other than these mutated demonic beasts, there were all kinds of stones. It seemed like his guess was right. Is this their leader? After looking for an hour, Lin Fei finally found a huge cave. The aura of the mutated demonic beasts here was very dangerous, but that wasn't important. The most important thing was that inside the huge cave, there was a golden light, very dazzling. Other than that, there was a huge mutated demonic beast lying on top of the golden light, sleeping lazily. This mutated demonic beast was not only huge, but its entire body was golden. Outside of the cave, there were a dozen smaller mutated demonic beasts, as if they were guards. These golden things look like godly essence sand. After closing the distance, Lin Fei was wild with joy. Ha ha ha, my luck is really good, there really is godly essence sand. There was only one area in the entire forbidden area, and Lin Fei was really worried that there wouldn't be any. Now, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Looking at this amount, it shouldn't be a problem to break through to prideful Sky 10th layer physique. But, it's still a bit of a problem to get my hands on it. This commander-like thing has clearly occupied all the godly essence sand. I'm destined to go on a killing spree. Although he didn't know that the godly essence sand would be in this cave, at least it saved Lin Fei the trouble of digging it himself. Let's go. This place was on the east side of the forbidden area. Lin Fei was currently on the west side, which was equivalent to the opposite side, and the distance was still quite far. Because a large number of experts had entered the forbidden area, those mutated demonic beasts began to become restless, and there was a feeling that they were ready to make trouble, and some even began to surround and attack the human experts. Lin Fei took out his godly essence weapon. He wanted to rush to that area as soon as possible. In this kind of place, he didn't dare to guarantee when someone would go there, and if that really happened, it would be a big problem to deal with. Lin Fei pushed his speed to the limit. He passed through all the way. As long as there were mutated demonic beasts blocking the way, he would directly kill them. The road ahead was still quite smooth. There were strong and weak mutated demonic beasts, and it was easy for Lin Fei to deal with and kill them, but halfway through, he encountered not a small problem, and was surrounded by a group of mutated demonic beasts. These mutated demonic beasts could release a special slowing effect. After Lin Fei was affected by this slowing effect, his flying speed actually slowed down, and the particles of his body were also affected, and his speed was suppressed to 70%. In order to deal with these things, Lin Fei spent a lot of time. After killing one wave, another wave came. Lin Fei was speechless, and could only escape. Wave after wave of slowing effect, it was quite uncomfortable. No one was comfortable. Don't look at how simple it was to pass through. It took Lin Fei 3 years to complete the task. During this period, he encountered danger more than once or twice, and during this period, there were terrifying mutated demonic beasts that directly devoured his life energy. If not for his strong foundation, just these mutated demonic beasts alone could have sucked him dry. After seeing that mountain range, Lin Fei secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He had finally arrived. However, before he could heave a sigh of relief, 2 sword chi slashed across the sky. Chapter 2998. During the past 3 years, Lin Fei hadn't stopped at all. Under the cover of the primordial annihilation energy, the sealed area was filled with danger. He had seen a supremacy killed by a group of demonic beasts, and he had also seen demonic beasts that could plunder life force, easily sucking away several supremacy powerhouses. He had even seen demonic beasts that were impervious to swords and spears. Even when surrounded by more than a dozen supremacies, they couldn't be killed. Instead, several supremacies had died. Along the way, Lin Fei kept his guard up at all times, afraid of encountering any troublesome demonic beasts. If they were easy to deal with, he would kill them. If they weren't, he would run. He didn't know if a large group of them would appear. It was just that he hadn't expected that someone would beat him to it just as he arrived in this area. The Sky Splitter staff blocked the 2 attacks. This pseudo-supremacy level power wasn't something Lin Fei cared about. However, the words, Black Heaven Gate, made him frown slightly. Little devil, check the situation in the cave immediately. Lin Fei didn't believe that the Black Heaven Gate was powerful enough to find the divine essence sand. He had to ensure that the item was still there. This was the key to breaking through. There were many public sealed areas like this in the Black Domain, but not all of them had the divine essence sand. Not everyone could be so lucky in such a place that depended on probability. The system immediately called up the situation in the cave. Lin Fei saw a group of people, more than 200 in number. They were attacking the demonic beasts in the cave, leaving behind a large number of human and demonic beasts' corpses along the way. They were retrieving items. Of the 200 people, more than 100 were fighting at the front. All sorts of treasures were being collected. Although the demonic beasts were terrifying, they didn't have any advantage against these people. The powerhouses at the front were killing the demonic beasts, while the people at the back were digging for items. Fortunately, I came in time. There's still a long way to go before I reach the divine essence sand. Relieved, Lin Fei went to check on the situation in the cave. The guards at the entrance were still there, and the commander inside was wolfing down the origin energy divine sand with relish. This time, Lin Fei felt his heart ache. Those are all mine. Lin Fei could clearly feel that the large pile of God energy sand was much smaller than before. He didn't need to guess to know that it was this guy who ate it. Right now, he wanted nothing more than to kill his way in and kill this guy. Of all the things he ate, he just had to eat his God energy sand. This guy was playing with fire. While checking the situation in the cave, the two pseudo-supremacies who had attacked Lin Fei had been guarding the cave to prevent outsiders from entering. They had immediately notified someone. To be able to block the attack so easily, his strength was not bad. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, more than 10 powerful auras rushed out from the cave below. The mysterious Heaven sect is handling some business. Leave now. One of the leaders said fiercely. If you don't want to die, scram as far as you can. The people from the mysterious Heaven sect were arrogant and despotic. It seemed that as long as Lin Fei didn't leave, they would immediately attack. Lin Fei was not in the mood to pay attention to the Black Heaven sect. As long as they refined the origin energy divine sand, even if the Black Heaven sect's top experts came, they would still be able to kill them. Scram! Lin Fei wielded the origin energy divine weapon and swept it horizontally. A wave of energy directly swept over the Black Heaven sect's experts. This time, he directly unleashed his full power. After a series of banging sounds, most of the Black Heaven sect's experts were killed. They didn't even have the chance to notify others before they were completely annihilated. Lin Fei concealed his aura and snuck into the cave below. Find the most suitable path. Lin Fei instructed Little Fiend. The experts invited by the Black Heaven sect were all very powerful. While they were attracting the mutated demonic beasts, he decided to directly collect the origin energy divine sand. No matter how powerful that guy was, he wouldn't be able to kill him in one move. Lin Fei still had this much confidence. In just a few breaths' time, he would be able to collect all the origin energy divine sand. Little Fiend quickly found a shortcut and avoided the Black Heaven sect's people. The Black Heaven sect's people had appeared and attracted the attention of the mutated demonic beasts. Lin Fei's movement speed was extremely fast, and he also activated Proud Sky's barrier, which increased his strength. Bang bang bang. The elemental energy divine weapon, Sky Splitter, swept out wave after wave of energy. If the mutated demonic beasts didn't die, they would be heavily injured. Lin Fei also rushed in as if there was no one around. These are... He killed his way in. Lin Fei discovered that some mutated demonic beasts would drop special items like crystals. Without hesitation, he collected them first. As for what they were, he would figure it out later. Closer. Closer and closer. Lin Fei felt a terrifying pressure. Fortunately, he had concealed his aura. Soon, the mutated demonic beasts guarding outside the cave opened their eyes and shot towards one of the passages. 3 of them directly rushed in. The 3 mutated demonic beasts were extremely fast. They're here. Lin Fei could clearly feel that he was being locked on. With a sweep of the Sky Splitter, a loud rumbling sound could be heard, causing the earth to shake. The 3 pouncing demonic beasts strangely disappeared in the face of Lin Fei's terrifying might. They appeared behind Lin Fei and swiped their sharp claws. Ka 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 ka. Ripples appeared on Lin Fei's body protection and directly collapsed. It's broken just like that. This was the first time that Prideful Sky's body protection was so weak. It was broken in a single exchange. This was completely out of Lin Fei's imagination. Before Prideful Sky's body protection could be reactivated, the three mutated demonic beasts strangely disappeared. Lin Fei's body suffered 7 to 8 attacks. The powerful Prideful Sky's body also revealed traces of blood. As expected, they are ridiculously strong. The three mutated demonic beasts joined hands and attacked ferociously. For a moment, Lin Fei didn't have any advantage. Instead, he was at a disadvantage. Under the full power of the Sky Splitter, he couldn't hit the mutated demonic beasts. As for the aftershock, it couldn't even tear through their outer layer of defense. These three mutated demonic beasts are already like this. I have to shake them off and collect the elemental energy god sand first. If I'm discovered by those people, it will be disadvantageous to me. After making up his mind, Lin Fei directly rushed forward. The three mutated demonic beasts blocked in front of him. The elemental energy god weapon in Lin Fei's hand wasn't just for show. After clashing a few times, the three mutated demonic beasts suffered a small loss. They didn't dare to fight head-on anymore. They learned their lesson and began to restrain Lin Fei. Lin Fei was really blocked. For a moment, he couldn't advance or retreat. There are energy fluctuations over there. Someone must have come in. Quickly go and take a look. While Lin Fei was entangled with the three mutated demonic beasts, the great sovereign expert sensed the change and sent people over to check. 10-stage strength technique, second stage, open for me. Lin Fei erupted. Chapter 2999. The Profound Heaven sect was one of the three most powerful forces that entered the sealed grounds this time. They had plenty of experts. They came to this area to hunt for the origin crystals condensed by the mutated beasts. These origin crystals were rare and could not be found outside. They could only be found in the sealed grounds. The origin annihilation force could kill all living things. However, there was still a chance for the beasts to mutate. After mutating, they would become stronger and more ferocious. They would not be inferior to a great expert. Every time they entered the sealed grounds, the most troublesome thing was the mutated beasts. If they encountered a small number of mutated beasts, they would be lucky. However, once they encountered a large number of mutated beasts, they had no other choice but to flee. The origin annihilation force was a special existence. Due to the mutation of the origin annihilation force, the beasts would undergo a lot of changes and possess some powerful abilities. Such situations were not unheard of. Although the mutated beasts were powerful and terrifying, the origin crystals in their bodies were top-grade materials that could be used to make some terrifying tools and treasures. The Profound Heaven sect was hunting the mutated beasts in an attempt to obtain the origin crystals in their bodies. There were many mutated beasts in this area. In addition to the different geographical locations, the experts of the Profound Heaven sect determined that it was more likely to produce origin crystals. In fact, they were right. The mutated beasts in this area had a higher chance of producing origin crystals. Although they were not easy to deal with, under the siege of the experts of the Profound Heaven sect, they were able to hunt them down safely. When a few tyrannical auras spread, the experts of the Profound Heaven sect sensed that something was wrong. It was obvious that the powerful mutated beasts were attacking something. They immediately arranged for more than a dozen experts to check the situation. They wanted to know who was so bold as to snatch food from the mouth of a tiger in the territory of the Profound Heaven sect. Lin Fei blasted away three mutated beasts with a strike of his rod and rushed towards the cave. Someone is coming in. What are the people outside doing? They don't even know that someone is coming in. Kill him. Don't let him alarm those mutated beasts. The leader who came over immediately ordered when he saw a black figure rushing over. There were countless mutated beasts in this area. The Profound Heaven sect had to be careful when hunting them. They could not let this person affect their progress. No matter who this person was, he had to die. The people of the Profound Heaven sect caught up. The three mutated beasts also chased after him. Quick, inform the elders that we've discovered 3 mutant guards. There's a total of 3 of them. There's a mutant king in this place. Who knows, there might be some good stuff here. The leader immediately roared. The person behind him immediately went to report. The Profound Heaven sect had sent many experts this time. Among them, there were as many as 8 great reverend lords. In reality, they were all members of the Profound Heaven sect. They had deliberately established a faction outside the sect to cooperate with each other. In reality, they were all members of the same sect. This was something that everyone in the Black Domain knew. What? We've discovered 3 variant guards? Is there a variant king among them? This time, the leader was a middle-aged man with a pale complexion. He looked refined, and his eyes were filled with viciousness. Yes, that person seems to have gone to the variant king's territory. The white-faced middle-aged great venerable lord didn't hesitate. Leave behind 3 great venerables. The other 5 great venerables and 20 great venerables. We'll rush over immediately. We can't let anyone get ahead of us. Mutant guards and mutant kings were the most special existences in the Forbidden Land. They could absorb a portion of the elemental annihilation and increase their strength rapidly. They were basically very difficult to kill. If they were here, then congratulations, there would definitely be a variant king around. A variant king was equivalent to a commander. Any one of them had the strength of a peak Great Reverend Lord. One of them could deal with 8 or 9 Great Reverend Lords of the same level. They were extremely powerful. The places where these variant kings resided had top-grade treasures. When the Profound Heaven sect arrived, they didn't find the whereabouts of the variant kings, so they didn't pay much attention to them. Now that they heard about it, they couldn't sit still and immediately led people to chase after it. After Lin Fei's strength increased, his speed became extremely fast. He was like an afterimage as he rushed over. The 3 variant guards followed closely behind him. This level of speed surpassed 90% of Great Reverend Lords. Almost there, almost there. Roar! Roar! The cave had finally appeared. The remaining few mutant guardians also sensed it and rushed out, forming a blockade around them. Scram! Lin Fei activated the Yuan Force divine weapon in his hand and slashed out, splitting the void in 2. A powerful force swept across the mutated guards, forcing them to retreat continuously. Whoosh! 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 The variant guards that were pushed back had wounds on their bodies. In just a short moment, their wounds had healed. Lin Fei discovered that the elemental annihilation energy of heaven and earth was flowing into the variant beasts' bodies, helping them recover. Scram! Scram! Lin Fei also realized that he couldn't delay any longer. He sensed that someone was chasing behind him. He didn't need to look to know that it was the Profound Heaven sect's people. The Sky Splitter carried a terrifying aura as it swept across their bodies. The variant guards' defense was too good. They recovered as soon as they were injured. It was as if they were immortal. Lin Fei's powerful strength couldn't injure the variant beasts. His attack couldn't kill them the first time, but the second time, they recovered and returned to their peak state. What the hell? These variant beasts are too strong. Ordinary Great Reverend Lords can't take a single hit, but these variant beasts can recover after a few hits. How are we supposed to fight them? Lin Fei was anxious. These variant beasts had sealed off the entrance too tightly. The variant beasts behind him caught up and surrounded him. Lin Fei was in a dilemma. He couldn't kill these variant beasts. For the first time, he felt like he was hitting cotton candy. It was very unpleasant. You dare to enter the territory of the Profound Heaven sect? How bold! The experts of the Profound Heaven sect caught up and saw the black-robed Lin Fei. Variant beasts. There are so many of them. Kill them all. The white-faced Great Reverend confirmed that these variant beasts were the variant beasts that only variant kings would have. These variant beasts were born to guard kings and were extremely difficult to deal with. Under such circumstances, the white-faced Great Reverend immediately gave the order to attack. The 5 Great Reverends took out a black ball that emitted a dangerous aura. It was the famous elemental annihilation ball that contained the elemental annihilation energy. They directly threw it over. A terrifying might instantly swept out. Lin Fei's expression changed. The Profound Heaven sect was so decisive. They actually dealt with the variant beasts together. Illusion Scepter. At this moment, Lin Fei deeply felt the dangerous aura. If he was hit, his vitality would be greatly damaged and he wouldn't be able to recover in a short time. The destructive power of the elemental annihilation ball was too terrifying. Chapter 3000. Our luck is pretty good this time. We didn't find any mutated guards. Now that someone has attracted the firepower, we might have a big harvest. The middle-aged Great Supremacy was overjoyed. If there were mutated guards, there would be mutated kings. Killing the mutated guards would give them at least some crystals. Without the mutated guards, killing the mutated kings wouldn't be that difficult. The Profound Heaven sect knew this very well. As for who that person was, they didn't care. If they had to say anything, they would have to thank that person for finding this place. The moment the elemental spheres were activated, a terrifying aura swept out. In front of 5 elemental spheres, nothing could stop them. Even if it was them, they wouldn't be able to use 5 elemental spheres at once. Mutated guards were hard to kill, but using the elemental energies to deal with them was very effective. At this critical moment, Lin Fei took out the Scepter of Illusion, a treasure he had snatched from the demon monarch. Illusion Realm, descend. This elemental energy divine weapon couldn't be compared to the Sky Splitter because they weren't on the same level. The Scepter of Illusion came from the lunatics of the Skywing Nation. Its attributes were different. It wasn't an attack based on strength, but on the other hand, it was unstoppable. The Sky Splitter was mostly used for strength, and it was very domineering. What Lin Fei needed to do now was to use his increased strength to rush in and collect the elemental energy divine sand. Even if he was injured, he could still leave calmly. This was the first time Lin Fei used the Scepter of Illusion. A huge illusion realm enveloped the demonic beasts. Lin Fei didn't use it on the experts of the Profound Heaven sect. If he used it on the demonic beasts, he wouldn't be exposed. Once the illusion realm descended on the mutated guards, Lin Fei could clearly feel their movements slowing down. This was equivalent to being immersed in the illusion realm. Dark stealth. The moment they were immersed in the illusion, Lin Fei used another secret technique he had obtained from the demon monarch. His figure faded as he rushed into the cave before the elemental energies could reach him. Boom! 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 A huge rumbling sound swept out. Roar! The mutant king in the cave was awakened. Its massive body and lantern-sized eyes were filled with killing intent as it roared at the entrance of the cave. Half of the primordial annihilation energy was blown away, leaving the other half within the cave. Collect. Lin Fei opened the system, and all the elemental energy sand in the cave fell into the system. The power of origin annihilation also spread out. At the last moment, Lin Fei used the Scepter of Illusion once again. A huge world enveloped the variant king while he was blasted away by the Yuanmia energy. After a series of loud rumbles, a huge crater appeared in the mountains. Lin Fei's Scepter of Illusion was too fast. The great exalted lords of the Profound Heaven sect didn't feel anything at all. They only saw the might of the Yuan destroyer ball directly crushing through, flattening the passage and killing the variant guards. As for that outsider, they didn't even consider him. Roar! After the cave collapsed, the mutant king roared and rushed up, targeting the people from the Profound Heaven sect. It's really a mutant king. Everyone, let's work together and kill it. The pale-faced Great Exalted Lord gave the order and everyone moved. A mutant king was a rare treasure even in the dark domain. There were strong and weak mutant kings, but the one in front of them didn't emit any dangerous aura. It shouldn't be that strong. The experts of the Profound Heaven sect were even more worried. At the same time, under a pile of ruins, Lin Fei shook off the rocks on his body. His face was extremely pale. He quickly took out the life crystals and absorbed them crazily. After absorbing more than 100 life crystals, Lin Fei's injury stabilized. The destructive power of the Yuan Destroyer Ball was beyond Lin Fei's imagination. Even with Proud Heaven's protection and his strong body, he couldn't withstand it for a while. It was torn apart in one move. Lin Fei finally understood why the Great Exalted Lord of the Temporal Temple was so afraid. He couldn't resist it at all. It was an extremely domineering existence that could crush everything. The few demonic beasts that blocked him were torn to pieces in front of that power. Lin Fei saw it clearly. In the future, I'd better be careful when dealing with treasures with the power of Yuan Annihilation. When the Yuan Annihilation swept through my body directly exploded 8 times. If it weren't for my vigorous life force supporting me, I would have definitely died under this kind of power. Lin Fei concealed his aura. The battle outside seemed to have begun. It was obvious that the huge guy had started attacking the people from the Profound Heaven sect. If you guys didn't come, I couldn't do anything. Now that you're here, you can help me take the blame. Through the system, Lin Fei saw the situation outside. At this moment, a huge crater appeared in the mountains. The huge demonic beast that had been in deep slumber was attacking the experts of the Profound Heaven sect non-stop. The experts of the Profound Heaven sect seemed to have been prepared for this. They kept taking out their treasures, especially special scrolls, and threw them at the demonic beast one by one. Under Lin Fei's observation, not only did the demonic beast's movements slow down, but it also slowed down in other aspects. It would take a long time for the experts from the Profound Heaven sect to break through its defense. With them here, should leave now. I almost died here because of this origin energy divine sand. Lin Fei used dark stealth and left silently. The system collected the origin energy divine sand and didn't leak any aura. The experts from the Profound Heaven sect were destined to be the scapegoat. From the demonic beast's crazy look, it was definitely them who did it. After confirming that it was safe, Lin Fei opened the system again to check on the situation over there. The siege was still ongoing. This demonic beast's defense is strong. Lin Fei saw that the demonic beast was covered in wounds, but it was still alive and kicking. On the other hand, there were many corpses around the Profound Heaven sect. Some of them were even high supremes. They either had their heads smashed or more than half of their bodies shattered. This demonic beast was extremely tough. To be able to hold on until now under the siege of so many experts, it's really not ordinary. The origin energy sphere's power had caused Lin Fei to suffer a great loss. This demonic beast's defense was strong. If Lin Fei were to face it alone, he definitely wouldn't stand a chance. The experts from the Profound Heaven sect were also puzzled. This mutated Beast King's attack was average, but its defense was ridiculously strong. They had been besieging it for so long, but they still couldn't injure it. After hesitating for a while, they used a secret treasure to kill the mutated Beast King. Chapter 3001. Lin Fei had witnessed the entire process of the sparkling crystal exploding. It was in high definition and up close. The Black Heaven sect is really capable, to have such a secret treasure that could heavily injure the Variant King in one strike. From the looks of it, it must be some kind of poison. It should be related to the primordial destruction energy. Perhaps it's a counter to it. Lin Fei had seen it clearly. It was a special substance that had seeped into the Variant King's body like a mist. The Variant King's defense was greatly reduced, and it was killed in the end. I don't know what that shiny thing is, but for it to be able to bear the words Variant King in the Forbidden Land, it must be a top-notch item. Lin Fei had suffered a small loss, and now he was thinking about the Black Heaven sect. Elder Xian, our luck is not bad. A king crystal dropped. From the looks of it, it's an Earth-type king crystal that specializes in defense. A great supremacy beside him said excitedly. The white-faced middle-aged great supremacy revealed a smile. King crystal? Our luck is indeed not bad. Quickly search the surroundings. If there's a variant king here, there must be something guarding it. This white-faced middle-aged great supremacy was Mystic 12 of the Black Heaven sect's 12 foster sons. He was a famous figure in the Black region, and the influence of the Black Heaven sect was so great. Even Mystic 12, who was ranked at the bottom, was a great supremacy, not to mention the 11 foster sons in front of him. Mystic 12 put away the king crystal and the corpse of the mutant king. He waited for the good news from his subordinates. Very soon, the people who were searching returned. Elder, we did not find anything here. Elder, we did not find anything here either. Same for us. The heavenly god powerhouses that returned were all dejected. They didn't find anything good, and this seemed a little abnormal. Under normal circumstances, wherever a variant king appeared, there would definitely be something guarding it. Check it again carefully. Don't miss anything. Mystic 12 furrowed his brows. This situation was normal. After all, it was not easy to find something guarded by a variant king. It would take some time. Mystic 12 was destined to be disappointed. After searching more than 10 times, they still did not find anything. Elder, we've already searched the surroundings more than 10 times, but there was nothing. Could it have been stolen? A great supremacy said. Apart from this explanation, there seemed to be no other explanation. Someone stole it? Mystic 12 suddenly thought of the fellow who had come in earlier. But under the attack of the Yuan annihilation sphere, he had already turned into ashes. No one could withstand it. Continue hunting the demonic beasts. The remaining group, continue searching. The item must be there. Who would dare to steal from a place that our mysterious heaven sect has our eyes on? Mystic 12 was still certain that the item was here. The king crystal and the variant king's corpse were considered a great harvest. As long as they didn't find the item that the variant king was guarding, the experts of the mysterious heaven sect would not be satisfied. That was the most important thing. Even if you dig 3 feet into the ground, you won't be able to find anything. When Lin Fei saw them searching for the item over and over again, he finally felt a sense of relief. The crystals dropped by the beasts I killed earlier should be a special kind of crystal. The crystal dropped by the variant king should be of a better quality. They haven't left yet, so I still have a chance. Lin Fei changed to another location. After confirming that it was safe, he set up several array formations. He took out the Yuan Force sand and began to cultivate. The experts of the mysterious heaven sect had plenty of time to deal with them. The prerequisite was that he could raise his Prideful Sky 9th layer physique to Prideful Sky 10th layer. At that time, he would be able to move unhindered in the forbidden grounds. The amount of Yuan Force sand he had snatched from the variant king was enough for him to cultivate to Prideful Sky 10th layer. Lin Fei still had to thank the experts of the mysterious heaven sect. If he had really fought them head-on, he would have wasted a lot of time. They had helped him a lot. After discarding all distracting thoughts, Lin Fei took out the Yuan Force sand. In front of him was a pile of golden-colored Yuan Force sand. It was very eye-catching. Prideful Sky 10th layer, here I come. Hua, hua, hua. The Yuan Force sand entered his body. Mystic 12 led a group of people to search for 2 months. It was unknown how many demonic beasts they had killed. But the item left behind by the variant king was still nowhere to be found. This was a great irony to Mystic 12. Could it really have been snatched away? Every time Mystic 12 thought of this matter, he would feel extremely unhappy. Someone had the guts to snatch food from the mysterious heaven sect. No matter who it was, once they were found, they would be severely punished and taught a lesson in blood. The items guarded by a variant king were all top-notch treasures in the forbidden grounds. Even if they had obtained the corpse and a king crystal, something was still missing. In these 2 months, Mystic 12 had been depressed. The most helpless thing was that he could not find the culprit. There were not many people who could hide from his eyes and ears and sneak in without him noticing. He suspected that it was the people from the Golden Dragon Country and Black Tiger Mountain. Other than them, Mystic 12 really could not find anyone who would dare to offend the mysterious heaven sect and snatch food from the tiger's mouth. The amount of Yuan Force sand he refined this time was longer than Lin Fei had expected. The quality was high. He had originally planned to use 2 to 3 months to completely refine it and rush to the 10th layer. But because of the quality of the Yuan Force sand, the time was extended indefinitely. In the end, Lin Fei used 2 years to completely refine all the Yuan Force sand he needed. When the last batch of Yuan Force sand was completely refined, a Jingguang surged out from Lin Fei's body. His entire person was like a deity that had descended from the heavens. It surrounded him, making him feel warm and comfortable. Is this the difference between the 10th layer and the 10th layer? After breaking through that threshold, Lin Fei experienced a feeling that he had never experienced before. 10th layer prideful heavenly body, too awesome. The moment he broke through, a new message appeared in his mind. Lin Fei's expression changed continuously. Master, are you satisfied with this gift? The little devil congratulated him with a knowing expression. Lin Fei was extremely excited. The benefits of breaking through to the 10th layer of the prideful heavenly body were far beyond his imagination. He could not believe that it was real. Just as he had said, this was a huge gift. The truly shocking gift was that the tyrant body of the prideful heavenly 12th layer actually had such a hidden meaning. To Lin Fei, this was equivalent to opening a door to an even more secretive secret. Perhaps this was the ultimate secret of the great sovereign lord breaking through to the hierarch realm. How to reach this step was something that had baffled countless people. The secret technique would also become a top-notch existence in the Saint Spirit world. Chapter 3002. It took him 2 years to break through from Proud Sky 9th layer to Proud Sky 10th layer, which indeed exceeded Lin Fei's expectation, extending from 2 to 3 months to 2 years. The difference was not small. After the breakthrough, Lin Fei received a notification from the system, and he was shocked beyond words. He couldn't imagine the difference between Proud Sky 10th layer and Proud Sky 9th layer. Anyone would be shocked and excited at the same time. Other than that, Lin Fei also learned a big secret. Proud Sky 10th layer physique had undergone a huge transformation, allowing him to absorb a portion of elemental destruction energy. Yes, it was absorbing elemental destruction energy. The great benefit of breaking through to Proud Sky 10th layer. This was the reason why Lin Fei was shocked. Can I really absorb a portion of elemental destruction energy? Lin Fei was still in shock. He knew very well how tyrannical the elemental destruction energy was. The Black Heaven Gate's weakened version was able to shatter his body 7 to 8 times. If it was an ordinary Reverend Lord, no matter how the little guy attacked, he wouldn't be able to shatter his body, much less shatter it. But elemental destruction energy was different, it could shatter a person's body 7 to 8 times in a single exchange. If it was any other master, they would have died countless times. Yes, with your current physique, you should be able to absorb 3 types of elemental destruction energy, and a weaker version at that, for example, the Forbidden Land's elemental destruction energy. The little devil answered. 3. It wasn't a lot. But to Lin Fei, it was equivalent to holding a secret trump card. If he used it at the crucial moment, everyone would be shocked. The secret art from Proud Sky 10th layer's reward uses elemental destruction energy. Every time you use it, you can consume one type of elemental destruction energy, up to 3. The little devil added. Every time his physique broke through, he would receive a secret art. Some focused on offense, some focused on defense. Lin Fei was looking forward to the reward every time. The reward from Proud Sky 10th layer physique exceeded his imagination, the benefits were too generous. If this was released to the public, it would definitely stun countless people. Since a 10th order heavenly god realm master is so powerful, he must have grasped a higher level power, like this Yuan annihilation. Although Lin Fei had plundered a large number of books, there was almost nothing about 10th order heavenly god realm cultivation. Now that he knew he could absorb the essence destruction energy, he couldn't help thinking of the hierarch realm. Whether it's true or not, I've grasped the essence destruction energy one step ahead of time. At this moment, Lin Fei really wanted to thank Xing Haoran for giving him a slot. Don't look at it just because it's a slot. If you don't have it, it'll be even more difficult to come in. Don't even mention breaking through to the next level, and raising your Prideful Heaven 9th layer physique to Prideful Heaven 10th layer. Lin Fei did not even dare to imagine such a speed of improvement. The Forbidden Lands had opened a huge door for him. If Proud Heaven wanted to make a breakthrough, he would have to do it on the Forbidden Lands. Prideful Heaven tenfold body, I have to familiarize myself with it. My power is increasing too fast, even if I don't use the tenfold strength incantation, my current power is stronger than when I use the tenfold strength incantation's second stage. First stage Prideful Heaven, first stage transformation. Lin Fei couldn't help sighing. Using half a month's time, Lin Fei had familiarized himself with the control of his strength, combining strength and gentleness at the same time. In one moment, he could be fierce and domineering, and in the next second, he could be as gentle as the wind, impossible to guard against. After breaking through to the Prideful Heaven tenfold body, Lin Fei's strength was as vast as the sea, every move he made was pushed to the limit, and any move he made was a killing move. The strengthening of his physique, the increase in his strength, also increased Lin Fei's strength to a terrifying degree. If he ran into the Time Temple's Kong Wen again, with his Prideful Heaven body armor activated, his body would be as sturdy as Mount Tai. Even Kong Wen's time attack wouldn't be able to take away his life force. After stabilizing it for half a month, Lin Fei began to attempt to absorb the vital destruction energy within the sealed grounds. When the first wisp of essence destruction energy entered his body, Huang Xiaolong felt as if he was on fire, almost burning into nothingness. The pain was too excruciating. The advantage of the tenfold Prideful Heaven tenfold body was reflected. Suppressed again and again. Although the essence destruction energy was tyrannical, under the Prideful Heaven body armor, it didn't resist for long. That wisp of essence destruction energy entered a physical particle, and it was very obedient. The first wisp of essence destruction energy is complete. The entire process didn't seem difficult, but in reality, Lin Fei was very clear that with the Prideful Heaven body armor withstanding most of it, the remaining portion was nothing to be afraid of. Lin Fei truly experienced the terror of the essence destruction energy. It was a merciless destruction energy. Back then, I thought that after reaching the Prideful Heaven tenfold body armor, I could barge in and see if I could dig out the essence force god sand. Now, it seems that my thinking was too simple. Even now, if I were to enter, I would most likely die. Lin Fei sighed. The first complete wisp of essence destruction energy took a total of 3 months. The second wisp of essence destruction energy took 2 months. The third wisp of essence destruction energy took a month. A total of 3 wisps of essence destruction energy took 6 months. To Lin Fei, this was considered fast. 6 months, plus the time before that, it's almost 3 years in total. The 3 wisps of essence destruction energy stopped in the particles of Lin Fei's body. They were black and white, and they were as obedient as a child. But at the beginning, it was a terrifying demon king. Now, it seemed to be well behaved. Once it exploded, congratulations, 1 wisp of essence destruction energy could kill you. This was the real killer move. If it was combined with the illusion scepter and used a killer move secret technique, it would definitely be anyone's nightmare. It's time to find someone to settle the score. Also, I promised Xing Haoran the Yuan Heart Grass. No matter what, I have to go take a look. After successfully mastering the 3 wisps of essence destruction energy, Lin Fei decided to go out and scavenge for treasures. For example, the crystal stones, the corpse of the variant king, the king crystal, and so on. These things, Lin Fei was quite interested. Let me see where they are. Lin Fei first looked at the mountains. In 3 years, that place was empty, and there was no trace of the Black Heaven sect. The demonic beasts had become scattered, and it was obvious that most of them had been killed. Lock onto the Black Heaven sect elder. The scene changed, and Lin Fei saw another scene. The pale-faced middle-aged great sovereign Xianxia's position appeared. He was currently standing in a black swamp in the distance, looking like the entrance to hell. It was extremely strange. Xianxia, this place was found by the Golden Dragon Nation. What is the meaning of this? Outside the swamp, several forces had gathered. Among them, there was a group of people dressed in golden robes, with a smear of gold on their necks. They were shouting fiercely at Xianxia. You said you found it. Who saw it? I also said that the Black Heaven sect came first. Xianxia led a group of people and confronted the people from the Golden Dragon Nation. After listening for a while, Lin Fei understood what they were talking about. Chapter 3003. When he first came in, Lin Fei especially went to understand the special places in the entire Forbidden Land and marked them. Among them, there were several places where Yuan Heart Grass was suspected to exist. However, all of them were dragon's pools and tiger's lair. If one was not careful, they would die. Lin Fei immediately determined that this place was one of those places. Among all the places, the degree of danger was considered intermediate, belonging to the kind that couldn't be ignored. Mysterious Heaven Sect, Golden Dragon Nation, there seems to be another force called Black Tiger Mountain. It seems that the 3 forces have gathered together. Smart, cooperation will produce results, if not, there will be nothing. Lin Fei looked for a while and knew what they wanted to do. In 3 years, they hunted a large number of monsters and obtained a lot of crystal stones. For example, Mysterious Heaven Sect obtained the corpse of a variant king, King Crystal Stones, a great harvest. The Yuan Heart Grass isn't that easy to obtain. If the 3 great powers join hands to attack, it will definitely be difficult. It will take time. If I have the time, I might as well find some variant kings. Any one of them will be snatched up by everyone. Lin Fei really wanted to give Mysterious Heaven Sect a big gift, but in the end, he endured it. It had only been 3 years, and there were still 7 years until the 10 years. Why not let them do it first? He didn't mind being a road robber. After making a decision, he once again looked at the Forbidden Land. The entire 3-dimensional map was marked with many places, many of which had not been touched. For example, the place closest to him seemed to have the existence of a variant king. Okay, let's start from here. Since he said he would start, Lin Fei immediately moved. After reaching the Proud Heaven 10th layer, after activating the Proud Heaven body protection, the power of Yuan destruction in the Forbidden Land was almost no longer affected, even if he didn't wear Yuan armor. At the nearest place, Lin Fei opened the system and searched. Come out. A palm strike landed on a group of mountains. After a loud rumbling sound, a few black shadows rushed out first. It was the variant guards. As soon as they came out, they spat out a black mist, which corroded the void. Good. Lin Fei was stifled to death. He had long wanted to try out the power of Prideful Sky 10th layer. The black mist clashed against the Proud Sky body fortification, causing a series of ripples to spread out. Unable to break through the Proud Sky body fortification, the feeling was truly exhilarating. It's really a huge improvement. After testing it out, Lin Fei was able to confirm how powerful the Proud Heaven Barricade was. From this day on, the Proud Heaven Barricade had truly reached the next level, and was now at the peak level. Now, try my strength. Lin Fei charged into the black fog, raised his palm, and struck the closest variant guard, sending it flying. The power is indeed great. Let's try again. Another mutant guard was sent flying. Lin Fei was having a lot of fun. He split the variant guard with his palms, which was several times more powerful than when he used the second layer of the tenfold strength technique. After a few rounds, the variant guard couldn't take it anymore. So the variant guard's endurance is only a little bit stronger than I thought. The last time Lin Fei fought with the variant guard, it was extremely strenuous. Every time, he felt that he was just a little bit weaker, but in reality, the variant guard was just a little bit stronger. Oh right, I wonder how powerful the primordial extermination power will be when it's attached to the sky-splitting rod. A thought emerged in Lin Fei's mind. The sky-splitting rod was also in his hands. Traces of primordial extermination power flowed out and directly attached to the sky-splitting rod. Stab! The sky-splitting rod pierced forward, transforming into a spear. With a poochie sound, it pierced through the body of a variant guard. Lin Fei was overjoyed. It's exactly as I imagined. Previously when he attacked the variant guard, he could only hurt them. To break through their defense, there was still some difficulty. Now, Lin Fei had found the best way to deal with it. This sudden inspiration also brought about a huge increase in strength for Lin Fei. Relying on the speed of prideful Sky 10th layer body, coupled with the terrifying primordial extermination power, it would be anyone's nightmare. Die! Pft, pft, pft. This time, Lin Fei used the heartbroken movement. This was the first time he truly executed the combination of the primordial extermination power with the primordial extermination power. A few afterimages flashed by, piercing through the variant guard that was attacking him. Awesome, a one-hit kill. With a wave of his hand, he kept the corpse. Lin Fei's heart was at ease. He rushed down and swung the sky-splitting rod furiously. The mountains below were directly razed to the ground. They were basically unable to withstand this power. A variant king whose body wasn't very big appeared. Previously, I was bullied so miserably by the variant king. Now, I can use you as an example. After easily killing the variant guard, Lin Fei had a deeper understanding of his own strength. Grabbing the sky-splitting rod, he used a total annihilation technique. The variant king opened its mouth and spat out a large amount of black fog that emitted a pungent smell. It's this move again. The sky-splitting rod pierced through the variant king without any hindrance. It heavily struck the variant king's body, and its small body was directly sent flying. With a swoosh, Lin Fei chased after it. Thrusting, sweeping, and hacking, he executed the sky-splitting rod's attacks to the extreme, causing numerous wounds to appear on the variant king's body. Die! With a flash, the sky-splitting rod pierced through the variant king's head. With a burst of strength, the variant king's head was smashed into pieces. These variant kings and variant guards had extremely powerful bodies and top-notch defenses. However, their bodies had a huge flaw. Once their heads were smashed, they would undoubtedly die. That was because they didn't have the ability to clone themselves. 1 variant king and 5 variant guards. My harvest isn't bad. Lin Fei searched carefully and really found something that the variant king was guarding. It was a type of purple ore. Although he didn't know what it was, he decided to keep it first. With the experience of being the first to kill a variant king, following this, Lin Fei continued to kill the variant kings. The experience he gained was extremely rich, and he didn't even need the support of Elemental Annihilation's power. His staff could easily pierce through their heads and kill them. With the help of the system, Lin Fei was able to locate the variant king earlier than anyone else. Every search was accurate. Lin Fei's group started to move. In just a short year, they had killed 26 variant kings and over 100 variant kings. If this number was spread, everyone would be shocked. After killing 26, the number of variant kings began to decrease. After all, apart from Lin Fei himself, there were so many people in the forbidden area. Although variant kings were strong, those who came here were all veterans, and they were quite experienced in dealing with variant kings. Over the past 4 years, the number of variant kings had been decreasing. If ordinary people really couldn't do anything, Lin Fei, who had the support of the system, paid a small price and accurately located many variant kings. These variant kings were extremely powerful. Lin Fei had to activate the first level of the tenfold strength in order to successfully kill them. Chapter 3004. In the sealed land, outside a barren mountain. A group of people was advancing slowly, as if afraid of alerting the hidden dangers in the surroundings. Everyone be careful, there's a mutated king not far ahead with 3 mutated guards around it. They specialize in ice attacks. A great lord expert who clearly knew the situation cautiously moved forward. There were more than 20 people behind him. The weakest among them was a pseudo-great lord. They moved with a solemn expression, paying attention to their surroundings at all times. They were one of the more famous mutated king hunting teams in the Black Domain. Their main purpose was to hunt mutated kings and mutated guards. If they took out one, everyone would fight for it. As they moved forward cautiously, the terrifying aura they sensed did not appear. Instead, they saw nothing but ruins. What happened? Was the mutated king killed? The leader of the group was surprised. After a quick search, there was no trace of the mutated king. We came here for nothing, this is the 3rd time we've failed. What the hell? That's right, who killed it? Looking at the traces in the surroundings, there doesn't seem to be many people fighting. Could it be those big shots are here to snatch it? These professional hunting teams had failed every single time in the past year. They couldn't even find a single mutant king. I have to ask those people about their harvests. After some questioning, they heard an important piece of news. The mutated kings that many hunting teams had locked on to disappeared one by one when they were working together. There weren't many traces left on the scene, but the mutated kings were gone. Every hunting team said the same thing. Everyone was dumbfounded. The news spread like wildfire among the hunting teams. Thinking about their recent harvests, it seemed like they had really been robbed. This kind of efficiency was too fast. Everyone cursed inwardly at the bastard who robbed them of their mutated king. The powerful mutated king in the sealed land was comparable to a god realm master, which was equivalent to a 10th order heavenly god realm master. They would only be sending themselves to their deaths if they went. Now that all the easy ones had been snatched away, it would be better to kill them than to let them deal with those hard-rank mutated kings. The 52nd mutated king. In a dangerous place. Lin Fei put away the 52nd mutated king. This mutated king was one of the more powerful ones. He had only managed to kill it after activating the 2nd stage of the strength technique. He had also suffered some minor injuries. 52, it's still not enough. This was a rare opportunity, and Lin Fei did not want to miss it. During this period of time, they took a look at the places they had marked out. So far, they had only managed to break through 2 of them. After looking around, they realized that their luck wasn't very good. They didn't manage to obtain any elemental heart grass. Lin Fei killed a variant king. The number of variant kings also continued to increase, breaking through to 90. The rate at which Lin Fei killed the variant kings began to slow down. Perhaps the variant kings had caught wind of this and started to disappear. This made Lin Fei quite speechless. He was so strong, but he actually went missing. This was something that made him very unhappy. Lin Fei was about to curse out loud. Was a variant king that had forced him to activate the 3rd stage weak? How am I weak? On the other hand, his ability to survive was quite strong. 7 or 8 variant kings managed to escape from his hands. Those variant kings that escaped must have informed the other variant kings. They're probably afraid that I'll kill them. After missing yet another variant king, Lin Fei shook his head and smiled bitterly. It's probably impossible for me to kill any more variant kings. If these fellows hide, it'll be very difficult to catch up to them. It's already the 8th year. It's about time for me to get some elemental heart grass. It took Lin Fei more than 4 years to kill a variant king. The harvest was huge. In terms of exertion of strength, Lin Fei had already reached the point of perfection. Killing variant kings was as easy as drinking water for him. Normal variant kings could be killed in a single exchange. Unless it was hard variant kings, where he had to use the 3rd stage of strength enhancement, he wouldn't use it under normal circumstances. This is the place. There are 5 variant kings and at least 70 to 80 variant guards. There might even be something like the elemental heart grass. Lin Fei locked onto a place. The Forbidden Land. It was a valley surrounded by mountains. Lin Fei quietly descended in this place. A few demonic beasts pounced out from the darkness. They weren't weak, and after a few flashes, they arrived in front of him. Lin Fei used the system to check. Just this valley alone had more than 100,000 demonic beasts. It could truly be called a dragon's pool and tiger's den. Whoever entered would die. If he was still at prideful sky 9th layer physique, Lin Fei would definitely leave without a second word. If he entered, even his skin and bones would be eaten. I hope I didn't make a wasted trip. Lin Fei turned into a black stream of light and charged in. The demonic beasts that pounced at him were directly smashed into pieces by his powerful strength. Within the valley, demonic beasts were everywhere. When Lin Fei charged in, these demonic beasts moved and surrounded him. However, the encirclement of the demonic beasts was like an itch to Lin Fei. Everywhere he passed, the demonic beasts near Lin Fei were all smashed into pieces. The smell of blood permeated the air. At the same time, a group of people was heading in his direction. There were many of them. If Lin Fei was here, he would definitely recognize them. They were the 3 major forces that Xing Haoran had warned him about. At least in this forbidden land, these 3 forces were the strongest. In front of us is a place where Yuan Heartgrass might appear. Great Senior Xian Lu, the leader of the Black Heaven sect, said. We definitely won't make a wasted trip this time. In the past few years, the Black Heaven sect hadn't gained much. They had cooperated to break through a few places and suffered heavy losses, but they hadn't seen a single Yuan Heartgrass. Speaking of which, it's strange. Our 3 major forces have gathered our top forces in the Forbidden Land, but I've heard that the mutated kings have all been killed recently. Our people have also made several trips in vain. For example, the 2nd-class mutated kings have all disappeared from those dangerous places. The person who spoke was the Golden Dragon Nation's great senior lord, and he had a puzzled expression on his face. These words struck a chord in everyone's hearts. Everyone was on the same side now. You don't say, many of the mutated kings have disappeared. The Black Tiger Mountain's great senior lord's voice was loud, and his face was dark. Don't let me find out who did it, or I'll destroy their sect. The Yuan Heartgrass was their main goal, but the mutated kings were also one of the tasks that couldn't be ignored. But now, there were very few mutated kings. Here, the mutated kings were divided into 3 classes. The weakest was a 3rd-class mutated king, followed by a 2nd-class mutated king, and the strongest was a 1st-class mutated king. Along the way, 3rd-class mutated kings had disappeared without a trace, and even 2nd-class mutated kings were nowhere to be seen. The 3 major forces had always suspected that some other team had come to snatch the food. We've arrived at the place. Everyone moved quickly. But when they arrived at the entrance of the valley, the thick smell of blood assailed their noses. It was unbelievably strong. Wait, what a strong smell of blood. Chapter 3005. As soon as the three forces arrived at the entrance of the valley, they immediately felt that something was wrong. The strong smell of blood became very eye-catching. Everyone looked at each other, and their expressions were not normal. This was a place that they had spent a lot of effort to find. How could someone beat them to it? For them, who had not harvested anything, this was something that they could not accept. Let's go in. I want to see who has the guts to snatch food from our three forces. Needless to say, the three forces all had the same thought. Without needing any instructions, everyone carefully rushed into the valley. The valley was filled with corpses, torn apart, and scattered everywhere. The scene was bloody. The person who came in is at least a group of people, and they are very strong. The corpses of the demonic beasts on the ground were torn apart by a powerful force. Mystic 6 of the Profound Heaven sect said. They are indeed very strong. They are too daring. As they moved forward, they observed their surroundings. The number of demonic beasts' corpses increased, and they were all torn apart by violent means. Hurry up, maybe that person is still inside. The mutated guards are making their move. Suddenly, a roar came from the depths of the valley. The sound was terrifying, and it made people's hair stand on end. Then, energy fluctuations spread out. The great supremacies of the three forces were the first to rush in. They knew that the demonic beasts along the way had been attracted by that person. If they rushed in now, they might be able to gain a big advantage. Who would want to miss such a good opportunity? Deep in the valley, it was a terrain surrounded on three sides, and there was only one way in. At the end of the valley, there was a lake. It was not small, and at this moment, a dense mass of demonic beasts occupied this small area. On the ground, the mutated guards were lying on the ground, and they were long dead. Even further away, the demonic beasts did not dare to rush in. Any beast that dared to rush in would be instantly sent flying by a powerful force, smashing into the mountain wall like raindrops, like a blooming flower. Where is he? Isn't it a team? Why can't I see him? The great supremacies rushed in, and were ready to lock on to the target. In their subconscious, to be able to come here, it would be at least a team, and definitely not a single person. No one could withstand the attack of a large number of mutated guards. Look, those on the ground seem to be all mutated guards. There are at least 40 of them. Mystic 6 sucked in a breath of cold air. Even if they encountered those mutant guards, they wouldn't dare to let their guard down. But now, they were all lifeless. There's movement under the lake. Suddenly, a great sovereign stared at the lake. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The monstrous lake water soared into the sky, and the entire valley instantly looked like it was raining. A black shadow flew out of the lake and smashed into the ground not far away, causing the ground to tremble. A variant king. The black shadow smashed into a place not far away, instantly smashing a large number of demonic beasts to death, and a terrifying aura swept out. The great sovereigns immediately realized that this was a variant king. What else could give them such a threatening aura other than a variant king? I think he's dead. When they took out their treasures and attacked, they suddenly realized that the variant king was dead. Grand Monarch Mystic 6 was bold enough to blast away the surrounding demonic beasts to check on the mutated monarch. There was a huge hole in the head of the mutated monarch, which was bleeding profusely. Good heavens, this is a head smashed by someone. Who did it? The expressions of the great sovereigns present changed. Not long after they entered the valley, they didn't see any strangers. Instead, they saw the corpses of mutant guards and a variant king on the ground. Splash! Before they could digest the news, another variant king flew out of the lake and smashed into another place. It also seemed to be dead. Another one. It seems to be dead as well. No matter how they thought about it, this scene was terrifying. It was normal for one variant king to be killed, but it was not normal for two to appear. Everyone knew how powerful variant kings were, especially when they were divided into different levels. If a third-class variant king and a second-class variant king teamed up, they wouldn't be a match even if they joined forces, let alone killing them one by one. Splash! Another variant king. It was another variant king that had smashed into the lake. The great sovereigns of the three factions were at a loss. This variant king was also dead. Should we continue? The Golden Dragon Nation's great sovereign said. 3 mutant kings. Just which top-notch expert has entered? The Black Tiger Mountain's great sovereign's expression was unnatural. He had seen many experts, but he had never heard of anyone killing 3 variant kings in the blink of an eye. The scariest thing was that the wounds were all in the same place. This was terrifying. How powerful would one need to be able to do this? I think it's better if we don't fight for now. We can kill 3. Before he finished speaking, 2 more variant kings appeared from the lake. One landed on the left, and the other landed on the right. The lake water splashed everywhere. Everyone was dumbfounded. 5 variant kings. This was an instant kill. They had been to many forbidden lands, but they had never seen anyone kill 5 variant kings in such a short time. Not to mention the mutated guards lying on the ground. This ability was unimaginable. They immediately thought that they had encountered a top-notch great sovereign expert. He was famous in the Saint Spirit domain, or a small group of top-notch great sovereigns. No matter which one it was, they couldn't afford to offend him. However, looking at the ground full of mutated guards and 5 variant kings, they felt rather complicated. If they brought them out, they would definitely be able to sell them for a high price. It was definitely a kind of torture to not be able to move the things in front of them. They couldn't leave, but they couldn't stay either. This was the first time these great sovereigns had encountered such torture. What a disappointment. There's actually no yuan heart grass. Just as they were being tortured, a figure rushed out. They heard some words that made them want to vomit blood. Kill so many mutated guards and mutated kings. What more do you want? How much wealth do you want? A person? They saw a black-clothed man coming out from the bottom of the lake. He didn't look very old. This made them a little dumbfounded. How could it be a person? This was different from what they had imagined. Could it be that it wasn't a group of people? It seemed that he was unreasonably young. They couldn't accept this. Lin Fei rushed out and saw the 7 great sovereign experts. They all had different looks in their eyes. It was obvious that they were thinking about something. Whoosh! 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 As Lin Fei walked, he waved his hand to collect the variant king's corpses and the surrounding mutated guards. Chapter 3006. The power of the 7 yuan annihilation orbs was absolute power that could destroy everything in an instant. Anyone with a certain level of strength would buy an yuan annihilation orb to protect themselves and use it as a trump card. If it was an ordinary supremacy, there was nothing to worry about. However, if it was someone rich and had a powerful background, then congratulations, they might be able to experience the power of an yuan annihilation orb. Although the Golden Dragon Nation, Black Tiger Mountain, and the Black Heaven sect were not the top forces in the Black Realm, they were still first-rate forces with deep foundations. These great supremacies had many trump cards. In the Forbidden Land, monsters were as common as clouds. Every time they went to the Forbidden Land, the yuan annihilation orbs were used the most. There was no need for discussion. When the 7 great supremacies saw that a single person dared to collect the bodies of mutant kings in front of them, they finally could not sit still and decided to give it a try. They did not believe that this person could come out unscathed after killing dozens of mutant guards and 5 mutant kings. Perhaps he was pretending to look good, but in reality, he was an arrow at the end of its flight. He was just trying to scare them. If they really killed this person, there would definitely be many good things. They did not know this person, and he did not have a powerful background. This place was also a forbidden land, so there was nothing to worry about. In the Black Realm, it was common for young masters of large families to be killed. After the matter was over, there was always a lot of noise but little rain. This guy is quite bold. He dares to swagger around and collect things. He's simply courting death. If we attack with 7 Yuan annihilation orbs, even a peak great supremacy would be seriously injured, let alone a single person like him. The 7 great supremacies took out their weapons and were secretly on guard, just in case. In their opinion, this wave of attacks could easily kill this person. Even mutant kings could not withstand this level of attack, let alone a nameless person. The Yuan annihilation orb was extremely powerful, and it directly flattened the valley. The surrounding monsters were turned to ashes, and there were heavy casualties. Golden Dragon Nation, Black Tiger Mountain, Black Heaven Sect, you are all courting death. In the previous position, a black figure held a long staff, and behind him appeared a shattered void. He raised his head, revealing a cold gaze. The look in his eyes made people's hearts palpitate. The 7 great supremacies sucked in a breath of cold air. They had used the Yuan annihilation sphere to launch a sneak attack, yet the other party was completely fine. This was just too unrealistic. That was 7 Yuan annihilation balls. It contained the power of annihilation, enough to flatten everything. One of the black-robed men resisted their attacks, looking like he was fine. There was a trace of fear in their hearts. No matter what method the other party used to block such a terrifying attack, at the very least, it proved that this person had a great background and was far from as simple as he thought. What's there to be afraid of? He's definitely faking it. Let's attack together and kill him. Mystic Heaven Sect's Xianjiao happened to see the Mystic Heaven Sect's people rushing over, and he was filled with confidence. Everyone from the Profound Heaven Sect, listen up. Let's attack the black-robed man together. How could the Mystic 9 Supremacy miss such a good opportunity? If they don't make a move, the Mystic Heaven Sect will. He believed that the black-clothed man was just holding on. As long as he made a move, he would reap great benefits. The Profound Heaven Sect's experts behind him surrounded him without saying a word. In an instant, all sorts of Emperor's intent attacks flooded over. The Golden Dragon Nation and Black Tiger Mountain's great supremacies finally came to their senses. They cursed the Mystic 6 Supremacies for being shameless and taking the initiative to attack first. To be able to withstand their sneak attack, the black-clothed man was definitely not simple. If they killed him, there would definitely be treasures. They believed this without a doubt. As for revenge, they were not worried at all. Lin Fei made his move at that moment. Streams of light surrounded his body, dazzling everyone's eyes as he repelled the various Emperor's intent attacks. The Emperor's intent attacks landed on his body but were all blocked by the streams of light. A black shadow swept past the cultivators of the Black Heaven Sect. Bang bang bang. Then, a terrifying scene unfolded. The Profound Heaven Sect supremacies became extremely weak in the face of this attack. They died like ants. The scene was filled with screams. In just one move, the Profound Heaven Sect supremacies were all dead. The remaining Profound Heaven Sect's great supremacies turned abnormally pale. This is the strength of a top-tier great supremacy. A black shadow appeared in front of them. An aura as heavy as a mountain came crashing down. The Profound Heaven Sect's great supremacies, including Mystic 6 supremacies, were all suffocated by this aura. Everyone was sent flying. I can't believe he's so strong. Mystic 6 supremacy's strength was also exceptionally strong. But now, in the face of this kind of power, cracks appeared all over his body. Then, he saw the Profound Heaven Sect's great supremacies turn into a cloud of blood mist in the sky. Mystic 6 Supremacy's physical body was destroyed by this power. He's too strong. Where did this guy come from? His strength seems to be something only our sect lord has. The Golden Dragon Nation and Black Tiger Mountain's great supremacies were sweating profusely. It was easy to tell if an expert was real or not. At this moment, they were really panicking. Just a moment ago, they thought they were smart enough to kill this black-clothed man so that they could divide the spoils. But in the blink of an eye, his opponent had turned into a monster. He killed a supremacy with one strike of his staff. He destroyed a great supremacy's physical body with one strike. This was all done in one move. This person's strength was too domineering. In his eyes, supremacies and great supremacies were like ants, real ants that he could kill with a snap of his fingers. Lin Fei's first attack had destroyed their bodies. The second attack followed closely. Similarly, the black shadow swept across the sky and bombarded the great supremacies who had just recovered, destroying their bodies. Profound Heaven Sect, you're pretty strong. How dare you attack me? I've been wanting to settle the score with you for a long time. Lin Fei casually attacked and destroyed their bodies again. His calm gaze swept across the Golden Dragon Nation and Black Tiger Mountain's great supremacies. Everyone's scalps went numb and they did not dare to move. The remaining Profound Heaven Sect's great supremacies had their bodies destroyed twice in a row. Their hearts were dead. This black-clothed man was too terrifying. Mystic Six Supremacy's faces were filled with regret. Senior, we're from the Profound Heaven Sect, Mystic Six Supremacies shouted, trying to bring up the Profound Heaven Sect. The Sky Splitter swept across the sky and shattered the Emperor's will protection around them. It pierced through Mystic Six Supremacy's body, then another one. In the blink of an eye, it had skewered the remaining great supremacies together. This scene caused the great supremacies to subconsciously back away. Hearing the great supremacies' screams and seeing the great supremacies being skewered together, they were filled with fear. When did the great supremacies become so weak? However, the scene in front of them was like a slap to their faces. The Golden Dragon Nation and Black Tiger Mountain's great supremacies knelt on the ground on the spot. Senior, have mercy. Chapter 3007. The great supremacies of the Golden Dragon Nation and Black Tiger Mountain were on their knees. It was impossible for him to defeat the great supremacies of the Mystic Heaven Sect so easily. The Mystic Heaven Sect's great supremacies were all strung up and on the verge of death. That scene was unbearable for the supremacies. They knelt on the spot. The supremacies behind them were the same. Not kneeling. Do you want to die? That was a ferocious god. Suddenly, one of the supremacies trembled as he looked at the black-robed man who was carrying the strung-up great supremacies. He remembered who this person was. I think I know who he is. This supremacy often went out, so he knew about the major events that were happening, including news about this young black-robed man. You know? Tell us, who is he? Even the Golden Dragon Nation and Black Tiger Mountain's great supremacies pricked up their ears. They really wanted to know who this person was. He killed supremacies like they were ants. Great supremacies were not even worth mentioning in front of this person. I think he is a person that the three major forces in the Saint Spirit domain are jointly searching for. I remember his name is Lin Fei, a traitor from the Dark Shadow Palace. The supremacy said in a low voice. Even he was a little suspicious. Lin Fei? Hearing this name, everyone had a blank look on their faces. This person was too unfamiliar. This was not the top great supremacies of the Black Domain at all. Who is Lin Fei? Everyone's expressions were similar. Their first thought was that this guy was wrong. How could such a top martial artist be a wanted criminal? What kind of joke was this? This was completely unrealistic. The three major forces could not possibly be stupid enough to put such a top existence on the wanted list, let alone a traitor. He had the strength to start his own sect. I'm really not wrong. The person on the wanted list is very similar to this person. That supremacy gritted his teeth. When he first heard about this matter, he snorted disdainfully. How could the three great powers not be able to capture three traitors? What a joke. The gap between them was just too big. The great senior lords of the Golden Dragon Country and the Black Tiger Mountain found it hard to believe. He's right. I am indeed wanted by the three top forces. This is your chance to get rich. Do you want to kill me? Lin Fei swaggered over. Hearing Lin Fei admit it, everyone's face turned pale. It's real, it's actually real. This was too unbelievable. The black-clothed man who easily defeated the experts of the Black Heaven sect was in existence wanted by the three top powers. Senior Lin, you've misunderstood. How could we dare to attack you? The experts of the Golden Dragon Country kept shaking their heads as cold sweat trickled down their faces. You are a senior, even if you gave us 100 guts, we still wouldn't dare. Black Tiger Mountain's great sovereign also said. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Is that so? When you were dealing with me just now, you didn't think that way. You decided how you wanted to die. An icy chill pressed down on them. The Supreme Lord Powerhouse directly collapsed to the ground. He had completely lost his sense of propriety and was acting like a fool. Don't kill me. We don't want to die. Senior Lin, we really didn't do it on purpose. As soon as Lin Fei released his killing intent, everyone felt as if they had fallen onto the road of death. Their minds immediately collapsed. How could they withstand this kind of influence? The experts of the Black Heaven sect who were hanging together felt as if their hearts had died. Whoosh! 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 A terrifying suction force instantly appeared from the sky splitter. Great Sovereign Xian 6 could feel a large amount of life energy flowing out of their bodies. Although they were severely injured, as long as they had life energy, it was not difficult for them to recover. No! Ah! In the next second, the experts of the Black Heaven sect screamed in pain. A terrifying scene appeared. The experts of the Golden Dragon Country and Black Tiger Mountain watched in horror as the experts of the Black Heaven sect turned into shriveled corpses. They would never forget that tragic scene for the rest of their lives. A gust of wind blew, and the corpses hanging on them turned into dust and were carried away by the wind. All the experts of the Black Heaven sect were annihilated. Senior Lin, as long as you don't kill us, we are willing to do anything. The Golden Dragon Country's great sovereign's face was pale with fear. In an instant, they had been sucked dry. That was the most terrifying thing. This method was too cruel. If they had not been a step slower, they would probably have ended up like them now. They would have died quietly and sullenly. Senior Lin, this is all the loot of Black Tiger Mountain. We are willing to give it to you. Also, these are some of the good stuff we brought with us. The Black Tiger Mountain's great sovereign did not say a word and took out everything he had on him. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and take out everything you have on you. No one wanted to die right now. Even if they had to pay the price, even if it hurt their flesh, they would still take it out. In the face of their lives, what was the value of their belongings? The Golden Dragon Country's great sovereign secretly cursed Black Tiger Mountain for being shameless. He followed suit and took out everything they had on them, including treasures and personal stashes. He did not hesitate at all. Soon, a small pile of items was piled in front of Lin Fei. The Black Tiger Mountain's great sovereign had been observing Lin Fei all this time. His heart was in his throat, and he felt uneasy. Was this still not enough? Resistance? They did not have such thoughts. If they could resist, they would have done it long ago. They would not have waited until now. That was because they had no chance of winning. The death rate was at least 99%. The Black Heaven sect was a good example. At first, Lin Fei really wanted to kill the Golden Dragon Country and Black Tiger Mountain. After all, killing 1 and 2 more forces was not a big deal. But after thinking about it, Lin Fei felt that it was meaningless. The life energy gained from killing the variant king was 20 to 50 times more than what they could gain from killing the variant king. Actually, I think that if I kill you, these things will also be mine. What do you think? Lin Fei pulled out the sky splitter rod that was stuck in the ground and looked over. The group of experts was about to cry. Was he going to kill them? Fear and uneasiness shrouded their hearts. As for threatening them, they did not dare to do it. The other party had the strength and was not afraid of threats at all. If they wanted to kill such a top expert, they would probably have to work together and arrange everything properly. They might not succeed. There was no benefit in such a thing. However, I am not a bloodthirsty person. I can spare your lives. Lin Fei said with narrowed eyes. He said what they wanted to hear the most. Everyone from the Golden Dragon Country and Black Tiger Mountain breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, Senior Lin, for showing mercy. If you have any orders, please tell us. We will not hesitate. The Golden Dragon Country's great sovereign expressed. The same goes for our Black Tiger Mountain. Black Tiger Mountain also expressed. What was the point of losing everything? As long as they were alive, everything was fine. Chapter 3008. It was the 9th year since the public had sealed off the land. There was only about a year left before they had to leave. If they didn't leave in advance, the power of the sealed land would recover, and they would only be left with death. Some people tried to use treasures to block it, but in the end, they still died. This kind of thing was not unheard of. Even if you were a great supremacy. In the remaining year, the expressions of the experts from the Black Realm were not very good. This was because the mutant kings they wanted to kill seemed to have disappeared. Even the weakest 3rd-grade mutant king could not be found. For example, the experts from the Demon Fiend Mountain didn't have much harvest this time. Great supremacy, there's nothing inside. We came for nothing again. In a mountain range, a group of people came out of a cave. Great Supremacy Yutsong listened to the report and his expression was ugly. Damn it, why are there no mutated kings? Could they have been killed by Black Tiger Mountain and Golden Dragon Country? Great Supremacy, we need to change locations. Great Supremacy Yutsong nodded. Luckily, we brought Temporal Temple's Great Supremacy Kong Wan in. No matter what, he had to give us 5 mutated kings. At least we got something. Just as they were about to leave, a group of people rushed out. Yutsong, it's time for you to die. As soon as these people arrived, they surrounded all of them. Great Supremacy Yutsong felt uneasy when he saw these people. Although the Demon Fiend Mountain was influential, compared to a first-rate force, it was far from it. Great Supremacy, is there a misunderstanding here? Great Supremacy Yutsong hurriedly explained. Any one of them could crush him. There's no misunderstanding. You can only blame yourself for offending someone you shouldn't have. The Golden Dragon Country's Great Supremacy ordered and the experts behind him charged forward. Black Tiger Mountain's experts were the same. Great Supremacy Yutsong had brought many experts, but compared to them, they weren't on the same level. They were like wolves in a flock of sheep. Don't kill me, we can discuss this. Great Supremacy Yutsong was also overpowered by the Great Supremacy. In less than 10 moves, he was at a disadvantage. The usually high and mighty Great Supremacy personally attacked Great Supremacy Yutsong. This was something he didn't even dare to think about. In the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, Yutsong was killed. The experts that he brought were also completely wiped out. Not a single person was left alive. Demon Fiend Mountain, offending that person is useless. The great monarchs of the Golden Dragon Nation and Black Tiger Mountain Range had never expected to survive. Senior Lin Fei isn't someone that Demon Fiend Mountain can afford to offend. That's right, after we get out, should we work together to destroy Demon Fiend Mountain? Also, we'll look for the mysterious Heaven sect to settle old scores. If it wasn't for him inciting us, how could we have offended Senior Lin Fei? The great sovereigns immediately agreed. There's still one more person from Starlight World. Take advantage of the fact that they haven't left and exterminate him. The experts of the Starlight World also had a good harvest. However, compared to the other restricted areas, the number of variant guards and variant kings was pitifully small. Almost every time a place was identified, someone would beat them to it. Even if our harvest is not as good as before, just the mutated guards and mutated kings we have are more than enough. Supreme Sovereign Chen Fei was invited by the first prince to complete the mission. He was quite puzzled about the decrease in the number of variant guards and variant kings. Who could have acted so quickly? Some of the people he knew said that the number of variant kings in the restricted area had decreased sharply this time. Many of them couldn't even be seen. You must be Chen Fei, someone from Vast Star City. You can die now. Without any warning, several tyrannical auras came crashing down. The experts that Supreme Sovereign Chen Fei brought felt the terrifying auras, but before they could understand what was happening, they saw several great sovereigns attacking together. Their minds went blank. I'm a subordinate of the first prince of the Starlight World. Supreme Sovereign Chen Fei's strength was extraordinary, so how could he withstand the joint attack of two forces? In less than the time it took for an incense to burn, he became a corpse in the mountains. Alright, now we're just waiting for the number one genius of the Temporal Temple, Supreme Sovereign Kong Wen. It had been 9 years since Supreme Sovereign Kong Wen came to the restricted area. During these 9 years, his original intention was to deal with Lin Fei. Later, after learning about the effects of the variant guards and variant kings, as well as fulfilling his promise to the Demon Fiend Mountain, he spent the first few years hunting variant guards and variant kings, harvesting a lot of top-grade ores. However, in recent years, the variant guards and variant kings that Supreme Sovereign Kong Wen wanted to hunt seemed to have disappeared. This made Supreme Sovereign Kong Wen very dissatisfied. He tried to find the culprit. He didn't mind doing evil, but the restricted area was shrouded in Yuan destruction energy, which reduced the power of his secret techniques. In the end, it was all for nothing. Supreme Sovereign Kong Wen went to a dangerous place. When he arrived, he saw traces of battle left on the scene. The corpses of the variant guards and variant kings had all disappeared. Damn it, this is the 8th place. I practice the school of space and time, so my chances of finding treasures are higher. Who else can be more powerful than me? Supreme Sovereign Kong Wen, who had always been quite conceited, suffered a heavy blow. According to his observation, every dangerous place had a large number of demonic beasts gathered, including many variant guards and variant kings. There weren't many auras at the scene, so it was obvious that these things were done by 2 or 3 people. However, it was definitely not easy for 2 or 3 people to kill variant kings, especially when there were 2 or 3 of them. Yet, these people had succeeded. The Black Realm is even more mysterious than the Saint Spirit Realm. No wonder the Temple Master warned me to be careful of the Black Realm's experts when I came here. Sure enough, each mountain is stronger than the one before. With my strength, I thought I could take them all. Supreme Sovereign Kong Wen shook his head and prepared to leave. Suddenly, a chill came, accompanied by a terrifying and threatening aura. A huge black hole appeared around Supreme Sovereign Kong Wen. It was the spatial transfer. A black shadow suddenly appeared, and with a loud rumble, destructive power was released. Whoosh! The black hole in front of Supreme Sovereign Kong Wen was ruthlessly shattered. At this moment of danger, Supreme Sovereign Kong Wen continuously used his secret techniques and killing moves. His figure began to turn illusory, and he moved thousands of miles away from the scene. As soon as his feet landed, another destructive aura rose. Supreme Sovereign Kong Wen's expression changed drastically. He waved his hand, and the power of time filled the air. However, it only slightly blocked the terrifying power, and it still ruthlessly swept across his body. Someone is ambushing me. Many thoughts flashed through his mind. Supreme Sovereign Kong Wen was attacked by the destructive power and suffered serious injuries. Fortunately, he had mastered space and time, and managed to resist the attack. However, before Supreme Sovereign Kong Wen could catch his breath, the same attack came again. It's the Origin Annihilation Ball again. Who the hell wants to deal with me? Supreme Sovereign Kong Wen continuously used the spatial transfer. Even though he had paid a huge price, he had used it 5 times in a row and suffered 5 attacks. His whole body was in a state of shock. Supreme Sovereign Kong Wen couldn't figure out who wanted to deal with him. Could it be Lin Fei? He didn't seem to have the ability to do so. Puff! While his thoughts were in a mess, a long staff shot out of the void. Like a spear, it pierced through the space defense and pierced Supreme Sovereign Kong Wen's heart. Supreme Sovereign Kong Wen, this gift is not bad, right? Chapter 3009. Supreme Venerable Kong Wen had encountered the most dangerous ambush of his life. One move after another, the ambush had forced him into a sorry state. The moment he let his guard down, he encountered the greatest life-or-death crisis of his life. Even his space defense could not withstand a single blow from the other party. It's you, Lin Fei. Ever since he had come to the Forbidden Land, Supreme Venerable Kong Wen had wanted to deal with Lin Fei. However, he could not find any trace of Lin Fei. It was as if Lin Fei had disappeared into thin air. If he had not seen Lin Fei come in with his own eyes, he would have suspected that Lin Fei was too scared to come. Yes, it's me. What do you think of this gift? On the other side, Lin Fei's figure came out with a smile on his face, which made Supreme Venerable Kong Wen very annoyed. You're really scheming. You must have invited a lot of people. Supreme Venerable Kong Wen stared at Lin Fei with a trace of anger. A dignified genius had been tricked by someone who was inferior to him. You even used the primary annihilation sphere. If it were not for the fact that he possessed both space and time, he would have died many times in the face of that power. Supreme Venerable Kong Wen found it hard to believe that this was Lin Fei's doing. Who asked you to be so powerful? You had free fighters to use, so why didn't you use them? Lin Fei laughed. If you can chase me, why can't I ambush you? You're also amazing. No wonder you can become the #1 genius. Supreme Venerable Kong Wen snorted coldly. Although you seriously injured me, it won't be that easy for you to kill me. On the other hand, it will be very easy for me to kill you. Your strength is inferior to mine. Watch how I destroy you today. This was Supreme Venerable Kong Wen's confidence as the #1 genius. His dual paths of space and time were not just for show. Now, I'll give you one last gift. Remember to be prepared next time. Lin Fei laughed and began to plunder the function. Whoosh! Whoosh! Just as Supreme Venerable Kong Wen was about to attack, the life energy in his body instantly flowed out. Like a gap in a mountain or river, it flowed through his long staff to Lin Fei. What kind of power is this? Why is my life energy decreasing? Grand Monarch Kong Wen's heart shook, and he urged the Great Tao of Time to suppress it. The Great Tao of Time, which was supposed to be omnipotent, couldn't play a role, and couldn't stop the merciless plundering of this power. You used the Great Tao of Time to sever my life force. Now it's my turn. I wonder if you're satisfied? This is called reciprocity. Don't stand on ceremony. Lin Fei's plunder skill was extremely overbearing. In just a few breaths of time, Grand Monarch Kong Wen didn't have time to do anything. His whole body aged, and he was on the verge of death. Lin Fei, I will accept this gift. Next time, I will definitely kill you. Boom! Grand Monarch Kong Wen's body collapsed. The life force in his body had been destroyed by itself. Lin Fei withdrew the Sky Splitter staff. You're really decisive. I can't believe you self-destructed your body. Fortunately, I only killed you once and destroyed one of your doppelgangers. I'm so happy. I even contributed a lot of good stuff." Lin Fei made a grabbing motion, and the floating ring of holding flew into his hand. Now that Grand Monarch Kongwen was gone, he forcibly broke into the ring of holding and saw the items inside, including the mutant guards, mutant kings, and so on. What a huge fortune. This scroll seems to be a space scroll, and this one is a time scroll. Good heavens, this is a time scroll. Just these one-time use scrolls alone, there are 11 of them. After a round of inspection, Lin Fei beamed with joy. That felt great. Really great. Lin Fei didn't care much about the corpses of the variant guards and variant kings, but the space scroll and time scroll were different. They were rarely circulated in the outside world, and every single one of them was priceless. Each of them would cost at least 7 to 8 billion Saint Spirit crystals, and there was no market for them. Moreover, this was only the case for the space scroll. The time scroll was 5 to 6 times more expensive than the space scroll. After dealing with Supreme Venerable Kongwen, I believe he won't dare to come for a while. I can go to the last place and get the Yuan Heart Grass. Until now, Lin Fei hadn't found the Yuan Heart Grass. Spacetime Temple. A city in the sky, surrounded by clouds and mist, looked sacred and dignified. Lin Fei. A stern voice rang out from one of the floating palaces, lingering for a long time. How dare you plot against me? I've really underestimated you. You were able to invite those people to attack you, and you even have such a treasure. You destroyed my doppelganger and took my treasure. Supreme Venerable Kongwen's true body opened his eyes. His face was ferocious, and he looked very resentful. A doppelganger. Supreme Venerable Kongwen's heart ached. Space and time were both of the 10 great sections. It was not easy to cultivate a doppelganger, and it also consumed a lot of resources. Every doppelganger was very precious. But now, one of his doppelgangers had been killed in a moment of carelessness. Supreme Venerable Kongwen was furious. It was a small pursuit, but he ended up falling into Lin Fei's trap. He suffered heavy losses, especially the items in his storage ring. He wanted nothing more than to chase into the black domain and kill that bastard Lin Fei. In the end, he forcibly suppressed this thought. The black domain was full of danger. If his true body went there, no one would be willing to let go of such a genius. This was what Supreme Venerable Kongwen feared the most. I'll let you be cocky this time. When I cultivate a new doppelganger, I'll definitely kill you. In the last few months of the sealed land, everyone began to evacuate. For example, Golden Dragon Country and Black Tiger Mountain left the sealed land immediately. As soon as they came out, the experts of the Black Heaven sect rushed over angrily. Seeing that they were fine, they became even angrier. Why didn't you guys help? Supreme Venerable Mystic 6 asked as soon as he arrived. He had lost a doppelganger, which was not a small loss. The Black Heaven sect had been completely wiped out, which made them a joke. The Black Heaven sect could not take this lying down. After the experts of Golden Dragon Country and Black Tiger Mountain came out, they immediately rushed over with an aggressive attitude. He's so strong. It's useless for us to go up. It was your Black Heaven sect who started the attack. You can't blame us for this. If you want to ally with us, forget it. We can't afford to offend a demon like that. Golden Dragon Country and Black Tiger Mountain were very direct. They did not want to get involved in this matter. They had been on the brink of death once, and they did not want to do it again. Once was enough. Losing a doppelganger might not seem like a big deal, but it was a huge loss. Supreme Venerable Mystic 6 of the Black Heaven sect was furious. If I were you, I'd better leave. If you guys really make a move, you won't gain anything. You might even become a joke in the Black Domain. The Supreme Venerables of Golden Dragon Country and Black Tiger Mountain threw down their words and left. Supreme Venerable Mystic 6 indeed wanted to take revenge on Lin Fei. When he saw Black Tiger Mountain and Golden Dragon Country's attitude, he began to hesitate and wonder if he should make a move. Let's retreat. In the end, the Black Heaven sect also left. Chapter 30:10 Starlight World, Temporary Station. Xing Haoran had been waiting for Lin Fei's news. Unexpectedly, he heard a piece of good news. All the people his eldest brother had sent in had been killed. The most incredible thing was that the killers were Black Tiger Mountain and the Golden Dragon Country. Hearing this news, Xing Haoran couldn't believe it was true. When did Black Tiger Mountain and the Golden Dragon Country kill the people invited by the first prince? Was there a conflict inside? But it seemed a little unrealistic to think of two first-class forces. Until now, Xing Haoran couldn't think of a reasonable reason. But it didn't affect his good mood these days. Without those people, this trip was in vain. His eldest brother would have a hard time. Whether he could slap his eldest brother in the face or not, he could only count on Lin Fei. Xing Haoran was really looking forward to this day. The first Prince Xing Haocheng was in a bad mood recently. All the people he had arranged for him had been killed. The ones who had attacked him were the experts of Black Tiger Mountain and the Golden Dragon Country. They had all been killed in a flash. Hearing this news, Xing Haocheng was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe it was true. Why did these two first-class forces kill each other? Why? He had planned to suppress his brothers and sisters, but now he didn't have the chance. These days, Xing Haocheng had been losing his temper, which made the guards around him anxious. Your Highness, you've lost, but there's still a chance. A confidant said in a low voice, we still have a chance to make up for it. A chance? Xing Haocheng frowned, all the people I invited were killed, and the things were taken away. Do you want me to call the experts of Black Tiger Mountain and the Golden Dragon Country to get them back? The confidant panicked and hurriedly explained, Your Highness, that's not what I meant. I meant something else. If that Lin Fei also doesn't obtain anything, then wouldn't we be even? Everyone would benefit. In other words, we're all on the same path. Xing Haocheng suddenly laughed, and his eyes were full of killing intent. Yes, we'll kill Lin Fei and take his things. That's a win. Ha ha ha. I'll arrange for someone to arrange this immediately. As long as Lin Fei makes a move, he'll definitely die. The confidant said, anyway, there are so many experts here. Who knows who Lin Fei has offended inside? At that time, the fifth prince won't say anything. There's no evidence. Don't you think so, Your Highness, the final month of the sealed grounds? In a swampy valley. The thick black fog filled the air, turning the surrounding area into a black place. Just a little more. A level 1 variant king is indeed not bad. It can even fight with me for so long. The last one. Ever since he had dealt with Supreme Venerate Kongwan, Lin Fei had continued to search for the essence heart grass. In this last place, when the time was almost up, he really found the essence heart grass. It was an extremely special type of plant that produced a dense energy of annihilation around it. It formed a barrier that was extremely special. The elemental heart grass was discovered. There were a total of 6 variant kings guarding the area, and all of them were level 1 variant kings. They were extremely difficult to deal with, and they were also proficient in using the energy of annihilation to attack indiscriminately. At the start, Lin Fei really couldn't handle this kind of joint attack. He directly erupted with the power of the 3rd level, but he could only barely suppress them. He couldn't kill them. Lin Fei could only carry on a long process of defeating them one by one with the help of the illusion scepter. After a few months, only one variant king was left. Die. The last variant king fell to the ground unwillingly. The probability of the sealed grounds producing the elemental heart grass is quite low. I've searched so many places and killed many variant kings, but this thing, Lin Fei shook his head and stretched out his hand to grab it. The black and white energy of annihilation took the initiative to attack. It formed a long black and white dragon and pounced toward Lin Fei's chest like a bolt of lightning. "You're rebelling." Lin Fei was furious. His strength increased by 3 times as he slapped the black dragon. The black dragon was smashed into pieces. This weakened version of the energy was not difficult for Lin Fei to deal with. He stretched out his hand again and uprooted the elemental heart grass. The annihilation energy attacked again, but it was smashed into pieces. It couldn't even touch his arm. "I finally got it." Lin Fei grabbed the elemental heart grass and observed it for a while. This thing was very strange. He also learned about its use from the experts of the Golden Dragon Country's Black Tiger Mountain. This was an entry-level treasure that had a certain chance of controlling the energy of annihilation. Even if the chance was very low. In the Black Domain, it was still a top-notch treasure. No wonder Xing Haoran cared so much. Lin Fei squinted and put away the elemental heart grass. "If it wasn't for the increase in my strength, I wouldn't have been able to kill these variant kings. Especially these 6 level 1 variant kings. They're really abnormal. A group of great supremacies would just be sending themselves to their deaths." Whoosh! Whoosh! The energy of annihilation in the sealed grounds suddenly became active. "Seems like it's time." The energy of annihilation between heaven and earth continuously drilled into his body. 10 years have passed. The energy of annihilation in the sealed grounds has recovered to its original power. Outside the sealed grounds, wave after wave of people began to leave. Everyone was talking about what kind of experts had appeared in the public sealed grounds this time. There was even a mysterious team that specifically hunted down a large number of variant guards and variant kings. This also caused the people behind to work hard for nothing, and the harvest was very little. This news spread like wildfire. For the time being, no one knew who did it, but everyone knew the existence of such a mysterious team. They all cursed in their hearts. Not only did they not get any good things, but they also lost a lot of experts. What the hell was this? "Fifth brother, I'm afraid your people won't be able to come back." "What kind of place is that?" "It would have been better if he had followed us." "Maybe he could have come back." Xing Haocheng said hypocritically. "I believe he can come back." Xing Haoran's face was calm, but he was also worried in his heart. The energy of the sealed grounds had begun to recover, and it had completely enveloped them. Xing Haocheng had arranged people to attack as soon as Lin Fei came out, making sure that his 5th brother wouldn't be in a hurry to rescue him. In that case, he would still be the winner in the end. Subconsciously, Xing Haocheng didn't think that Lin Fei could come out. What kind of place was that? It was the sealed grounds. It was rumored that a mysterious team had appeared in the sealed grounds, and they had hunted down a large number of variant guards and variant kings. There was no comparison at all. Time passed minute by minute. Outside the sealed grounds, many streams of light also rushed out, and they were all bold experts. However, under the black and white energy's encirclement, most of them let out miserable screams, and their bodies collapsed one by one. What a fast speed! He rushed out. Too powerful. Many people hadn't left yet, and they saw a stream of light rushing out at an extremely fast speed, which made everyone's expression change. "It's Lin Fei," he came out. When the black figure slowed down, Lin Fei's appearance was revealed. In the void outside, a great sovereign expert had long been hiding. He was an expert who was good at using poison, and his poison art was quite famous in the Black Field. Chapter 30:11. Grand Monarch Poison Robe was a famous Grand Monarch in the Black Realm who was adept at using poisons. It was said that he had obtained the poison demon scripture that a Grand Monarch had left behind. After practicing it for 200,000 years, his strength had advanced by leaps and bounds, and he had killed several Grand Monarchs in a row. Almost no one who was targeted by Grand Monarch Poison Robe could escape. When Lin Fei came out of the Forbidden Land, Grand Monarch Poison Robe locked onto him. Whoosh! Lin Fei secretly sensed the true primordial destruction power of the Forbidden Land. Suddenly, a black mist appeared above his head. The black mist covered a very large area, and it gave off a pungent smell. Whoosh! 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 The black mist rushed toward Lin Fei. The moment Lin Fei came out, Xing Haoran also noticed it, and he was overjoyed. But in the next second, as soon as the black mist appeared, Xing Haoran felt a dangerous aura, one that could threaten a great monarch. Xing Haoran glared at his big brother. Apart from him, it seemed that no one would make a move at this time. I didn't do it. Who knows what kind of infuriating things you, Lin Fei, did in there? Xing Haocheng sneered. You're really unlucky. Now that you've come out, you're being targeted. How pitiful. Xing Haoran guessed that it must have been arranged by his big brother. You're so sinister. Don't talk nonsense. I would never do such a thing. Xing Haocheng said angrily. Do you think your big brother is that kind of person? It's Grand Monarch Poison Robe. Why is he here? No way, who is that guy? How did he offend Grand Monarch Poison Robe? Yes, no one can survive being targeted by Grand Monarch Poison Robe. The poison technique in the poison demon scripture is extremely vicious and impossible to guard against. A black mist appeared around Lin Fei, rushing toward his body. Someone dares to ambush me? How bold. Could it be someone from the Black Heaven sect? Lin Fei did not think that Black Tiger Mountain and the Golden Dragon Nation would have the guts to ambush him. Even if they were 100 times bolder, they would not dare to do so. As soon as the black mist reached his body, it was blocked by the Aotian barrier. After reaching the 10th stage of the Proud Heaven Physique, the Proud Heaven Physique had also reached the pinnacle. The threat of this poison is too great. Normal body armor can't withstand its invasion. Once it invades, one's body will be poisoned, and it's very difficult to expel it. No matter who it was, from the moment they made a move against him, Lin Fei had already sentenced them to death. How dare you make a move on me? You must be tired of living. Lock on. The system immediately locked onto a green-robed great sovereign hiding in the void. That pitted face was too horrible to look at. Needless to say, it was because a large amount of poison had accumulated in his body. He really had a poisonous body. Die. The Heaven Splitter staff appeared in Lin Fan's hands. With a single stab, the black mist in front of him was shattered by his immense strength. The staff was like a spear, domineering and ferocious as it pierced through the void. Grand Monarch Poison Robe didn't care about this mission at all. He didn't have anything to fear from a young Grand Monarch. He had used his trump card right from the start. All that was left was to wait for the other party to be poisoned to death. Then, the mission would be completed. Not good. As the Heaven Splitter staff pierced through the void, Grand Monarch Poison Robe reacted immediately. Obviously, he didn't expect the other party to be so powerful that he could find his hiding place. He raised his hand and shot out a cloud of black mist. With a sizzling sound, it met the long staff. So what if you found me? Whatever divine weapon, it's mine. Pooh! Before Grand Monarch Poison Robe could show off, the Heaven Splitter staff ignored everything, pierced through the black mist, and pierced his chest. His whole body hung on the staff. A semi-origin divine weapon. A bad thought came to his mind. Hua! Grand Monarch Poison Robe wanted to curse in his heart. It wasn't easy for him to accept an easy mission, but he ended up encountering such a thing. When I get out of here, this isn't over. He hated the people of the Starlight World. The Heaven Splitter staff suddenly produced a huge suction force, sucking his whole body in. The life energy in his body leaked out crazily, and his face immediately changed. What the hell, what's going on? My life energy, stop, quickly. In a moment, Grand Monarch Poison Robe watched helplessly as his life energy flowed out, and he was on the verge of death. If I were you, I'd be obedient. If you move, I'll suck you dry. A cold and ruthless voice reached his ears, and Grand Monarch Poison Robe immediately stopped moving. Stop sucking, I surrender, I surrender. Grand Monarch Poison Robe had never seen such a vicious treasure. If his life energy was sucked dry, he would really have nothing left. Just when everyone thought that the black-robed man was going to die at the hands of Grand Monarch Poison Robe, they were shocked to find that the black-robed man had brazenly made a move. An inconspicuous long staff pierced into the void, and in the blink of an eye, the staff returned with a person skewered on it. Who else could it be but Grand Monarch Poison Robe? Grand Monarch Poison Robe was actually defeated. Who knows what happened? Someone actually blocked Grand Monarch Poison Robe's poison art. The rest of the people looked at each other, dumbfounded. They didn't expect such a situation. They were even more curious about who this person was. Since he had defeated Grand Monarch Poison Robe in one move, he would become famous in the Black Realm. Many exalts had died at Grand Monarch Poison Robe's hands. Many people wanted to capture Grand Monarch Poison Robe, but every time they tried, they failed. It was normal for them to be wiped out. Brother, you're awesome. Grand Monarch Poison Robe, you're finished this time. Ha ha ha, this is great. I didn't expect to see such a good show when I was about to leave. Seeing Grand Monarch Poison Robe make a move, Star Heeching's face was full of joy. This time, he was the winner. He had paid a high price to invite Grand Monarch Poison Robe over, because his poison art was impossible to guard against. Even if he was prepared, he wouldn't know what kind of poison art he would use to deal with him. Star Heeching was ready to enjoy the look of despair on his fifth brother's face. This was the result of the fight between you and my big brother. But soon, the situation changed. After defeating Grand Monarch Poison Robe, the black-robed man flew in their direction with his long staff. He lost? What's going on? Star Heeching was about to cry. Had he invited a fake? Since when did Grand Monarch Poison Robe become so vulnerable? It's all right. This is great. Xing Haoran felt like he was sitting on a roller coaster, and there was a huge jolt. He knew how powerful Grand Monarch Poison Robe was. This guy had refined a large number of poisons, and when he used them with his poison art, he was a nightmare that everyone feared. As soon as he saw the black mist, he knew it was Grand Monarch Poison Robe. This guy would kill anyone as long as there was something to gain. He was notorious in the Black Realm, but he lived a good life. No one dared to offend this guy who could poison people at any time. Fifth Prince, the Black Realm is really a mess. Someone wants to ambush me as soon as I come out. You should check it out.